Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in that wonderful technical rainbow in between, welcome to tonight's coverage of the Titan Esports Vanquisher League. We're here in the quarterfinals. I'm What's Pretty, and joining me today, as per usual, my usual guest here throughout the entirety of this season is Turk. How you doing today, Turk?
I'm feeling good. I mean, we're moving into quarterfinals now. Both of these teams had a really good showing in the regular season. SNA sitting at 7-0, and then Summit Phoenix sitting at 6-1. So when it came down to that, the regular season, they were head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. The question now becomes, at this point, it's do or die. So who's going to show up? Summit Esports Phoenix last week had a strong showing, 3-0. And while we saw surely not Akuma pull off a 3-1, so even both of those series seem pretty decisive in their own regards. So we'll have to see exactly how these two teams, which seems like they're pretty evenly matched, how they end up handling it. Because if you remember, Brady, the last time that we ended up casting what we thought was an evenly matched competition, you could say, it wasn't even close. Not even close.
It was a rough matchup, to be sure, but hopefully we'll get a little bit more excitement out of today. As you saw last week, if you were here on the Titan Esports main stream, we are now in the best of fives for the Fearless Draft, which is always super exciting because you get that minimum 3 games of fearless drafting where you get to actually see how deep these players' champion pools get, what they can actually show, and especially now that we've got teams that were either first or second in their group, as today we've got the first seed from Group A and the second seed from Group C. This should be a heck of a matchup. I think we're expecting to see minimum 4 games, hopefully 5.
I wouldn't be surprised either at all in the slightest here. And really now does come down to it's all about the brass tacks. So this is really the time when you're pulling out the champs that you've been practicing for a long time, all the scrims. This is when everything matters at this point right now. So really the question is, how deep is your champ pool? How much are you willing to flex when it comes down to your game one? Are you willing to have some flexibility in terms of the champions that you're playing? Do you want to deny? Obviously, with this type of format, there's so many questions that you have in between then and there. So are you looking for takeaway picks? Are you looking to get those proud picks early off the start so you get a good running start at it? These are kind of the questions that we wonder as we move into the draft.
Yeah, like we saw, we have SEPX on that blue side and SNA on the red. You can see their regular season scores there, 7-0 and 6-1, both having, like we said, very successful regular seasons. I think really playing to their own styles. We didn't see a lot of what I would call like meta adaptations from either of the teams. And that's something that we do sometimes see teams sort of split on in Vanquisher, I would say, depending on either how you feel about like patch notes, especially the ones that came up most recently, CLED changes, oh my lord. It's really just dependent on how do you feel about champion comfort picks versus what's like been buffed and nerfed and what's really good in the meta. As we see these first rounds of bans come through, Rumble and Trundle, I would say, are two very strong meta champions currently. They're just kind of good. Whereas on the other side, SEPX seem to be targeting a little bit more of those personalized champion picks. Gwen is something that you usually see maybe banned second round. LeBlanc, maybe never banned, but Vi is much more of a general, like, hey, she's just kind of a good jungler right now. We're going to take her out of the pool.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, SNA definitely doing their homework with that. Lots of Trundle has been played for both of these teams, really, but we are going to get that B1 right back to MSI first pick. It's going to be that Talia. We'll see exactly what we're going to get rounded out with that pick. Usually you want that high early game agency jungler, so something like a J4 could be coming right up for them. Of course, without the Vi, that's usually a tried and true combo, but right away, the quick answer is going to be the Jace. So we'll see exactly how that ends up playing out. It's still a flex Birdie, so we'll have to see if that goes mid or if that goes top, but of course that does leave you open and vulnerable to those tanks. So that Sejuani is going to be locked in here as well for Zohair.
Yeah, the Trundle ban did definitely tell me that Sejuani was, at the very least, in the thought process, if not already, like, down the pipeline on the way. But the thing that worries me whenever you're going to pick a Sejuani with a Jace is you only get that melee half the time, and especially if that Jace is top lane, you maybe have one or no other melees that you pair with Sejuani to activate those permafrost stacks to get her actual value from that E passive. It makes it really rough for her to actually try and either engage teamfights or stay in teamfights and get a lot of value. As on the other side, we've got Wukong and Sion, which is just a good top jungle like duo pairing. They just make life very difficult for AD carries and mages and supports alike in the mid and late game, just the amount of utility, amount of tankiness that they provide.
That's right. That Sion's going to be picked up into that counter for that Jace. We'll have to see whether or not they actually still want to flex that into that mid lane. Of course, you do have that option, especially being on red side, so we'll see how that ends up playing out as we move into this phase 2. We are going to see that Ziggs coming through here, so already SNA setting themselves up for a poke-style team comp. Really strong when ahead, really weak when behind. So we'll have to see how well they're able to play together. It's all about controlling that space, getting those small advantages that eventually accrue and build up and build up. Now, so what we're really going to want to see from the blue side here, especially at this point right now, is more engage. You really wouldn't want to try to lock down the rest of these members. Close the gap as much as you can, because if not, you're going to have a really tricky time, and SNA really ramps up right around those 2 items. That's when they're going to become really strong.
Yeah, and there are still plenty of go buttons available in the bottom side of the map. You have things like Rel, Alistar, Nautilus, all of these engaged supports still readily available to be picked up. Also, the AD carry bands not taking out as much of the pool as I would have expected. Yeah, you have the Kai'Sa and the Sivir taken away, but as we see that Corki locked in, Corki's still available. Varus somehow still available. Even like those more fringe picks like Jinx and Caitlyn are up and around, so pinning down more of Doom's personal pool than the actual meta, as we do see BR lock in the Alistar. So they will have at least some secondary form of engage alongside either the Wukong or the Sion.
That's right here. Now, of course, this is going to be your R5 at this point right now, so you wonder what that support pick is going to be. It's going to be the Rel. So the Rel into the Alistar is more of a skill matchup. In the higher elos that you go, especially in the pro scene, the Alistar is considered to be the counter into the Rel, but there are still a lot of interactions that you can have. You can always stun as the Rel into the Alistar, where you can actually pulverize to actually prevent the knockup from the Rel coming through. So it's all about these like small intricacies that can make the biggest of differences there. And of course, if you're willing to pick that, it's what you need on the side of SNA. You need some sort of engage to be able to pull trigger, because right now you have good spacing with both of your carries in that Jace and in that Ziggs. You just need another go button. So the Rel, I like how it suits. I'm curious to see how they're able to pilot it though.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred something like a Leona or a Nautilus, like something that's a little bit more simple on the engagement, especially for someone like Leona. The engage is a lot less committal. Like if you throw your Solar Flare and it doesn't hit, then you can sort of just walk away from the fight and be like, okay, we don't have to engage. We don't need to walk in here. But as Urel or even as Nautilus in some cases, like when you throw your engage tools, you're throwing your body in there. You're committing to that engage, and if the fight doesn't go well, especially with a poke composition like this, when you have that Ziggs and that Jace, you can just be like, all right, team, I'm engaging. I've got like 2 of them in the Magnet Storm. Well, where's the rest of my team? Oh, I am now dead. And then life gets very, very difficult very, very quickly.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of that plenty of times as well. You go in, it seems like a great engage. You're just not strong enough. The rest of your team can't follow up. You go in a little too early. You're just too behind. Yeah, there's lots of things that can happen. So, especially with Talia, with Wukong, these ways that can like really stuff your engage as one of these all-in champions. Life is going to be difficult, I think, for the SNA support and jungler, but I do think YouTube and Tonology are going to be feeling just fine. Yeah, you have engage threats with Alistar and Wukong, but at the same time, you're playing poke champions into some fairly short-range engage outside of like the Scion ulti and maybe Wukong with a flash. That's right. So SNA, the question does become, especially when you draft that Ziggs, a really strong weak side laner. So are you going to pivot more towards your solo lanes? Chances are the answer is going to be yes, especially with that Sejuani being able to stack that passive up so quickly with those melees. You will be struggling a little bit with the AP damage. Fortunately, you do have the Ziggs, so we'll see how well Tenno is able to pilot that champion here. You really want to be able to get ahead. Oftentimes, those mages really scale with the levels. Of course, if you are sharing XP with the support, you won't be scaling nearly as quickly. So time will be of the essence here for both of these teams, but especially SNA. As we mentioned there before, that 2-item spike is really important for poke comps, and if you're not ahead by that point, things can become really tricky for you, especially when you look at the side of Summit. They have a lot of easy go buttons.
Yeah, we are still seeing the Unsealed Spellbook even after the Smite nerfs on a couple of supports here and there. People like Arcadius, as we've seen once or twice, do still tend to favor that rune, and I think, honestly, the utility of Unsealed Spellbook is just kind of good, even if you lose access to the 1200 damage empowered smites, just having a double smite combo, or maybe you take advantage of somebody messing up a smite here or there. But also, you can exchange heal for exhaust. You can get access to teleport, which is arguably, inarguably, one of the best summoner spells of the whole game. When it's good, it's really good.
100%. Yeah, the Unsealed Spellbook in lane, of course, you won't have as much of an advantage with that, but as time progresses into the mid and later stages, especially with that TP, as you highlighted, Brittany, that's where things can really start to happen, and that's really where the magic begins. So we'll pay very close attention to that summoner spell from Arcadius, and I think a lot of the early game agency is going to be on these supports, so we're going to want to be tracking both BR and Arcadius here very heavily. For the first early portion, I wouldn't expect too much, especially with that Ziggs. Just as much poke as you can, hopefully chipping Doom and BR away from that wave. But you can already see they have the push here, so they've been able to do a good job getting this set up, getting that crash. That should allow them to get that War of the early level 2 here too. We don't really see any deep vision, something that we're not really accustomed to seeing. Traditionally, you're seeing a lot of these teams invading, placing those wards down to spot the enemy junglers, but of course, when you don't have that information, you're kind of just guessing, and that's why you can kind of see Rise setting up some of this neutral vision right now.
Yeah, just making sure that he's not going to be in trouble for anybody coming through. We also see Klugi walking into that blue that top side, just getting that ward down, because neither of the teams is 100% aware where the enemy jungler is, and we'll have to see what both of these teams do with both the information they have and the lack of information that they're dealing with. I think I almost prefer the state that the SNA bottom lane is in, because yeah, you're shoved under tower, but also you have a Ziggs who has teleport. He's going to be able to get out of lane pretty easily, as pretty rough engage from Arcadius here is going to get that stun in, but we're seeing the lack of aftershock there. Arcadius is just going to dip down to about a 3rd HP, have to start chugging through those potions. Yeah, you'll be able to get back in time. You have the heal, you have those potions of Biscuit as well sitting in your inventory, but that's the lack of things like Aftershock or Glacial Augment really coming through. It makes it a lot more difficult to make those favorable trades, and especially trade back.
Yeah, it's also much easier to punish when those summoners, or not when those summoners, excuse me, those basic abilities have been used there. So usually the first person who engages in the support matchup is going to actually end up taking the brunt of the damage and actually losing the trade. So Arcadius just kind of going in a little bit ahead of the curve. Of course, you can now see a bit of a contest. Quick smite there from Zohair.
Nice timing there from Zohair.
Yeah, just moving up towards that top side crab right now. Just going to be trading. Of course, we do need Summit spot lane to be a little careful.
Yeah, this is unwarded. BR is going to look for an engagement of technology, but Doom is the target that Arcadius wants. Gets that Valkyrie out. Zohair wants to flash in. Nice interrupt from BR. The stun is not going to be able to land on a Doom. That's not a range. They'll get the stun in onto BR. I don't know if they have the damage to kill the All-Star. Yes, they absolutely do. But technology is going to get knocked back into the turn and will be traded back. First blood for Zohair, but Doom will strike back.
Actually seems a little illegal there, Brady. I'm gonna be honest. The fact that they knew the Sejuani was bot side, they still decided to take that trade, and then they actually go 1-for-1 in the process there, to me is pretty remarkable. And Doom ended up getting that kill, which is even better. So arguably Summit is actually ahead there, as we do see quite a heavy trade there coming in from YouTube on this Jace. And so far so good from that champ too. And some early action here, Brady. We'll have to see exactly how things continue here. Of course, we see more trading on top.
Yeah, Kluge is going to take the best of that trade as Aatrox does in the early game. But yeah, I think that's what we in the biz call never punished from the bottom lane of SepX. The Corki getting away not only with the kill there, but also not even having to burn the cleanse is a really big deal, because that cleanse is really good, is going to be what enables Zohair and Arcadius to go back in on the bottom lane, try and get to that Corki again. He already has the dash, and if you have the cleanse, you can escape from that first bit of CC. You have the extra tenacity on the next bit of CC that comes after you, which is a part of cleanse that I think doesn't get talked about as much, but is very, very important for the summoner spell. It just makes you so safe in those teamfight situations, especially when you're dealing with someone like Rel, like Sejuani.
Yeah. Of course now, especially too, when you look at both of these junglers, of course with their second rotation, you start top in the first, you're gonna end up down here for this next dragon. So of course with those summoner spells being burned, right now Summit has the first track into this river, no real contest. You can see the TP from YouTube just coming out right now. So SNA, it seems like they're sniffing it out, but just not really in the position to be able to contest just yet, as we do see Zohair looping around the fray.
Yeah, they spotted. Dragon's down to 1k. Catsox does have smite, so they should be able to just finish this one off, but who are they going to lose in the process, as BR does not have the flash, and I think this should just be some steak being made for dinner. It's just going to be a matter of who they can get the kill over to do. Technology with the bouncing bomb from downtown. We'll lock that one up.
Quick and easy there. You're going to get the dragon, fortunately, and honestly a pretty worthwhile trade there from BR. You don't really have many other options. You either just risk the flip, you probably still die in the process, or you stall out Zohair as much as you can. And if you're going to die there, but you're going to get the dragon, at least you're able to net something. Now, the last series that we watched, and a lot of MSI as well, we saw a lot of this lane swap, so I'm curious to see if both of these bot lanes are going to start to move towards this top side here, prepping up for this first spawn of the Grublings, of the Grubbies, excuse me. So that's really what I'm watching right now, as we do see Arcadius right off of reset moving out. So he's really ahead in tempo here of BR, actually able to get out on the rest of this map here, prep up some vision, and maybe even some sort of a cheeky, potentially mid-gang.
What do you say?
Yeah, Ryzini is going to spot the fact that that vision cone was used, so they'll know that somebody's up here on the top side. Arcadius is going to get spotted by that Wardus. Poco eating quite a bit of damage. Kluge has very slowly gotten a minor to major XP lead up here on the top side, just about a level ahead now. Life is not going to get easier for the Scion as time goes, but yeah, Arcadius on the room. I think Technology is fine to not take this rotate just because they have that teleport. And Kluge, I imagine, will eventually start moving down towards the bottom side, maybe even staying up top lane if they think that there is going to be a fight over the scrubs, but there's a potential scuffle for this Scuttle Crab, as BR is going to put it next to the wall. Catsox gets the blue buff, does not get the Scuttle Crab. I saw that little health thing move up for a second. I thought he had it. I was about to go crazy.
Yeah, almost. Here we do see 4 members here sitting around Rise, fishing for something.
Technology's just going to get a little poke in, do that thing that Ziggs do. And Zohair not wanting to burn the ultimate before a fairly important topside scuffle, as we're even seeing Technology actually use the teleport here to make sure that they get the most of this wave. So they won't have that to get either back down to bottom side or back into lane for the next bit of time, but okay, Technology will be here for the grubs.
Yeah, of course it's going to be this 4v4 in the top side. Kluge does have the teleport, so the opportunity to answer with the 5v4 from SNA is there, but of course this is all about positioning, all about jockeying right now. Zohair takes a little bit of damage.
Yeah, has to be forced out of the pit. So grabs are going to be started up by SepX here. They have 4 in the area. The rest of the members of SNA are starting to collapse, but it's going to be a little bit late. First grab is already down. Flash out from YouTube to make sure they got away from the combo of a BR. Arcadius forced to use that crash down out as well. Catsox just wants to engage. Heals out from Arcadius, but is just going to get knocked down by Catsox. Ryzini in with the wall as well. Zohair just trying to escape with his life. He's on a sliver of HP. Somebody's going to knock down the boar. It's the feat of warfare claimed for SepX, and they'll take the grubs as well.
It looks so good for SNA there initially. They got that wave crash in that top side, so they had priority. They were denying a lot of the XP from the side of Summit. As we do see this first replay, you can see Technology and Arcadius moving here, but of course pay attention to BR and YouTube here. This is really the pivotal point. When you burn the flash on the Alistar and you get the flash and trade on that Jace, it's great. But of course now the rest of the members are split up here. So this makes it really easy. It's just that Corki damage is absolutely shredding through Arcadius with that Unsealed Spellbook. Just not nearly enough resistance at this point. And when you're split off like this, the rest of the members can collapse as fast as what they do. It becomes extremely difficult for you to be able to get really anything going. And when you're trying to force these fights before the real strength of the team comp that you've drafted, these kind of become a bit of the issues that you can run into. And of course you can see those tiers are starting to stack, but really they're nowhere near where they need to be right now.
Yeah, Turk, unfortunately, there is a pet peeve currently happening in this game. Razini has opted for that Seraph's first item. We've talked about this at length, but I'm going to talk about it again. If you've got the tier stacking in your inventory, just buy a different item. Whatever your second item would be, just make that first. Get that Seraph's later, because it's not going to be providing you a ton of value until it's actually stacked. You can sit on the tier, you can stack it for a while. Yeah, you're 400 gold behind to your next item, but in the grand scheme of things, being 400 gold behind does not actually end up mattering that much.
No, your spike becomes so much stronger if you do end up going for something like the Blackfire, the Leandres, especially with the front line that SNA has drafted. So that will curb a bit of that damage coming in from Ryze. Of course, when you do have that shield, it's going to make you that much stronger. But as you mentioned, yeah, that rushing of the first item usually is not the play. We'll have to see how well it ends up going.
We can see Technology. Technology's doing it. He's got the tier in inventory, but he's also going to be going for the Luden's first item. I think this is objectively the correct way to do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to like play good cop bad cop here, but you're right. you know, you really are. And again, we'll have to see how well it ends up working out for the side of Ryze. But
if that Seraph shield ends up saving Ryzini before the second item is completed, I'll eat my words. I'll take that. But I haven't seen it happen yet, so I'm going to keep harping on it. As Dragon is going to be started up here by SNA, but they're being kind of jockeyed out of the river currently. You see that Scuttlecraft Vision easy in favor of Step X, so they have full information about this Dragon right now. BR also keeping his eyes on the pit. Catsox just waiting over a wall, looking for an opportunity, but what members of Step X have backed off? Doom went to go clear that bottom lane wave, and Alfar's getting lower, but BR just wants to engage. He's going to get the Pulverize onto that back line. Two members down. Arcadius tries to get a similar engagement, but just doesn't have the damage. Zohair's already down as Catsox with the Cyclone has shredded the back line of SNA. And they're suddenly forced to walk away. Synology's continuing to throw bombs. Boogie in the backline on Ryzini is going to make him feel the pain. Q3 knocks him down. The Dragons reset, so Catsox can't finish that one. Has to clone himself out of the pit. Now suddenly the health bars from SNA are healthier than at Sep X. Catsox has the dash onto the minion wave, but can he manage to navigate himself out? YouTube wants to get in, but it's pretty low. There's an unstoppable onslaught, and BR with a 3-man headbutt. Pulverize is going to save the fight for Sep X. Arcadius now on the run. Local Pogo can't finish it off. Just one more auto. Flashes in to get the double kill. Will end up dying, but has the passive, says absolutely worth, and I'll take the wave.
Yeah, that's a slugfest coming through 110%. SNA still has the option. Zohair just ended up spawning back there, so now, of course, that Dragon is coming up. But, of course, now we do get a chance to watch this replay again here. And it's so important right now that you control the chokes if you're the side of red. It's all about forcing the enemy team away from being able to get into the river. And if BR has easy access to your backline, this is where you run into a lot of problems. That's easy engage immediately at this point right now. You're now disjointed. You need to try to gain some composure in the fight. And of course, when members are dying left, right, and center like this, it becomes very tricky. But the counter engage is quite good here from the side of red. And of course, now we'll watch the TPs as they come through. You're really going to want to pay attention to Klugi on this Aatrox now. With that TP coming through, pops the ultimate, that move speed, and then finally this flash coming through, nets the kill on Ryze. You now have that flank opportunity to be able to start chasing. It looks so good until it's not. And those really are the famous last words of League. Things look so promising at this point right now, but the turn from Loco is going to be super clutch. You're actually going to chain both of your knockups at the same time right here, as soon as these two members collapse. So that's exactly what we see right there. And now the fight immediately begins to turn in the other direction once again. So this is happening consistently here, Brady.
Yeah, can you go
and it makes it very difficult, as we do see.
Yeah, is in trouble, and topside has that World Ender popped, is going to get the healing off those passive autos, but maybe has enough heals. Oh, Catsox is barely going to survive. In the meantime, in the middle lane, Ryzini is going to get punished, had to burn that flash, and still ended up dying. So it's a 1-for-1 across the map. The things mostly stay the same, as maybe a couple plates go down, but it's just a kill for a kill.
Yeah, I was looking for the plates right away. I was wondering what they were going to end up getting for the kill on Kluge there, and seems like not too much. Like, you get the wave crash in mid, but no plates taken in mid. I don't even know if there's a plate taken in bot. Maybe a couple in top. So the Ziggs early on, it's really good if you're able to start stacking those plates and start hammering them down. Then you can obviously just throw your little satchel on, take that turret out, and then you can start the rotations where you start moving around the rest of the map with your team. But of course, in a situation like this where all the turrets remain, the sieging power from SNA just isn't quite there yet. So we'll have to see exactly how both of these teams pilot around this. With all these tier 1s still available at this 14-minute mark, the map really hasn't started to open up at all yet. So both of these teams, no matter what ends up happening with a fight, it's going to be very small incremental gains unless some team really makes a big mistake. So tier 1's probably going to be going down here from the next fight. Really, it's going to be all about these neutrals though, as we do see Doom starting to siege here, and this is really nice. It's good to see from Summit here as they do start to control this bot side. They have some sort of vision set up, so sieging here for Doom is extremely easy. They can control this space, and there's no real cross map from SNA right now at all, Brady. We just see a couple members sitting around this mid side. Nothing has been started in the top. No Rift Herald beginning or anything quite like that. So a little bit off of the ball here from SNA. We'll see how well they're able to respond here, as Doom has to be a little careful.
Yeah, gotta respect that Jace damage. I'm thinking now that the plates are down, SNA should have an easy enough time starting to push turrets. You have a Ziggs on your team, you have a Jace. Both these champions are well known for shredding turrets and taking them down pretty quickly, but it's actually Setbacks who has that first step. They're already nearly taking down that bottom side turret, and yeah, SNA, you're gonna get the Rift Herald for it, but what are you losing in the bottom lane to get that Herald? You're not gonna get that first turret blood, which means you're not getting that extra step towards the feet.
Yeah, right now you can see 3 of those members in this top side. They will answer the turret at the very least, but of course now the next fight really is going to be on this bot side for this dragon. Both teams sitting at 1 dragon apiece, so no real stacking opportunities just yet. Of course, the next fight that does happen starts to open those options up for that team who takes the dragons. So we'll pay close attention. Right now it's all about buying whatever items you possibly can. Start stacking as much gold, as much items as possible here. As you see these tiers almost completed from the side of Tenno. Very close, 342, 225 on YouTube. Now, mind you, the Jace is starting to do quite a bit of damage, so SNA is getting in a fairly good spot to be able to contest this. It's just, I wonder, like, I want to see a bit more cross maps if the opportunity to contest isn't there, but both of these teams look very gung-ho to start fighting.
Yeah, and I think both these teams are actually feeling fine to make these fights start. We saw how much damage that Doom was able to put out on this Corki, especially. That Triforce completed, getting close to having that mana unit finished up. You see the Heartsteel finished up from Zohair. Only has that 1 stack on it, just that 17 extra health, but something is better than nothing, at the very least, for the Sejuani. It's just going to be a matter of whoever gets this next dragon actually manages to unlock the feats, and that's starting up in 30 seconds. Because Doom is going to get a decent little bit of poke in there, managed to take some health off of Tenology. YouTube, the Shock Blast doesn't land onto Doom, just barely, as Poca, the one in trouble, as the rest members from SNA are actually going to start collapsing onto the Scion. He's got the Unstoppable Onslaught. He's going to be forced to use it defensively. So they'll get the ultimate out of the Scion, but they've completely given a position on the bottom side of the map.
Of course, now, what is Summit able to gain off this? They have all the information that they need as this Rift Herald does crash. You can see a couple members pushing in mid. Wukong Catsox is taking that dragon right now here, so one objective for sure going to be netted up from Summit, but netting that tier 2, that's a big influx of gold there from the side of SNA. And
how's your driving skills? Aw, Zohair.
Yeah, that's right. That's a fairly good response though from them. At the end of the day, netting that tier 2 with that Rift Herald that you took before, pretty much at this point evens up that gold lead. Summit's probably pretty happy to have that dragon, but of course you really do want to have these mid-tier 1s taken down. That's really where the rest of the map's going to really start to open up for you. So we'll have to see exactly what ends up happening around these mid-tier 1s in the next 2 to 5 minutes. That's really going to be, I think, the straw that'll break this game wide open. Whoever gets that tier 1 in that mid lane first really has that agency to start pushing those wards that much deeper and start controlling that much more of the map.
Yeah. I do think it's kind of difficult for some Esports Phoenix to actually get any sort of push in a game like this. You have to push both where YouTube isn't and where Tenology isn't. You have to make sure that, you know, the Ziggs isn't sitting in front of that tower just eating waves, getting XP, getting gold. But the Jace at the same time, his wave clear is respectable at the very least to very strong when he starts getting his items online. So for Setbacks, how do you actually start unlocking the map? How do you gain access to these turrets? What sort of side lane plays can you make? Because we saw Akuma makes a good side lane play as they maybe making another one, looking for Loco here, but I don't think they've got the damage to break through the Scion. But we've seen Akuma make good side lane plays. Now it's just a matter of how Setbacks going to be able to respond now that we're in the mid game and they need to start opening up the map.
Yeah, because it's very difficult, as you mentioned there, from Summit to actually be able to siege here. So you need to catch SNA on a bad rotation, or find some niche window where you actually have that opportunity to start sieging those turrets, because the wave clear, yeah, it's there from the side of SNA. So either if you're Summit, you really start focusing on all these neutrals as much as what you can, getting set up in the river ahead of time and then controlling that space, preventing SNA from being able to collapse, or you really start to look to hard push on the opposite side of the map and just cross map as fast as you possibly can here. And right now, with both of these teams continuing to jockey around the spot side here, just controlling the river. At this point, the Atacon's going to be spawning within the next 15 seconds. Both of these teams look pretty bloodthirsty here once again, ready.
my brain is still stuck like a year ago, because I'm thinking like 20 minutes. What are they doing down here at 20 minutes? The Dragon's not up for 3 and Baron's on the other side of the map. What are they doing down here? No, Atacon spawns down here. I have to sometimes remind myself that we are in fact in the future. There's more objectives than just Dragon and Baron.
Rise, you can see pressuring that Talia, pushing him for that top wave. This is a bit of a window from SNA if they can find it. Of course, with this numbers advantage and that Rel, they do have the opportunity to pull trigger. But BR has been extremely good on this Alistar, preventing any real engage from happening, either just zoning off the back line, preventing that gauge at all from happening, as we do see tapping around.
Has no cooldowns here, already used that Unraveled Earth, and the Seraph Shield is not going to save you this time. Flash responded with Flash, and YouTube will take that solo kill.
That's just a beautiful rotation, like pretty much maximize DPS all the way through. You trade Flash for Flash, net that kill in the process there, and that's exactly what YouTube needed. Now, of course, you see those 2 items completed, almost has that Man Immune stacked, and at that point, once you do that, Jace is going to be on fire. It's going to be on Loco, and it's going to be on BR to tank as many of those shock blasts as you possibly can. But between that and the Ziggs, all the bouncing bombs that are coming through, it's going to really start to chunk at the rest of your team here. And that front line, if you don't have it set up in the proper position, it makes things extremely difficult for you. As we do see BR chunked a little bit.
Yeah, potentially in a bit of trouble here as Kluge is there, but BR does have that headbutt to get away, uses Arcadius as that avenue of escape. I don't think Setbacks is feeling too bad about the position they're in, though. They have 2 items on their carries, including that Wukong, who's finished up that Black Cleaver. Cleaver plus Triforce is such a dangerous damage item combo, as you see Zohair loses a chunk of HP to that whack over the head. And suddenly now, Setbacks just walk in and take control of the Dragon Pit. They've got control of the bottom side river now, and it's going to be on SNA to try and retake and try and recoup their losses.
That's right. SNA, what do you decide to do here? You see a couple members moving in towards that mid wave, trying to push, get some sort of prio, but the response from Summit is extremely good here. You see them just controlling this river so well.
Arcadius is on a flank. BR wants to look for an engage as Arcadius looks to try to get an engage in as well, but is just going to get locked down. Kluge on the back line. How much damage can the Aatrox get done? Is trying to finish off Cat Socks. He's going to be able to flash away, though. It's a double kill for Doom, who's still untouched on the Corki. The big one is not going to hit on Zohair, but it doesn't even matter. It's 2 quick kills for Setbacks, and they'll retain control of the river.
Yeah, we do have 2 members going down. Arcadius, with that death timer of about 10 seconds, will be up in time for this Dragon, as Kluge will too with that TP. So Summit wisely so choosing to take that reset after expending those Summoners and those ultimates here. So now we can see both teams just continuing to jockey. And this really was all about Arcadius, whether you get that engaged first or whether you get engaged on. In this instance right here, as soon as BR goes in, the rest of the members are able to follow up, and this is when you have that formation. It's so much stronger here just to be grouped up, controlling around this river bush as much as you possibly can, and it becomes very difficult there from the side of SNA to actually be able to gain any sort of ground here. But of course now, after all that happens, this is where the real fight begins.
Yeah, and you saw my face in the draft when that Rel got locked in versus the Alistar, and that's kind of a microcosm of exactly what that matchup is. Rel wants to get engaged, but Alistar is just quicker on the draw. They deny the knock-up, doesn't have the Unbreakable. Now might be in trouble as Arcadius gets the engagement first, but Ryzini with a nice two-man seismic shove. Can they get something back? Poco in the back line with that unstoppable onslaught, but Klugi is in the back line, healing up so much with the Sundered Sky. He'll finally get locked down, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to take a chunk out of the members of SepX. SNA, not super healthy in their own right, though. Zohair and YouTube both under half HP. They want to retain control of the Dragon Pit. It looks like they want to start it up, and they're going to take advantage of the fact that SepX have to recall here, and they will get their second Dragon of the game.
Yeah, the TP's coming through.
Maybe.
Like
TP's coming through.
Yeah,
Ryzini is here, but how much can you do when they have double smite? Are you just looking for exit frags? Arcadius is going to eat a chunk. Zohair's going to use that ultimate on Loco Poco. Smite comes through. They are going to confirm that dragon, and now Loco Poco may be the one in trouble, but Catsox has returned. It has the Cyclone. That's one. That's two down to SepX, punishing the overextension of SNA. Yeah, you got the dragon, but you're losing two in the process.
I could feel it in my bones, Brady. I knew it. Like, the dragon was such a good play from SNA, but as soon as you start to overextend, you funnel yourself into that choke. That's where the AoE, all that CC comes through from Summit, and that's where things really start to go awry for them. And of course, now this started. Like, there's nothing that you can do either. SNA is going to have to let this go, and you did end up getting that second dragon, which means, of course, you have bought a lot of time for that soul. You don't need to worry about that for at least the next 10 minutes, but you lose that Atacon in the process. That definitely doesn't feel good, but now we do see this replay here. Of course, this is initially where BR gets caught. The good news for the Alistar, even when you don't have your ultimate, is that you still can tank a lot of damage, and this is where you see that first seismic shove coming through. A lot of damage. We're paying attention really to Klugi here in this Tribush, buying so much time, procting Sundered Sky
700, God.
Yeah. Almost procking it 4 there, and this is, yeah, of course, now where the decision becomes, what do we want to do on the map? Are we going to look to stay and try to take this dragon? Because at this point right now, you can make one play. That's it. You can't make anything else. You've burned the vast majority of your ultimates, summoner spells in the process. You just need to get out of dodge as fast as you possibly can. We secure this dragon, and then we're out. Play is dead right here.
Yeah.
Take your resets, get back on the map, but of course, if you overextend, you funnel in these chokes, this is exactly what happens.
Yeah, SNA 100% thought that they were just punishing an overextension and a greed from SepX, but they had forgotten that they had used a majority of their big cooldowns, and SepX was coming off of recalls. They were fresh to the fight. They had their own cooldowns. They had fresh buys, fresh health bars, and mana bars. It was a great play for SNA to actually get that dragon, manage to win the fight, and get at SepX off of that dragon, but then just that overextension. And that's kind of been what's happening through a lot of this game. It's the reason that SepX is up 3,000 gold right now. They're making good punishes when SNA makes these side lane plays, when they make these overextensions. And champions like Alistar and Wukong are really a big reason of why they're able to do this. These snap engage champs, as Arcadius is going to shield most of that damage with the crash down, but those are the big deals. Just being able to snap, engage, and punish an out of position, an overextension immediately is so huge for the SepX comp.
And that's really what it feels like, too, from Summit. It seems like you're capitalizing on the enemy's mistakes, like pretty much time and time again. Look at those shock blasts landing, Brady. That's scary to start to see here, but
yeah, 2.5 items. He's hurting.
Yeah, honestly, like, at this point right now, you really have to start to be very concerned with YouTube, let alone Tenno. So how you end up dealing with this, of course, is going to be anybody's guess. You can hope for another overextension on the side of SNA, but that's not a very solid game plan at all. Now, of course, Klugi's sitting here, pretty cheeky. Let's see if he's able to pop that ult.
Yeah, he's going to use that Unraveled Earth, so we'll get caught out of the rush. Can't dash in because you're just going to eat a stun and then get shoved away, and then everybody's really sad, but I also want to point out, Zohair has opted for the Knight's Vow here as a second item, as BR potentially getting engaged on, but Arcadius wants to try and turn it around. Doom, though, safe with that Valkyrie, able to just walk away. Unstoppable Onslaught, maybe a re-engage from SepX here. We were talking about their punish, but I think just a little bit too scattered this time around. Everyone's just going to dash and walk away, and nobody's feeling too bad. Catsox, again, looking for something, but is going to eat quite a bit of damage here from Technology.
Yeah, both
everyone's just going to walk away.
Both these tier 1s still remain up, Brady, and this really is the eye of the prize right now. Whoever nets either of these turrets is going to really start to open up that map, as we talked about 10 minutes ago. BR wants to get the engage onto Zohair. Zohair already down to under a quarter HP, is burning down. The lock is going to save them for just a little bit longer. Wait.
This Leo wall is going to lock Ryzini away. We'll pop the Zodius, and everybody will suddenly come through as the wall comes crashing down. And so goes SNA. A double kill over to Catsox. Locopoke is going to eat quite a bit of damage under turret, but he's Scion. He does not give a damn. And suddenly Setbacks with 3 quick kills, including the jungler, are turning their eyes to the Baron.
Yeah, it's so hard. SNA, you need to just back off here. The damage from Doom is just way too much. You only have the 2 members, and unfortunately, the Baron is going to be going down. You might be able to get your reset, start setting up for the Dragon to put yourself on soul point, but with a bit of an overextension like that, not even an overextension really, it's just more about the positioning from BR on that Alistar. Being able to find Zohair, get that pick, even with the flash available. And you can really just see it here. This is the initial engage when Catsox wasn't around, so a little bit of an off-kilter decision at that point right here, but really pay attention here to BR. This is who you're going to really want to watch here, as he is able to get that
You're just
grab.
in like this.
I don't know if he was spotted.
He just walked through
there. As we do see the wall, this is where things, I thought for sure
Yeah.
Talia was dead here. But that's a beautiful play there. That Talia wall buys so much time there. Baits too with the flash and the Zhonya's, and of course the follow-up is just there. This is exactly the only play that SNA can make. If they get out, it's extremely good for them. Puts themselves in a half-decent spot. Look at the damage from Doom, Britty.
Yeah, wants to chase it down. Glacial Prison used defensively. Zohair just trying to get the rest of the team out and about. They'll manage to get away with the Dragon. They get that Hex Tech Dragon for themselves. So they're technically on soul point. They bought themselves at least 5 minutes, if not 10, until we start seeing Elder Dragons. But that first mid lane turret will finally fall, and the map now opens up wide for Setbacks and their Baron buff.
Yeah, that tier 2 following suit here too. You can see Zohair sitting in the wing, but won't have that option to be able to find that engage just yet here. Those shock blasts, they continue to connect. So much damage on the side of Summit there, and how you manage to deal with that still. You need your tanks to be in that front. You need to keep your formation. You need to be on point to make sure that those shock blasts are not chunking those backline members. Good dodge there from Doom.
We've seen Technology get poked down, and we've seen YouTube get poked down, but we haven't seen both of them getting poked down on the same targets. We haven't seen them converge their poke a lot, as Fugi is actually losing this on the bottom side right now. Loco Poco pops that ultimate and really wants to just try and get the damage down, but Klugi with that Sundered Sky is kind of difficult to put down. Even anti-healed heals for, what, 900 there on that proc? He's going to manage to walk away, but the fact that your Scion is now winning on the side lane, I think spells big bad for SNA.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking too here. You could try to funnel, you could try to collapse on the Scion. There's no ultimate available, but Loco still does have that flash, and now you're buying so much time. The one saving grace here from the side of SNA, the rest of the members of Summit haven't been able to get set up and start punishing you for looking for this like side lane play, but nevertheless, like overall, Summit's done a fairly good job with this Baron, almost getting a couple kills on the chase there from the initial Dragon take, but you do net that tier 1 and that tier 2 in the mid, while you net that tier 2 in bot side, so big cash injection going inside of Summit, as you can see them setting up towards this top side turret now too.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting the lack of sustain also that Setbacks have managed to put into their comp, and it's still working for them as BR is going to look for an engage, but it's on to Zohair and Arcadius. Maybe not the targets they want. Ryzini, though, is going to split the tanks off from the rest of the team. No one else is there to follow up the engage as Shock Blast comes through, doesn't manage to connect onto Doom. Each one of those could spell doom for Doom, potentially. But yeah, the lack of sustain that we're seeing from Setbacks and the fact that they're managing to get through the poke anyway and managing to win these team fights regardless is a little insane if you think about it.
I think a big factor to it, I was just kind of paying attention to that last skirmish, is that the only real damage that you have is the poke. So there's no real sustained damage. I mean, if you look at the side of Summit, of course, you've got Doom, who's consistently hitting those auto attacks, trading, getting all the damage from all the AoE abilities that he has too. So no matter what, if you're able to dodge those shock blasts, dodge the bouncing bombs in between the 2 to 3 seconds that those CDs are down, you're still hammering. You're still getting as much damage as you can on your side. And I think that's a real difference maker right now. It's just SNA, if those abilities land, there's a lot of damage that follows through, but the time in between is, I think, where Summit's done a really good job of being able to capitalize.
Yeah. We're up about 9,000 gold here for Setbacks, as Arcadius is going to eat a chunk here from Ryzini. Setting up for this Dragon that's in about a minute and a half. Catsox wants to chase down Arcadius, but the Rel fast enough to just get on her horse and get out of here. Setbacks are just going to continue to hold domination of the map. This is a rough spot for SNA to be in. How do you come back here with a poke comp like this?
With a poke comp at this point right now, you just you pretty much just like form up with your formation, group up, look to poke down members that you can. Don't overextend and don't funnel yourself into chokes. As you can see, BR beautiful engage.
Just gets the engage, and there goes YouTube. One poke down, one left to go. SNA now on the retreat. The Talia wall keeping them in that fight for just a little bit longer, but who needs a minion wave? Who needs minions? You have a Scion. They're just going to continue to shove it down to the base of SNA. And life only gets more difficult for the poke comp.
Yeah, it's become so much harder now, doesn't it? I mean, that tier 3 being taken, that inhibitor now following suit. And of course, bot side is not safe either here. BR going in.
Gonna get Arcadius into the team, forced to use that crash down away as Katsos wants to find an engage, but is fairly low. Mega Inferno Bomb already used as Logo Poco tries to walk in front of the team. Doesn't manage to find much else, has to use that flash to get over the wall. That gate only works one way. The members of Setbacks will be forced to walk back towards the Dragon. They'll get themselves to Soul Point, but thanks to some decent play from SNA, they've bought themselves some extra time. It's not Soul, it's not Elder.
That's right. Netting that Dragon previous there really does buy you a lot of this time here. So I think it's a real big decision maker from them. Of course, if they didn't end up taking that Dragon initially, then of course now Summit would have that Soul. So yes, you bought yourself another 5 minutes, but you really got to hand it to Summit for being able to control so much of the map. When they want to fight for something, they're grouping up at the very least as 4. They're pushing in, getting all the deep vision that they possibly can, and BR on this Alistar consistently, time and time again, has been able to find these windows to force these engages and make plays which basically seem like out of nothing, really out of thin air. So BR on this Alistar is something to really watch out for here if you decide of SNA. It's all about getting whatever vision you can. And unfortunately, right now, if you're being pushed off of your own jungle like this...
Oh, YouTube. Oh, YouTube. Oh, YouTube. That looked painful. Doom goes dominating. And I don't know what it's been with this year, or this split of Vanquisher in particular, but the support class has been absolutely bonkers. I think every game that we've seen and every game that we've had on stream here has had a support player just have a 1v9 performance. BR is just finding these engages for the teams, and it's just locking down these important members. He's going to keep Zohair out of the pit for as long as possible, as Sejuani's going to struggle to find her way in, but the rest of the members of Setbacks are just going to look for an engage. Arcadius is forced to crash down out, gets away from those Umbral chains. BR is just continuously walking forward. He's still on that top side. He's still walking down Zohair and Klugi. The rest of the members of SNA, they're trying to get poked down. We see Catsock's already down to under a quarter HP. Ryzini uses that Weaver's Wall. Doesn't get a ton of value out of it, but the Baron stopped for SNA, so again, they've continued to buy themselves more time. They just have to stall until YouTube is back up and they can continue to poke down and deny this Baron.
Yeah, and someone needs to get their resets ASAP here right now. With the conditions that they're sitting on, if they continue to get poked down or they get their backstop, fortunately in this case they don't, they could have been in a bit of trouble there, especially with the member YouTube actually getting back up off the map here. They now, at this point, SNA should be able to start clearing some of these wards. Now, Summit's done a really good job of prepping up, so you won't be able to clear all of them right away on this first rotation. You're going to have to get that reset as SNA, try to get back out on the map and actually prep this up. You can see Arcadius moving towards topside, I think wisely so. There's just no way that you're going to be able to kill Loco at this point right now, so you can't find members on the side lane. When you group up, you're not able to find these fights, able to win these fights. You can't siege. SNA, you need pretty much a miracle at this point.
Yeah, Klugi's already forced to use that World Ender just defensively. Has to get away from that Scion, who at this point in the game is so scary. You can't kill the guy, and eventually he'll kill you. As the Baron's going to be started up by Setbacks, and I don't think SNA has vision. Technology is going to start TPing in now, but the stall is just here. BR has that Unbreakable Will on. Zohair, if you're not getting into the pit, the Baron's already gone. Catsox is going to get that smite down, and now the rest of the members of SNA, are you getting out? Are you fighting? What's the call? As Loco Poco is just continuing to walk forward, taking very little damage. The Unstoppable Onslaught doesn't manage to catch Technology. Nice little bit of movement from the Ziggs there, but who's dealing damage to Loco? Who's hurting this Scion? Because right now, it is absolutely nobody. YouTube throws a combo win, but he's still above half HP. Klugi is now the target. Doom is going to go godlike thanks to that free kill. Arcadius on the run, Zohair as well, and SNA, it looks like this might just be game 1, going over to Setbacks.
Summit 5 members strong here, starting the siege. That first Nexus turret is going to be going down. The second one looks like it's follow suits. The engage in the back line.
That sucks. Yeah, has that Cyclone, gets the 4-man knockup just for some extra style points. Some padding, some KDA around, a double kill over to Ryzini. In game 1 to Summit Esports Phoenix here in the best of 5 in quarterfinals.
So in playoffs, something that I really like to do, we did it quite a bit in the regular season too, Brittany, but I like to really give the MVPs to the individual players in each game here. So for game
Is there
one,
anybody
I've
that we
got
can give it to outside of BR?
no, I think it's BR.
I feel like everybody had great performances there. Ryzini ate a lot of pressure and was good enough on the Talia that the team could not collapse through mid lane. Doom had a great game on that Corkis. We're going to get a replay of what happened in the last fight. And Catsox had great engages. Loco Poco was super tanky, but does this team find the success it does in this game one without the engages from BR?
That much, I don't know. I mean, you look at the team comps as a whole too. I was very curious to see how that early pick Jace was going to end up playing out. I just felt like it leaves you open to so many vulnerable positions, and of course, if you do save it as that flex, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But now you don't have a solo lane with that magic damage. You don't have that control mage consistently outputting, and you just see some sort of chain CC like this where Catsox is able to get into the backline, and the poke comp that you drafted seems okay initially, but if you're taking fights before you get that 2-item spike on that poke comp, that's where things can become really tricky. We saw that first fight for the Grubs. That's where things started to initially go awry, and then it just seemed like after that point, they weren't able to actually get back in action and really start getting set up on their own terms. And you really got to hand it to Blue for game one. Like BR, Doom, like the bot lane absolutely performed. There's no question about it there. A 7-0 scoreline on a Corki is extremely good. You sit at 40k pretty much damage. I mean, you look at 10-0, 52. By no means is that like anything to scoff at, but
how much was that damage actually having impact? How much
exactly.
How much was that Ziggs poke actually mattering in fights, or how much was it just getting damage on Loco Poco in a side lane, or getting damage on Catsox before a fight started? And yeah, getting poke before a fight starts is great, but your team has to be able to take advantage of it. Your poke comp needs to have some way of, okay, we've hit our poke, we've landed our skill shots, they're under half HP, they're under like 3/4 HP. Now we make a play. Now we find some way to fight them. And it just never really happened for Akuma here.
Poke comps are very difficult to play around. There's certain things that you have to follow. Like with an engage style comp or with like easy CC, something to guarantee and follow up with, you have those windows where you can make some mistakes, but as a poke comp, you need to control space extremely well. You need to fight on your item spikes. You cannot allow the enemy to gain control of the river, and you absolutely have to play around your cooldowns. And that requires a lot of communication, and if there's any sort of breakdown in between that, that's where things can become very problematic. And Summit did a really good job of that, whether it's BR finding absolute miracle flanks or engages, or whether they just find the right timers, whether it's Doom on the Corki, Valkyrieing in. I couldn't tell you how many times I saw that, where you just see the Valkyrie into the whole team, absolutely shredding them off of the timer of those basic abilities being down. So to me, like out of the gate, it looked extremely good. Like both teams had their moments, but I don't know, Summit Esports looked really strong here in this game number one. So we'll have to see what ends up happening here for game two. I'm curious, like, are we going to see a side swap? Is that what we're going to see? Is it going to be pretty much the same when it comes down to, like, we're going to keep the same sides? Is it going to be the same blue-red? Like, these are kind of the things that I'm wondering right now, Brittany. And, I mean, it could be anybody's guess. I hope we see something pivoted away from that more of like a poke style comp. Now, of course, it's game one in a best of 5. You have those options. You have the agency to try some things out. It just didn't seem like it worked out that well there from Akuma in game number 1.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see what sort of changes, what sort of adaptations they make coming into game number 2. We're going to hop into short break before we get into that draft. So we'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for game number 2 of the Titan Esports Vanquisher League quarterfinals. It's Summit Esports Phoenix. It's surely not Akuma. And game 1, I don't even know if I have words for it. It was a poke comp versus a comp with engage, and unfortunately, Akuma just couldn't find their spots to take advantage of their poke, and Summit Esports Phoenix certainly did.
Yeah, Summit Esports looked extremely strong in game number 1, and there were some highlights from Akuma for sure, but at the end of the day, a lot of the pace of the game was completely dictated by Summit Esports, and we'll see how well they're able to do that as we move into this game number 2. Now, I guess SNA has swapped from that red going on to this blue side, so that Prow pick is something I'm really paying attention to. Behind the scenes, I was wondering if it's going to be something like that Varus, a bit more of a stock standard pick. Can't really go wrong with it, fits into a lot of those team comps. As we do see some of these first bans coming through, we are going to get the Rumble. Not a real surprise there at all. We saw a lot of Rumble being piloted there by Loco, so game 1 on the Scion, extremely good. Very, very good. Did a really good job of what he needed to do, which is absorb as much poke as possible. So we'll see what type of champion he's going to be playing, what type of style he's going to be trying to do for the team, whether he's a facilitator, whether he's more of that carry himself. He had a really good game, as did most of the members, but the real highlights, of course, were that bot lane and that top lane to some degree as well. So as we move forwards here, we see the rest of these bans following through. We're going to see that Trundle and J4 from the side of SNA while we get that Vi and the Gwen as well.
Yeah, you can see on the bottom of your screen as well, we have those Fearless bands listed out. So we'll keep that updated for the rest of the series. Make sure you all can remember what champions have gone away. And also so we can remember what champions have gone away. Because sometimes it's hard when you get to like game 4 of a Fearless, like, oh god, which champions have actually been taken out? Which champions do we have available? Like Pantheon, who is, for instance, available right now. And that's going to be the SNA first pick. Technically flexible between top lane, jungle, and support. But I think for the most part, we've seen it just be in the jungle.
Yeah, that's also a takeaway there too. So definitely doing their homework. Catsox likes to be able to pilot that champion. Has played that a handful of times at the very least. We are going to see that Xin locked right away there. So looks like Summit definitely has an answer for it. Of course, with both of these early game agency junglers, we'll have to see what mids come through here. And it's going to be really important that you do have strong mids to be able to facilitate these junglers. Having that mid lane to be able to push that wave in, gain control, and then a roam to impact the rest of the map makes it that much easier for something like a Pantheon, for something like a Xin. So we will see the Sivir being picked into the Varus. Sivir traditionally is a really strong pick into that champion. Kind of just keep that Varus at bay. You can push. You also have that spell shield to be able to block that Chains of Corruption, any real poke as well. So we'll see the Sivir coming through, and we'll also see the Aurora from SNA.
Yeah, the Aurora maintains flexibility. We've seen it both in top and in mid lane, so does have that flexibility. And SNA actually were the ones who banned away the Sivir, if I'm remembering right, in game number 1 on that second phase. So potentially not only a good matchup versus the Varus, but also a pick away from something that's comfortable for Doom. As we see the Victor locked in. Victor, I've had my issues with as a champion, especially when you have someone who's so heavily in early game like the Xin Zhao. Victor's not going to be able to do a lot to back him up early on in the game, especially given that most of the time Victor's building that Rod of Ages first item. Your early game tends to be very, very weak.
Yeah, we'll pay very close attention to that mid-jungle duo on both sides, but as you mentioned and as you highlighted, yeah, when it comes down to it, the Victor and that Xin, not exactly the best pairing, so it's going to be really reliant here for Summit to be able to get a really strong top and a really strong support pick. So, of course, with these bans flying through in the second phase, we'll have to see, what does Summit prioritize for that R5? Do you want to blind your support, or do you want to blind your top right now? And it looks like they're happy to just pick up the Thresh. So, very interesting pick. Something that can work out extremely well if you're feeling yourself. BR had a great game number 1, so we'll see how well he's able to pilot the Thresh for game 2. But there's a lot of picks that can end up countering that champion, as we do see the Cho'Gath locked right away.
That is going to be a blind Cho'Gath for Kalugi. I don't hate it, especially if you think that Loco Poco is going to opt for another tank matchup. It does mean that the Aurora is for sure going in the mid lane, and the Pantheon almost assuredly will be in the jungle, as Nautilus is going to be the pick. Thresh has an okay matchup versus Nautilus. This is one that's very skill-based. How good are you at your flay timings, and how well can you keep your AD carry safe? Because there's only so much peel you can do with a Nautilus. He's going to point-click CC on your AD carry, and then you're like, all right, if you survive, you can click the Lantern. If not, I got nothing for you.
Yeah, the Nautilus going into the Thresh there, we'll see who ends up coming out ahead. If the Nautilus hook does land on that Thresh, you are a sitting duck, so pay close attention to that. There's a lot of easy to chain CC as well for the side of SNA, so Thresh could be a sitting duck, but equally so, that also means that your Varus is now quite safe. If you're in proper position with that Thresh, at any point in time, that Lantern can come through, and more than likely is going to keep your carry alive. So with a really strong showing in game number 1, the bot lane for Summit, we'll have to see how well they're able to pilot both of these champions here for game number 2. The Cho'Gath into the Gnar matchup, that to me seems like you're kind of just farming up as much as what you can, so I expect a lot of attention going down towards this bot side here. Kind of something that we saw in the game number 1, and we talked a little bit about it too. I was surprised that both junglers ended up pathing bot side in game 1. Usually with the Ziggs you want to path away. With this game, to me, it makes the most sense. Just hammer bot as much as you can.
Yeah, both sides have engaged supports. Both sides have AD carries that, if they get hit by the CC, they're incredibly vulnerable. Sivir's got her spell shield as a safety tool, but outside of that, if Xin Zhao gets on top of you, if Thresh lands a flay on you, you're burning a flash or you're gonna die. Same with Varus, except you don't even have that spell shield for safety. You just have that excess range with your piercing arrow, with that hail of arrows as well.
Yeah, both team comps to me look pretty well rounded. I mean, I'm not sure if there's one team comp that really has an edge. I will say that SNA scales quite well, but with the Victor being paired in there for Summit too, you have that wave clear, you also have that scaling in that regard. So I think a lot of the agency, of course, we talked about is going to be on the spot lane. Once again, it's going to be on these supports to really showcase who's able to get those advantages, whether you're rotating to impact the rest of the map, or whether you're playing off of your high agency junglers. Because the Pantheon and the Xin, they've been drafted to have an impact early. So by your second rotation, you want to see at least a first blood from somewhere, with one of those junglers impacting it, if not more so. You might even see some early game shenanigans happening here too. You might see some sort of invade off of verse 3 camp, camps. You might even see some sort of invade before level 1 even really starts. So we'll pay close attention here, but it really is the highlight. You want to pay attention to the junglers and to the bot lanes for both of these teams.
Yeah, I do think we'll be seeing level 1 shenanigans. There's not only the Nautilus, but also Thresh, 2 champions who can thrive at level 1. If a hook lands, it's a summoner burn or it's a kill. I want to see some level 1 action. I want to see both these teams 5v5 on those bottom lane 3 brushes and just saying, hey, somebody's going to win the game here, and we're hoping it's us. Coin flip that game. Play that role.
Dude, this to me pretty much showcases what this meta has been all about, especially after MSI. It's all about a really strong bot lane, one that you're able to get that advantage, you're able to get that push, and then from there you can start to swing and impact the rest of the map. Whether you're contesting for the first set of grubs, you swing your bot lane to top, and then you swing your bot lane from top down to bot to play for the second dragon. You have those options here, so SNA and Summit definitely doing their homework in that regards. We'll just have to see who's able to execute better.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of execution, and Game 2 is an important game. If Summit Esports Phoenix can grab this game, they set themselves to match point, and they're feeling very good about the spot they're in. And SNA, Akuma really needs to stop the momentum here and start swinging the series back in their favor. This is a momentum killer game for them. And SepX could set themselves a match point, so an important game for them as well. As we're here on the Rift, no level 1 shenanigans for Summit Esports Phoenix, but Akuma walking forward with Arcadius. I think this is just going to be some wards. I'm so disappointed. How do we not have 2 hook champions running at each other face to face here at level 1? Come on.
You almost just want to see the flash from Nautilus coming through. You almost just want to see it. Excuse me. But you will get that 1 deep ward. It's going to be a little early, but more than likely you're going to be able to spot where Catsox is starting. You should know that this Zen is going to be pathing towards bot anyways. Now we do see Zohair hovering in the spot side. The opportunity for him to path towards top is there, but more than likely if he is starting bot, you're going to see him move into that bot side jungle almost right away, start contesting, and really see who can gain control of that. Splitting the map down bot is extremely beneficial for both of these teams, and right now Zohair is in a position to be able to do that. Halo Blades, that's a fantastic hover there too. Get the boss special, you gotta like that.
Yeah, I do like Halo Blades on Cho'Gath. That's a little bit more dangerous into this range matchup, but in all honesty, what else are you going to take? Are you going to take Comet? Are you going to take Unsealed Spellbook? Like, you make your laning phase just that little bit stronger, and you keep Loco Poco on his toes. If a knockup lands when you're level 2 and you have that Halo Blades with your Vorpal Spikes active, you can get a ton of damage down.
Yeah, 1 knockup lands. It's really all it takes. Improper spacing from Loco. Yeah, 3 auto attacks come through so fast. There you can already start to see it. The first rupture does connect, and early on it's going to be quite difficult for this Gnar. You want to get those tier 2s as fast as you can so you can avoid a lot of those ruptures. We do see the level 2. Oh, I've seen those hit.
Doesn't manage to land the hook onto VR, but yeah, that Lollipop can make it hit. VR does have the flay, so they'll get a little damage back onto Arcadius. They'll land the level 2, but not in time to get the hook onto that Nautilus. And I think we've got a lot of expectations for BR from this game after game number 1. Alistar had a couple of great engages on it and arguably was MVP of that game number 1. Thresh is a different beast of a champion. It's a lot more difficult to have that much impact, and it's a lot easier to look very useless. I would know. I play Thresh. I'm good at making him look useless. But for VR here, this game is going to be very important for your confidence as well. If you have a good Thresh game, you are feeling yourself. You are feeling great as Luigi's going to get that knockup and that trade onto Loco. Yeah, this is the Cho'Gath damage we were talking about. Loco will get a trade back, but Cho'Gath has that passive sustain, so it's really hard to actually knock him out of the lane fully and take him entirely out.
Yeah, you time those ruptures with last hits from Loco on this Gnar, and it becomes very difficult to dodge. You almost have to burn your jump just to get away from those, and if one does connect at this point, you're definitely in lethal range, and that sustain from the Cho'Gath, you can already see it's coming through.
Healing!
Dividends, and your level
the healing and the
4s.
mana sustain. He just can't get knocked out of lane. This guy's crazy.
Yeah, it's so hard. Early on as Gnar with that range into the melee matchup, you will have that push, but in a position like this, level 4 Cho'Gath, basically full HP, you just hit level 4 as a Gnar, you're about a third, maybe half I should say. It becomes very difficult, especially now because you have to worry about this push back. This isn't even the biggest problem. Of course, you can get Dove here. You can see Zohair moving up here. The option is there to set this up.
He might be a little late. He's going to have to go for it pretty much
Beautiful.
immediately. The knockup's going to miss. The Comet Spear Empowered will take a chunk out of Loco Poco, but does have to lose that flash at the end of the day. So they get something out of it, but it is going to mean that Catstocks will take advantage and start moving into these bottom side games.
Yeah, you're going to see that flash for flash being burned there. Zohair with the right idea looking for it, but more importantly, Loco did such a good job of buffering that stun with his jump, preventing that chain CC from following through, and had that rupture of hit, almost certainly spells death, and at that point, you'd have to then back, spend whatever gold you had, and then get this wave pushed out in a bad state. So you can see now he's just trying to push and jockey for as much pressure as he can. BR looking
Oh, Lancer and Flash and BR wants to find the engage onto Technology, but now suddenly Doom is the one in trouble. You don't have Lancer, you don't have Hook, you don't have Flay. You can't build your AD carry. Doom is under quarter HP. BR is going to lay the Hook onto Arcades, but how much damage follow-up do you really have? Piercing Arrow is going to come through, but it's just going to go wide, and what looks like confidence play from Setbacks turns into disaster in the bottom side.
Yeah, Catstocks is able to take that one Raptor camp earlier on as well, denying that second Raptor camp's actually going to get you ahead that much more. You can see Zohair fishing around that bot side, just looking for any potential gank, but a little bit of an overextension there from BR, flashing with that Lantern, trying to force a fight, and honestly, just the amount of damage that Arcadius has alone on that Nautilus at this point in the game is absurd. So that trade coming through, fortunately for the side of Summit, you do keep your sums on Doom, but you're not in a very good position right now at this point. So we'll have to see exactly how they handle this. Do have the option to get the reset in here, maybe get this bot wave pushed and then contest for the next dragon, but SNA definitely ahead in tempo here right now. You can see Arcadius, he's moving back out onto the map, heading towards his mid lane. Could look for some sort of gank here on Rise on this Victor, and we've been talking all about these side lanes. There's been a lot of impact, but mid Brady hasn't really been too exciting at this point right now. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that lack of excitement is a big advantage for somebody Esports Phoenix, though. Because, yeah, Aurora scales pretty well, but you're not matching the scaling of a Victor, especially when you can go for this greedier Rod of Ages build where you're just playing entirely for the late game. And especially with First Strike, you're able to farm up a little bit of extra money alongside that, get to those item spikes that little bit faster, get those levels just a bit faster, as Catstocks is going to get engaged on the Dragon here. It's down to 1,600. Hook will miss from BR, but with no spite in the area, this Dragon should just go down. Catstocks will pick it up. Between worlds used from YouTube, Catstocks forced to use that Crescent Guard, but now Ryzini, the one in trouble, is getting engaged by Arcadius and Zohair. Ryzini has to be on the run. A nice hook lance from BR. In the meantime, topside, Kluge found first blood. We're going to have to get a replay of that, but Zohair with the Comet Spear will knock down Ryzini.
Yeah, topside, we didn't get a chance to see. Hopefully we do get that replay. My best guess, Rupture Land, auto, alt.
Yeah, I think we know what it looks like, but it's a matter of how we got there.
That's right. And with that kill, too, also happening in that bot side, Summit is going to net the Dragon, but 2 kills in the process doesn't feel exactly that great, especially Zohair netting that up, as now we do get this replay. We'll pay very close attention to this top side. That wave state for Loco is in a troublesome spot. The Rupture does not connect. It's actually just an all-in.
Wait, just silence it to eat? Oh my god. How did he do that much damage? He only has health. He hasn't built AP. He's only got health. What the heck?
Okay.
Wait, is Cho'Gath more broken than I thought he already was? Is this champion just good?
That's kind of crazy. I mean, Loco had to burn his flash from that initial dive in that top side, so Kluge just finding the window and knows the limits of that champion so well. The fact that you get the kill off that after missing the Rupture is honestly absurd to me.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. The base damage on that ultimate, I know, is high. I think it's like 300 and something this early on into the game. I'd have to look at the exact numbers. He's got Axiom Arcanist as well for that 45 extra damage. Probably made the difference in that particular scuffle there. But yeah, Cho'Gath does damage. We're seeing Loco Poco with a couple of longswords in inventory. He's hoping to trade back as... Caught window shopping. Chungus has the damage on those Void Spikes, has the knock-up as well. He's walking forward menacingly. Run, Loco Poco, run! He's got the movement speed from the W passive. Will manage to walk away, but has to lose the flash again. This poor baby Gnar.
You need to get those tier 2s as fast as possible on this Gnar, and if you don't get the wave crashed early on, like level 1 to 3, if you don't control the pace of the lane, it feels like it's so doomed for you for the rest of it here. And you're trying to get your reset in as Loco Poco on this Gnar, but with Arcadius around, Kluge just needs to stop the back. Fortunately, Loco does not get bluffed there by any means. He's still going to burn that TP. He's going to be safe now from this dive, and SNA is going to be able to net
Well,
up themselves. So Grubs, the process.
we
Wait, is
say
he?
safe, but here comes
Uh-oh.
the Grand Starfall. They want to burn everything on the poor little Nar.
Uh-oh.
YouTube not even necessary. And that's one of the very feels bad man moments in top lane. You take a bad trade, it's fine, you burn your TP, you get back, and then suddenly the whole Avengers have come down to smite you out of existence.
For a second, I thought he was safe. I guess he wasn't. he's he's just gonna die, and he died very quickly there. The response coming through from Zohair, that ultimate with the Pantheon, just the gap close there. You really want to make those globals count. The first one's very important, and most certainly it does in that instance. Now with 2 deaths on the side of Gnar, you can already see that XP advantage starting to accrue from Klugi. This Cho'Gath is going to become very strong. The Heartsteel's just been completed too.
Yeah, once those Heartsteel gonks start coming through, life is only going to get more difficult. We do see that Doom has opted for on-hit build here, as opposed to the poke from Varus, which I think probably the right call, even just coming into this game. You have to deal with a Nautilus and an Alistar, as YouTube may be in trouble here. We are looking on the wings, but not opting for an engage. I do think that the on-hit from the Varus is correct here. It's just going to be a lot more difficult to pilot, because you have to manage getting away from a Cho'Gath and a Nautilus, which already, as we saw here in the top lane, it's so difficult.
This is almost like security cam footage here, as we get, which is just great here. And unfortunately, yeah, the TP comes through, but 4 members around, just you pretty much know at that point you're kind of doomed. And Loco Poco, he's doing the best that he can, but Klugi's doing that much better.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't bully him! Don't bully him like this. He doesn't even have the ulti. Loco Poco gets the hop away, has that hyper movement speed, so will manage to escape. But God, I think Cho'Gath might be kind of good if he gets a lead.
I was wondering how the Gnar would work out. I didn't want to say too much, because I know initially if you get that advantage early on, you're probably going to be okay, but with the way he stayed at level 4, the way that it was, you could just see how quickly things started to snowball. And not even just that, Akuma spent a lot of resources in this top side too, something that I think both you and I did not anticipate. We really thought it was going to be all about this bot lane here. It was all about Arcadius and Technology being able to get as much of an advantage in this wave by pushing it, rotating, and then contesting these dragons. But when you index that hard into the top and you get your top laner that far ahead, it opens up a lot of windows here too. And of course now it really is all about this next dragon.
Yeah, normally this is something you would see with like a Bruiser top lane, like a Jace, as we saw in the last game. You want to put a lot of resources towards it. An Aatrox, even a Pantheon. You play towards that top side. You make your fighter stronger, but normally in the tank versus Gnar matchup, you're like, all right, you're a tank. You're just going to survive. Whatever. You can chill out in top lane. We'll play the rest of the map. But Akuma, like you said, have indexed a lot of resources into this top lane matchup. And then now it feels like, as much as I like the fact that Klugi is going to be ahead of the curve on this Cho'Gath and is going to be very difficult to put down, it feels like you put yourself in a spot where it's Klugi against the world, because he has a lot of your gold, and you've kind of left Technology and even YouTube to a certain extent out to dry and just sort of out to handle it for themselves. Granted, Catsox has not managed to find something on them yet and has been very quiet for a majority of this early game, which is not something we want to see on the Xin Zhao, but Xin Zhao will still have a lot of efficacy as we get to this mid-game stage once that first and second item start to get completed. So Catsox has to start coming alive here as, oh no, Loco doesn't have the flash yet, is silenced, has it now, maybe needs to use it to escape, sidesteps the knock-up. We'll now manage to kite out a little bit of that Klugi damage. So we'll manage to walk away, but I want to see Catsox getting more active, and I want to see SNA get some money on someone who is not Klugi.
Klugi's flash is just about up here. Catsox will be spotted on that ward, and that was a good highlight there too from our observers. That 1k gold lead is entirely on Klugi here right now, so you mentioning that it's all pretty much about Klugi versus the world, that's 100% true. And Loco, if you're able to stem the bleeding here, and you're able to just clear these waves, you can prevent a lot of Akuma's lead here from actually being generated. So if you can keep Klugi in the side lane, even though yes, it sucks for you, it's beneficial for the rest of the team here. So Summit still looking for their first kill in this time. it becomes very difficult for them to contest any real objective without them getting really, at the very least, 2 items. You can now see the blades being completed for Doom. That's going to be a nice bit of a power spike, but you really do need these 2 items here on all these carries, of course, especially with that Rod of Ages being completed for Victor. It's going to take a lot of time here, and Tenno being left alone here to take at least 1 plate, it feels that much better for Akuma now. You see a bit of a CS lead being accrued in really just the jungle. That's the only spot at this point right now. So we do see the ult.
Gage on the bottom side. Crescent Guard is used by Catsox, but they just have more members around him. Catsox unfortunately going down to Loco Poco. Might be next, might want to get into that Mega, but just doesn't have the health for to get there. A double kill to Tenology, and Akuma scream into the lead.
Yeah, Klugi's doing a really good job of preventing any real counter push from coming through, as he actually...
Wait,
there's a world where... He's a scary Cho'Gath here, so we do get this replay now, and this is great to be able to highlight. This play almost comes out of nowhere. You can see a few members in the spot side, but now all of a sudden 4 members show up here. The chain CC comes through from Catsox. You can burn that ultimate on the Xin, but if everybody's in melee range, you're already dead. And look at how quickly Loco just absolutely evaporates under this turret too. And that's 2.5, 3 plates at that point for Sivir, let alone 2 kills in the process there. So things go from bad to worse.
Are gonna spot each other. Arcadius doesn't have the death charge here, so Catsox will be able to take that lantern and get the heck out of dodge. TP's being burned from the members on the bottom side, Loco and YouTube, but YouTube's on the wrong side of the fight. Has that between worlds. Arcadius gets 1 shot, but YouTube is doing so much damage, it's just not enough to finish enemy off. Klugi will finally finish 1, and it's gonna continue to walk forward. This Cho'Gath is a monster. Double kill over to Zohair. Loco Poco on the run. Ryzini on the run as well. It looked so good at the start for SefX, but SNA swing the wallet into their face.
Yeah, an 8-1 scoreline, basically 4K ahead at this point, as we do get another replay. It just seems like replays after replays here. This initial fight, the force being put onto Catsox forces us in to back away. We'll pay close attention to Klugi here as that knockup does land, the first one here. At this point right now, I wondered if Arcadius was in trouble, but when the hook misses, it buys a lot of time. The rest of the members can group up. That's a beautiful TP from YouTube as well to chain CC with the rest of that knockup there coming through from Cho'Gath. The feast connects, and then the rest of the members, it's just get out of dodge as fast as you possibly can. And the wallet difference is really starting to make a difference here. YouTube doing such a good job here on the side as well. Just spacing and just staying just far enough away where you force the enemy team to try to fight you, but you know that they can't. And when you find those windows like that, you basically balloon your goldie. Wow, dude, so close to actually going down there.
Yeah. That TP from YouTube was, I think, pretty much on a knife's edge. It, like, as much as YouTube played that really well and made that play work, there's a universe out there that is not very far from this one where we are saying, wow, YouTube, that TP sucked, but he managed to play it out expertly. He got into the invisibility immediately, popped the ultimate down, got his burst combo down, and even if YouTube dies there, as long as 2 or 3 members from SefX are going down as well, that's a successful play for the Aurora.
Yeah, as soon as that TP comes through, you get your damage out, all of that upfront burst. As long as you know that that connects on multiple members, in that case 4, you've pretty much known that you've won the fight there. And if you're winning that fight, you're also now going to win the fight in the spot side. You can see the members of both teams jockeying for pressure around this mid lane, but of course with that Rift Herald, it's going to be so much more for SNA. Of course, now they can move into the spot side here, get vision control. They're doing a really good job here of continuing to just force the enemy team away, choking them out. And Summit, I think this is the only real play. You can only try to cross map. Maybe you can get some deep vision in the process, but you can't find a kill on Cho'Gath, so there's so little to take from them.
I think they have to try and make the play on the Cho'Gath. You have the Varus with the Blade of the Rune King. He's going to be able to do some damage, but not if he's dead, as Arcadius lands the hook. Between Worlds from YouTube is just going to delete him off the map. And with that kill, with the turret, Akuma are going to turn to the Dragon. And after game number 1, I think both you and I had some concerns about how Akuma were going to be able to survive in this series. But after game number 2, my concerns are assuaged. I am good. This is going to be a great series.
Yeah, now I'm a little bit worried for Summit. I mean, when you see Akuma draft a more conventional, more stock standard style of comp, or when you get that high agency jungler, you're able to impact the rest of the map. You have that consistent damage from your AD carry. Seems like things really click really fast here, as we do once again get another replay here. We'll focus really heavily on Nautilus. So Arcadius has done such a good job in this game. It was all about BR in game 1, but game number 2, it's all about this Nautilus. It really is night and day here for them. once again, it's all about controlling the vision and
Wow.
the mid wave around around these neutral objectives. And when hooks like that land, it makes things so much easier. Of course, now you also get the tier 1, you also get the dragon off that, and this game is snowballing so quickly for the side of Akuma.
Yeah, I'm gonna harken your mind back just around a half an hour ago. I was saying the supports in Vanquisher have been so incredibly good this split. As Arcadius wants to look for a play, is going to force the flash out of Ryzini. Again, making plays across the map. The supports this split in Vanquisher have been so incredibly good. It has always been a game where we've watched and we've just said, wow, this support ran this game. This was just a matter of how well did X player do, X player being the support for whichever team is winning.
Oh, the hook lands too.
Arcadius is going to find Ryzine. He doesn't have the depth charge, but shouldn't even need to use it. Will finally pop it. He'll get a knockup on a VR, but YouTube has the damage to finish that one off. Hook misses onto YouTube thanks to that massive movement speed, and surely not Akuma. Surely not feeling bad after the loss in game number 1. That's for sure.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, the first play from Arcadius, you burn the flash, you trade it. That's always worth anytime you get the flash out of a carry. You can see Catsox moving in the wing here, but I think
they want
Kluge's
Kluge.
fine.
I don't know if he is. I think
Just
he
kidding.
takes a little bit too much damage here. Yeah, Catsox with that Sundered Sky, that extra bit of damage from the crit, and the Hyper Procs doing that % health damage will finally knock down this monstrous Cho'Gath and give that shutdown gold over to the Zin.
Oh, okay. I was wrong, and that's not necessarily a bad thing at all. Summit, bit of a fighting angle here at the very least. You're going to get one bounty from the kill, of course, and then you're going to get the second bounty from that turret. So puts you in a half-decent spot. You've closed that gold lead a little bit. It's about 4K still, so there's a lot of hill to climb. You really got to continue to work at this, and really the agency is going to be on Akuma, and you really like to see something like this. 20 minutes, 20 and a half at this point right now. You're already starting up. This Adicon pretty much guarantees to secure this with the resources being spent in that bot side and continuously.
That great toggle.
What. That's right, yeah.
That great vision toggle from our observers. You can tell that some of these sports just don't have the information on the map necessary to come and contest this. It's down to 5K. Summit is going to sniff it out now, but it's already down to 3K. Catsox, can you get in here and make a steal happen? Already down to 2K. He's got a chance, but now he's in the pit alone. Has to survive for long enough. The spike comes through, but it's 30 HP, and Zohair's going to be able to knock it in. So Catsox is going to knock everyone back out with that Crescent Guard, but cannot manage to survive. Technology now on a killing spree with that on the hunt pop for the team. They want to hunt down kills. They want to look for more blood. BR is going to lay the hook onto YouTube, but it's not going to be a target they can kill. BR now potentially the target as Locopoco is going to get knocked out by that depth charge. Doom looking for poke back. Kluge down pretty low, but there's the burst from YouTube. Goodbye, Locopoco. And SNA get the Otacon, get a couple kills, and get themselves out.
I was wondering if Catsox is going to be able to secure that, and it came down to 30 HP, maybe less than. And at the end of the day, SNA, just off a decisive call, is going to be able to net that up here as we do see this next replay coming through. We'll pay very close attention to the HP of this Adicon. If you're able to gain access to the river, like what Catsox and Rise are able to do here, then of course it really does become that flip. And when you have the Cho'Gath Feast, things become a little bit easier. But look at the HP, it's 30 on the dot. And now the fight breaks out at this point. Kluge just needs to zone 3 members off from that tri-bush. It is so difficult. You just can't retake anything. And all these members continue just to slow chase. YouTube fishing for that damage a little bit, getting the slow. And these hooks are landing from BR, but they're just not making that difference at this point right now. You can see if this hook lands that death sentence, almost certainly spells doom there for YouTube. But the absolute damage coming through from that Aurora just blows the Gnar up in the process. And maybe there's a way, maybe, that Summit can get back into this, but in a straight up 5v5, it seems like that just is not the answer for them right now.
Yeah, we saw the Lantern on top of Catsox at that part of the fight, but he got silenced. I'm trying to... I don't think this is an interaction I've ever even thought about, despite how many games I've had on Thresh. Can you click Lantern while you're silenced? I always assumed you could.
Nope.
You can't? Nope. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, yeah, then... Yeah, nothing Catsox could do there. That's just unfortunate.
Super sad. Yeah, you either place the ward or you get silenced. It's like you're not taking the lantern no matter what you do. So yeah, I mean honestly, Akuma's just absolutely running circles right now around Summit. All these neutrals going down, and wisely so Summit, they know they need to try to do some sort of cross map, but there's just nothing for them to really get. They're going to be able to push in this topside wave. That's nice. No deep vision being established in top though, so they're just going to get choked out here. They might even get engaged on.
Yeah, Zohair has that Grand Starfall. Arcadius has the depth charge as well, and I think somebody here is getting engaged on. It's just a matter of is it Rising or is it Cat Sox, and it looks like Cat Sox is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Zohair wants to chase down Ryzini, but the Victor has that extra bit of movement speed, has the slows, will be able to lock that one away, and eventually Cat Sox will fall. He's going to look to trade on the technology here, but a nice spell shield away from the knockup makes it a little bit closer, but now Ryzini will eventually get caught up to a nice flank angle from YouTube. Now on a killing spree. And this game, Turk, it feels like a punch in the face to Summit Esports, coming after game one where they won in such dominating fashion. Suddenly in game two, you're on the other side of that. Life gets a little bit more difficult as VR lands a hook, and Kluge is just going to get deleted. Tanky in health, but not tanky in much else, as another, not shutdown, but some objective bounty will be picked up. And Summit maintaining good morale at the very least. They're finding their spots, they're looking for angles, they're making something happen.
That's right. You need to find something at this point right now. And you're going to get a kill and you're going to get a mid-tier one off of it. You're more than happy to pick that up. Of course, the onus is always on Akuma to continue to just push the envelope here. Keep momentum going here. As we do flip into this next replay, this is where Cat Sox, just the damage, the 1v1, he actually almost beats Tenno, but of course Rise is going to be picked up on the top side there too, and there really just isn't that much that you're able to do. Now, the one good news with this TP, while you think in the Cho'Gath you might be tanky, you just aren't tanky enough. The chains you see from the Death Sentence into the Varus ult, it's more than enough. You're going to pick up that tier 1 in mid in the process, and now Akuma, it's all about, once again, just getting back to the basics. Pushing your waves, getting control of the jungle, finding picks when you have the opportunity. And Zohair, cheeky little take, gonna be able to net that red up for him and the rest of his team. And slowly but surely, it really is just all about pushing the waves, choking the enemy team out of the vision, forcing them to face check, and before you know it, pretty much spells doom for them. At this point, nobody can face check really. If you get hit by a hook, you're pretty much dead.
Yeah, from either side, a hook can be deadly as Doom. Now with that second item, he's really going to start to shred through those heavier health bars of Zohair and Kluge, and even to a lesser extent, Arcadius. And despite the gold lead, despite objective bounties being available, despite what feels like a dominating map presence from surely not Akuma, it doesn't feel like Summit Esports is entirely out of the game. It feels like they're still hunting for opportunities. They're still looking for angles back into the game. It doesn't feel like they've rolled over and died, which is a great way to play your game.
Yeah, you can see Akuma right now, as they do get that reset in, the Baron, they're just really trying to find some sort of a pick in the process. Having that pink down in the pit allows them to kind of play a bit more loose. They have the opportunity to push in that mid wave and then start setting up for that objective, maybe hoping that somebody face checks, but of course that's not the real objective. The next one is going to be in 2 minutes for this dragon. That's a soul. If Akuma nets that up in a 5v5 scenario, they almost certainly guarantee victory. So you can see them right now continuing just to pressure the enemy team off of this top side. Don't be surprised at all to see them pivot immediately down towards this dragon right around the minute timer. But right now, again, Brady, it really is just about this mid-wave push. This is what the Sivir does so well into the Varus. In the early stages, you have some sort of wave clear, right? You have the Boomerang, you have your Q. You have those options to push the Varus in, but at this point right now, when you're sitting on 3 items, there's nothing that Doom can do. Consistently, you're just going to lose this mid-priority. The waves just fall so fast, and when that happens at this stage of the game, it allows these objectives to become the main priority that much quicker.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how can they find these angles back? What can they actually do with this dragon coming up in just about a minute? And life is difficult here for the members of Summit Esports. And again, coming off the high of that game one where you win in such dominating fashion, it feels so good to just be brought back down to earth in a game like this. It's a matter of how you come back from it, how you mentally keep yourself in this game.
You have 2 options right now if you're Summit. Either you can try to contest on that dragon. Pretty slim chances. Oh, just kidding.
Cat Sox has that Crescent Guard and the Lantern. Not silenced this time, so able to take it and get out. But I think the loss of that jungler's health bar and the jungler's ultimate might mean Kuma's going to look for a turn somewhere. But I think they're just trying to bait out more kills, more summoner spells, more anything.
As they do start out this Baron, should have been on vision there, even with the sweeper coming through, as far as I know. So Summit should have a good idea that this is being started. You can see BR popping that sweeper, wisely so, moving in, just getting a ward on this pit. This is a bit of a window here for Summit. They do have the option of getting here.
They're going to look to try and get in, but with the Cho'Gath in the area, you just can't make that smite fight happen. And now Catsox is in trouble with no ulti on that Xin Zhao. He's going to be targeted down. Will manage to survive for now. Klugi flashes forward, but it's shut down over to Ryzini in the backline with that shattered arm guard. Finds one kill. Klugi goes down. Summit Esports, yeah, you lost the Baron, but you're winning the fight afterwards, and they'll be able to deny Soul off of it.
Yeah, that's the most important thing right there. I'm so surprised that Akuma ended up sticking with that Baron. It makes sense initially. Catsox ended up having the HP that he did, had to burn the Crescent Guard. He can't get there, but look at this HP of the Baron. As that's secured, you're also getting shredded right now. All of your MR, all of the armor that Baron's applying right now is just pretty much gone. And we'll pay so close attention to this fight because it goes from bad to worse so quickly here. You see Catsox going to be going down what you think is...
Eyes on Ryzini.
That's right. Pay attention to this Victor in the backline here, especially with that Zanya. So you get rooted, but it doesn't matter. The damage comes through and it chunks the rest of the members. You can see the Cho'Gath in the side getting absolutely shredded there too. And before you know it, what looks like such a good sequence, such a good play for you and your team becomes pretty much wishy-washy. And if you're able to keep 2 members alive, you consider that a pretty good sequence. But of course, even after all that happens, you don't get your soul. That's okay, but of course now you still do have a bit of that Baron power play. So you can see that bot wave being pushed in right now. The rest of the members of Akuma, even after a bit of that falter, are still 4K ahead. Now mind you, that's 30 minutes in the game, so it doesn't matter nearly as much now. But with this Baron, you can most certainly start netting some tier 2s, potentially tier 3s and inhibitors.
Yeah, we haven't had the chance to talk about the mid laners that much in this game. As speaking of mid laners, YouTube wants to find the burst onto Locopoco. The Sterak's shield keeping the Gnar safe for now, but life gets difficult. Summit now looking to try and turn around a play on this top side. Doom in trouble. Zohair on that backline, and so is Arcadius. Catsox goes down, and there goes Doom. YouTube on the rotate. BER falls as well, and it looked like they were flying so high, only to be taken down low. Locopoco TP's in, but it's just to watch the team die. Couple of Baron buffs still alive means the wave push is still good for Akuma.
It looked like someone had a potential pick there, but without Ryzini there, the Victor, that's the majority of your damage at this stage of the game. You just don't have enough to be able to get that member down, and if you can't kill that member initially with that upfront burst, you're not going to be able to kill him in the next 5 to 10 seconds there. So Akuma, fortunately for them, that gold lead paying off dividends here, as you can see YouTube now moving, being able to get this bot wave pushed in, this tier 2 almost certainly following.
Yeah, it looked so good for Summit for just a bit there. They deny a lot of Baron buffs. They deny the soul. They look to potentially get a pick, but then you saw Doom just left on his lonesome. And again, like you said, fighting without Ryzini, fighting without your Victor. He's the strong point of this comp right now. You look at the score, you say 2-3-2 Victor. How strong can he really be? I mean, we saw in that Baron team fight how much damage this Victor can really do, but I was also with the shredded health bars or the shredded resistances that Baron buff comes with, as we get a replay of what exactly happened to Doom and to Catsox in that fight.
Yeah, this is a really good highlight too. That slow-mo really shows. Look at Doom at this point right now. You're getting chain CC, you get knocked up from the Rupture, you get knocked up from the Nautilus Assault, you get chain CC'd by the hook, and even though you have a potential pick on Klugi, your AD carry just isn't able to output any damage. I don't even think Doom got 1 auto in on that. If he did, it wasn't more than 3, so it's very difficult to be able to pilot this Varus and actually get away with it, because obviously if you're that immobile, you have that Thresh, you have that Lantern, but it doesn't seem to make that much of a difference if you don't have that front line to be able to soak a lot of that CC and kind of prevent the rest of the team from being able to get on top of you. And Akuma, if they're able to find those angles, which they've consistently been able to do, then it makes things so much easier for them. And of course now, this really is the most interesting point in the game. At this point, everything that's happened is pretty much scrapped, because in the next 2 minutes you have both the Dragon and you have both the Baron up. I think this is the best play that Akuma could do here. You can see them controlling and pressuring this bot side quadrant here, just forcing and zoning off the rest of the team here. And really all that they're trying to do is just control this and prep up for this Dragon. Initially, I think they recognize it. Their mistake was playing for that Baron. Even though they do have the damage for it, it still leaves you open. There's still a chance where you can lose. But if you play for this Dragon, it's that much easier of an objective secure. A Dragon Soul, especially a Mountain, looks extremely good for your team comp when you want a 5v5 as well. Yeah,
Mountain Soul on this Cho'Gath turns him from almost kind of squishy in the face of Doom when the Varus starts getting these autos off to practically unkillable with that extra shield, with the extra resistances. it just becomes so much more difficult for Sebex to actually make a play as YouTube gets a little burst onto Cat Socks. When it becomes Lightning, spell shielded off by Technology, so no potential re-engage there for Summit Esports. And Summit Esports have to make a call here. You can try and contest the Dragon, but like you said, it's a lot more difficult of a contest. There's not that shred, there's not that extra damage that's coming through as Hades is going to eat the hook, but a nice buffer, and suddenly BR is the one in trouble. He's going to get flash engaged on Zohair, now on a rampage, and now YouTube into the backline between worlds, and there go the health bars of Summit Esports. Who needs a Dragon Soul? Who needs a Baron when you've got YouTube on your side? Kluge gets a double kill for his troubles, a clean ace, and Akuma will end game 2.
It seemed inevitable. Now, mind you, it took some time, but they're going to be able to net both of these Nexus turrets and the Nexus following suit from, as you said, a clean 5-0 ace. And you really got to hand it to Tenno. When you do see that replay, you'll pay very close attention to that spell shield. And that really was the make or break there. That flash play coming in from BR looked so promising. But that spell shield was instantaneous, allowed Tenno to be able to back away, gain that space, and then re-engage with the rest of the team. And also, too, you really got to highlight it that Nautilus ended up actually buffering that Thresh hook initially, too, but just by throwing his hook into that wall, so he's able to gain some space away from the rest of the team. So Akuma did such a good job in that last team fight. Even though they were ahead, mechanically it showcased exactly how they got to the position that they were in to begin with. So this is really important here. We'll pay very close attention to this. Initially, the first hook, beautiful there coming in. You buffer and use space. Now watch Tenno here too. You're going to see the flash play coming in from BR. And as soon as this happens, look at that spell shield there. Spell shield and the flash. Loco has no option. The Mega Gnar is now going to run out. He gets his ult, but it's just on one member. And now look at Doom. And it's so unfortunate, right? At this point right now, Arcades is in the back line. Kluge just burns his flash and the silence. Hits that ultimate. And you know you're just done and dusted. Ryzini is there trying to do damage, but you know it's over already. And that really is off the back of Tenno. Like, kudos to him. That's a beautiful team fight by him. And I mean, you got to hand it to really Akuma because game 1 seemed quite abysmal. It seemed maybe there were some ways to get back into it, but game 2, it hand over fist, like it's all them.
We had questions about Akuma's draft in game 1, and I think we talked about it between the breaks as well. Just a matter of like, was that comp really what Akuma were looking for? Can you play that poke comp into the easier engage that we saw from Summit Esports? And now that we've seen Akuma draft something that is a little bit more standard, you have that mage in the mid lane, the scaling AD carry, the engaged jungler, the tank top laner. It's all good from Akuma. We know now that they can play the standard drafts. Now the question is, coming into game 3, are we going to see standard or are we going to see a little kooky? Are they going to cook or are they just going to do some like microwave fast food meal? It's not good. It's not like creative. It's not gonna like break barriers, but it's good for. It's not good for you, but it's good enough for you that you'll eat it and you'll be happy.
Yeah, well, really is the question. Are you going to cook or are you going to burn at this fight right now? So we shall see. For game number 3, I wouldn't be surprised to see a side swap once again. Seems like Red at this point right now with that 100% win rate has been making a bit of that difference. So, I mean, Akuma looking as strong as what they do for this game number 2. I'm excited to see how they adapt for game number 3. Now, Brady, I'll ask you because I think this one's up in the air. Who would be your MVP for game number 2? There's some good answers.
I know Kluge had a lot of the early just domination on that Halo Blades Cho'Gath, but I think I might actually give it to Zohair. I think the Pantheon was really the initiator of a lot of the cross-map plays and the side lane dives that we saw that ended up bringing so much success for Akuma in that game number 2. The fact that the Pantheon had that global and was making good use of it. I don't think we saw a bad Pantheon ult for the entirety of that game. And in games in general, you'll have a bad ulti or two. You'll have a bad ability thrown and you'll just be like, oh, well, walk it off. It's fine. Zohair just didn't have that. He just played a damn good Pantheon through the entire game. And that's great to see. I'd give it to him.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Honestly, I think Zohair is very much acceptable. I was going to probably give it to Arcadius. I think that was a great bounce back. I mean, from game 1, you just saw, for lack of a better word, almost just outclassed at some point, right? We see the Rel being picked. You see the Rel being picked in the Alistar. I was making a bit of the argument where it really is about the semantics. Whoever engages first in the lane phase usually loses, but there's just no real window from game 1 at all with that Rel pick. But on Nautilus for game number 2, night and day, making so much happen. Hooks consistently landing, making all the plays, and honestly, Doom could not pilot his champion in the slightest, whether he's getting hit by ruptures, which is huge, but more importantly, the hooks, the ultimates from the Nautilus, and you really could give it to anybody. You can go right down the list, right from Kluge, Zohair,
Yeah.
YouTube, Tenno, or Arcadius. But to me, I think the Nautilus made the biggest of differences, and more importantly too, I think it's a bit of like it's almost like a bit of like an ego battle at this point. You know what I
A
mean?
redemption game, yeah.
Yeah, you
Arcadius
kind
was
of
like,
feel
okay,
it.
I got gapped in game
Yeah,
1. I'm gapping here
yeah.
in game 2.
Yeah, almost, right? So game number 3 should be interesting here, Brittany. Like I said,
Yeah.
I think we will see the side swap. I really do. I just wonder how both teams are now going to adapt.
Yeah, and a matter of that adaptation is going to be what we see in the draft for game number 3, and we'll see that on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game 3 of the Titan Esports Vanquisher League quarterfinals.
See you then.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in that wonderful technicolor rainbow in between, we have a series on our hands. Somebody Esports Phoenix came screaming out of the gate in game number 1 to take a barnstormer of a win, and surely not Akuma, not to be outdone, did something very similar in game number 2, and now we're all tied up. We got at maximum 3 games left to decide who's going to be moving on to semifinals. I'm still Britty. That's still Turk. And we're still here with Somebody Sports Phoenix and surely not Akuma. We're getting ready to jump into the draft for game number 3. And Turk, you mentioned blue side having some strengths recently, but it looks like Somebody Sports Phoenix are going to be, in fact, stepping back onto that blue.
Can't say I'm too surprised here, but we'll have to see how well it ends up working out. I'm very curious with red having a 100% win rate so far in this series. I'm curious to see if that's going to end up being the case win rate here. Blue? I think red. Is it red?
No, it's on the left side of the screen. That's blue side.
We're getting tired.
We still got at the very least 2 more games to go. You can't be getting tired yet. Fans are fired away. Akuma's going to stay on the Rumble and the Trundle. Somebody Sports are going to take away the Gwen and the Vi. I imagine we'll see something like a Jarvan band away as well. Maybe that's something they want to take as a first pick as the pool of junglers starts to go down again. They're going to go back to that LeBlanc that we saw them ban away in game number 1.
That's right here. And of course, now it really is going to be all about this priority pick. In game number 2, we did see that Pantheon, so I'm very curious to see what summons is going to end up piloting. Of course, that Jarvan, honestly. You could very well. I mean, the Poppy's still up. There's definitely a lot of picks that you can run into it to counter, but that Jarvan can answer. Ooh, wow, we're actually going to get the Azir. An Azir first pick, I'm open for it. There's a lot of picks that you can run into the Azir as well that can really kind of shaft that champion overall, but we'll have to see exactly what we're going to get the answer from. That was going to be one of my thoughts. I was thinking maybe like a Xerath. That could be a decent answer, but the Yone to me seems like the best, and I do know that YouTube plays this champion quite a bit, so we'll have to see exactly how he's able to pilot this. But of course, now the Jin's going to be taken off the table. What does Summit want to pick into that Jin? You might see something like a Tristana, perhaps, that more all-in style, but we're really going to have to see how that Yone is piloted, because that is an awesome pick.
Yeah, I do want to say YouTube has been having a really good series. Even in the game 1 loss that we saw on that Jace was putting out some numbers, dealing a decent chunk of damage, hitting some important shot blasts here and there. Unfortunately, the poke composition just couldn't come out to a victory in that game number 1. But now on something that maybe is a little bit more comfortable, but also something that is a little bit more skill expressive, I would say, than the Jace, especially into a good matchup like this Azir. There's a lot that YouTube can do, and it's going to be a matter of how can Akuma play around this mid lane pick as we're starting to see the rest of the phase of picks come through. Renekton is going to be that blind top lane with Volibear. So top side all selected here for Summit Esports Phoenix, whereas Akuma haven't locked in a top laner just yet, but I guess Udyr does kind of have that flexibility.
That's right. The Udyr could be going top, could be going jungle. I anticipate it's going to be going into that jungle there. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Zohair piloting that champion. So we'll have to see exactly what SNA wants to do here for this phase 2. Of course, at this point right now, Summit hasn't picked any one of their bot laners, so they will be picking their bot laners at the same time. Very curious to see what they're going to end up playing here, as we do see both the Zeri and the Ezreal being taken away, the Leona and the Ornn also going for the side of Summit here. So this R4 is really going to set up SNA here for the rest of this game. I'm very, very, very curious. It's just going to be the answer. It's going to be the Cassante, Old Faithful. I mean, you can't really go wrong with that at all. But I've heard people say that the Renekton is a heavily favored matchup into this. I've also heard people say that the Cassante is a favored matchup. So I think it's all about preference, how you feel about it. The Kog'Maw coming through is huge. You could very well.
Are we getting Kog'Maw Braum? Is it happening? It could be Kog'Maw Braum. It could be Kog'Maw Lulu. Like Kog'Maw like Karma to a certain extent, but I think that's a lot worse. Kog'Maw Renata. So instead of Kalista Renata, which has had a very, very poor win rate across internationals and domestically that we've seen, we're getting Kog'Maw Renata, which works same, but different.
Yeah, I was a little worried about that. You can always pivot away from that engage style support, go for something more like the Karma. I was also wondering if you can end up piloting that Nico. So we will get the Karma coming through there. Jhin Karma is going to have a lot of push, a lot of presence in that bot side, something that MSI really showcased. It's all about that bot prio for this meta currently, so we'll have to see how well that Jhin and Karma are able to be piloted, but it really is all about that bot side right now. You want to get that Jhin Karma as ahead as you possibly can, ideally getting a couple plates here and there, rotating them from bot side into top to contest the grubs, and then swinging them back down to contest for the second dragon here, as we do see both of these teams now getting set up on the Rift. Looks like pretty just a stock standard 5-point.
Yeah, we were talking about the top lane matchup a little bit, the fact that Renekton is somewhat favored in the 1v1 versus the Cassante, but I don't think you're really picking the Cassante anymore to win these 1v1s. I think you're saying, hey, if you're going to play a tank champion that has some kind of influence on the game, Cassante is one of the ones of all time, so we're just going to let you have that and play on from top lane. The matchup that has me the most excited this game is this mid lane matchup. We know that Yone is a technical counter to Azir, but this matchup is hard, especially with Azir having that range advantage, having that poke, and YouTube opting for lethal tempo and not something like fleet footwork. I think this matchup is going to be very difficult for YouTube to pilot through, but YouTube's been playing well, so I'm really excited to see how they actually manage this one through.
Yeah, it's going to be very heavily reliant on these jungles. Jungles are going to be looking to impact mid a lot this game. Early on, you probably won't see too much pressure being applied to Ryzini, there from the Volibear, but come that level 6 mark, absolutely you should expect that. So for the time being, it really is all about this bot side priority. Who gets that push early on, as you can already see Tenno's began that. A little bit of this pressure being exerted here. Arcadius just pushing up, controlling that bush. Beautiful Mantra Q.
Yeah, I don't like Scorch, but I do like pressure on an early game Karma. This is some great stuff, as BR is going to be taken very low. Doom is also going to eat that 4th shot, and this is the power of the Jhin in the early game. The Kog'Maw Renata is no Kalista Renata. You can't just level 1 scuffle and win out trades. You got to be a little bit more careful, and I think we're going to see Technology and Arcadius own this early game a little bit more than we've seen previous.
Yeah, both junglers are studying in this top side too, pathing down towards bot. So as much poke as you can possibly get onto this Kog'Maw Renata is really going to set your jungle up. There's an opportunity as well. Look at the damage. That's through heal as well.
Yeesh.
Just thought I'd mention that. Oh, it's just so hard. It's so difficult.
This is good stuff. This is how you play a Jhin Karma lane. And I think I've seen some other people play Karma in ranked games when I'm playing against them. They pick away my Karma, how dare they, but this is good stuff on a Karma matchup. You play aggressive, you play in their face, especially when you have someone like a Jhin who is so strong in the early game. Those 4th shots deal so much damage. Arcadius and Technology, it's going to be hard to get them out of this lane, as we already see the waves continuously hitting these towers.
Yeah, I was wondering if Catsox was going to look for a gank there, having skipped the red, but it looks like he's just going to be taking that. Both junglers are looking to do that full clear and then contest around that first Scuttle Crab on that bot side. Do you see some trading coming in here top?
Yeah, this is the Renekton favor part of the matchup we were talking about. Early game Renekton is, early game Renekton. There's a reason why back in the day, if you wanted to pick an off-meta top laner, is Doom actually potentially in trouble. Technology has the 4th shot, doesn't flash forward, and he's going to take the tower shot! BR finds first blood! Tenno dies with barrier red flash!
Okay. I thought he was out of range myself. It looks so good there. Of course, now you can see Zohair in the wing. Doom does still have that flash, but he could be overextended already. I think he's dead.
Yeah, BR, he's going to get that the bailout on him, but unfortunately, without a kill, that's not going to do too much for your Coggles. Zohair will eat that passive, but he's just going to be forced to walk away, and it's not feeling too bad about the spot he's in.
No, definitely not by any means. You want to get that wave crash as Doom and as BR, but unfortunately just the game state, you know that both junglers have started on that top side. The Udyr's probably going to be around there. Unfortunately for Zohair, he's in the right place at the right time. Burns his flash, nets that kill, and gets Dooms in the process too. So a really good heads up start there. Of course, Catsox is able to take away that second spawn of those Raptors, giving a little bit of that XP lead here. Should start to amount to something by the time that he finishes his second clear here, as Loco Poco now in a good spot here with this wave, controlling it quite well, is down in XP, but by the time these few minions are taken, he's going to be looking very strong, as we do get our first replay here of game number 3.
Yeah, so what happened?
We'll pay really close attention to Tenno in the spacing, and it looks so good. He's just hovering right on the side, but just that minuscule walk forwards there. A little bit of a sidestep backing away, and he definitely didn't think he was in range. Of course, you mentioned it still had that barrier. Fortunately for him, though, Zohair in the wing is able to just burn that flash, net that kill, and The bailout comes through, but there's just no way that you're going to be able to pick up a kill there. So a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. And I guess the saving grace, Tenno didn't burn any sums. You still have the pressure on the spot side too. Once you soak this bot wave and it starts pushing away from you into the enemy team, that's where this Jhin Karma can really start to get going again.
Yeah, I think losing that first blood, obviously not having it be on the Kog'Maw feels better, but your Jhin Karma being down to kill this early on into the game does not feel great, because Renata Kog'Maw is a lane that can absolutely start ramping up as soon as they get a little bit of gold influx into them. It's similar to what we see with Kog'Maw Braum. It's similar to what you see with close to Renata. If you give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile.
Yeah, especially with that first dragon being secured too. That first dragon should be going to the side of Akuma with all the pressure that they've had in this bot lane, but unfortunately for them, really good timing there from Summit. They're just able to walk in off of that big wave that's been stacked up and crashed in that bot side, and they're able to net that dragon for free. So with that first dragon secured for them, that stems a lot of that early game, and even though you're down in CS, you're definitely not in a bad state at all on this Kog'Maw Renata. You just need to continue to scale.
Go.
No dash available.
Yeah, I think Kluge kind of sold that one. Zohair, unfortunately, not going to be able to get anything done with the early aggression from Kluge. But Loco Poco will just walk away and hit that recall button. Has the teleport available, so he's not feeling too threatened with this wave state. Zohair is going to get some information on the top side here. But other than that, we're starting to see the push move in favor of SepX here on the bottom side. Doom and BR, we saw what they did in game number 1 and how dominant, especially Doom, can be on these picks. And BR, I mean, what can we say about game 1 BR? That Alistar was absolutely disgusting.
There's no question about it at all here. Of course, you can see the bot side from Summit taking that reset right now, anticipating them just to start swinging towards that top. That's exactly what we're seeing as they move out towards that top side turret. Of course, now it's going to be on Loco to find that timing off his reset, as he's channeling it right now. This is extremely good too. He's not pushing that wave in, so he's not denying any XP or gold from that Kog'Maw, and that's exactly what you need here now too, which means Kog'Maw's going to be able to farm up at least a couple waves here for free. You can see the tempo advantage that Summit has from that lane swap. So that's exactly what you need. That Kog'Maw just able to get a little bit more of that gold, a little bit more CS, and with the way that that bot lane ended up playing out early on, this is exactly what Doom needs.
Yeah, more time for the Kog'Maw to scale, more time for him to be a little bit safer. It looks like he is going to go for that Blade of the Rune, not Blade of the Rune, sorry, the Ginsu's first, which is a build path I have my own objections about. I do like having something behind the Ginsu's, a little bit more on hit than just your base kit, but with Kog'Maw, that percentage health damage does end up putting in a lot of work, so if there's any champion that can do it, it's probably him.
Yeah, right now you can see this top wave just being pushed in here, but of course Zohair is in the wing here. Fishing, Doom, no flash still.
Yeah, no flash on the Kog'Maw, has the barrier, will pop that, manages to survive. Technology, though, in trouble as Catsox is just chasing down the Jhin, only level 5, has the barrier, already used the flash, and here comes Loco Poco, Dominus popped, and he's looking to be feisty on the backside. YouTube gets in with that fate sealed, but it's not going to find too much. Catsox will eventually fall, thanks to that bailout. Loco Poco. It's a little bit of poke onto YouTube. Took maybe a greedy recall, but we'll manage to walk away. What looks like a great start for SNA there. Just managed to get turned around thanks to a giant bear, making Technology's life very difficult.
Yeah, a lot of resources burned towards trying to kill Doom, and unfortunately Catsox there is able to get into the back line, and Tenno's pretty much a sitting duck there. He's just going to fall, and you see Loco Poco, just the amount of damage that Renekton has at this point, just shredding the rest of the members here. And fortunately, YouTube is able to net one of those kills. Does have to burn his flash at the very end there, trying to make sure that that bailout doesn't come through. But Summit definitely coming out ahead of that. Of course, now they are beginning to start this grub. So while a fight does happen, no grubs were secured initially. On the second phase here, of course, absolutely that will be the case. So hopefully SNA, you can see them setting up in the spot site here, prepping for this dragon here. So you can see this is good. Both of these teams are reacting, and it seems like they're playing the map accordingly here. They recognize that Summit has that first move in that top side for these grubs. SNA just recognizes that. They immediately start setting up deep vision in the bot side here, controlling space, denying camps, taking whatever they can while they have those timers.
Yeah, we're going to start to slow down here, I think, a little bit as we start to see these first items come through. We see YouTube opting for that first item, Blade of the Rune King, as well. Technology is closer to that collector. Once that Jhin gets that first item online, he's going to start being really scary. Ryzini nearly to that Nasher's Tooth. And I think, interestingly enough, Catsox has opted for the Cosmic Drive first item, which I think I've seen Volibear builds fluctuate anywhere from like Novori Quickblade's first item to Roa first item, and then like over to the Cosmic Drive first item. I don't know what he builds anymore. I understand that people just kind of build like whatever works on him, and it usually ends up being fine enough.
Yeah, whatever they want. In this case, right now, when you do have that Cosmic, it's going to give you that much more move speed, so you should be able to get that gap close onto Tenno, onto that backline, whoever you want in this case. So obviously a lot of extra damage too with the scaling on that AP. As Catsox does start this Dragon right now. I was curious to see if SNA was going to play for this with the deep vision that they set up, but of course when they have Tenno in that top side pushing this wave, you know there's really no option for that. So instead, they're just trading right now, trying to get whatever plates they can, and with one down, two soon to follow, it's not too bad of a trade there. Loco Poco doing a good job there just to clear out the wave with what they can, but that second plate will fall. Uh-oh. I don't know if I like this, Pretty.
Potentially in trouble here, but he's playing Cassante, so the dive on this champion is always scary, and it looks like some of Esports will agree with us on that and just say, hey, you know what? Let's not dive the Cassante today.
Yeah, I've seen that happen too many times for Cassante, just 1v4s, 1v5s. So I think wisely so they choose just to not play for that. A little bit of chip damage can go a long way, especially in this state, but of course you can see Tenno and Arcadius. They've got that reset. They're now going to be coming back there, relieving Klugi of his duties. Of course, he's going to have the opportunity to take his reset and then TP top. So overall, really good lane assignments here from both teams. They're just matching each other when they can, trying to get the advantage when they can here. So overall, it's a pretty solid early to mid game here from both sides. You can see a bit of a gold lead being accrued here from Summit, but really you want to pay attention to those two dragons here. Of course, Zohair could be in a bit of trouble.
Has the slow from that empowered Phoenix stance, so we'll manage to just walk away there. Manages to hold onto the flash as well. Catsox not wanting to use that Stormbreaker ultimate. Doom maybe can get a couple of autos here onto Tenno, but already has that plate secured, so I don't think he's feeling too bad about the spot that he's in. We're getting to the point in the game where Arcadius should probably stop pressing Mantra Q, as BR potentially in trouble. Gets a nice hostile takeover over, and Catsox, he's in the area. Do they have the damage to actually finish someone off? Wow. Get that reset back on the bailout. Doom finds Arcadius. Technology opens up the curtains, wants to find Catsox. First shot lands, second shot on Doom, tanking up those bullets for the team. Fourth shot lands, and it doesn't do enough damage. Nice play from Summit Esports to take advantage of a misplay from SNA.
Yeah, it looks like BR is going to be caught out of position, but with that hostile takeover coming through, hitting all three members, it buys so much extra time. And if I'm not mistaken, the bailout, even came through on the Renata, keeping him alive in the process. And you net those kills up, that's exactly what you need. If I'm not mistaken, too, Doom ended up picking that up, too. So getting that Cogway that much more accelerated is what you need here. And of course, now we'll actually see this happen, as you can see a little bit of vision being taken initially there by BR. Zohair in the wing, it looks really promising here, but the Berserk does connect on those two. BR with that heal pops it. Of course, that bailout is now going to come through at just the right timing, burning down Arcadius. Doom netting that kill in the process there. Things are going very, very, very swimmingly here for Blue. And of course, at this point, it's all about just absorbing all of this damage here from the curtain call, and Technology, even though there's the opportunity for the kill, will be stifled in the process. And scoreline 5-2, about a 1k gold lead, 2 dragons, with the next dragon up in 2 minutes. That's really the next play here, Pretty.
Yeah. Infernal dragons as well. Whichever side can start stacking those up can really start to blow the game apart, especially with Zohair opting for a little bit more damage in this Udyr build. The Leandry's first item is something we see. I don't think it's unwarranted here, especially given the lack of magic damage that this team has. But for the other side, you also look at the damage that Catsox is able to do on this Volibear, taking advantage of both the AD and the AP, as Zohair up here just covering Klugi, making sure that this Cassante is not in threat of being dove. But you think about champions that scale well with both AP and AD, and you see Kog'Maw, you see Volibear, you see that even the Yone to a certain extent, you see the Udyr. These champions are just, their mouths are watering over the idea of stacking these Infernal Dragons. Oh, Loco. Pops the Dominus, but I don't think it's going to get too much done here. Just popping it to make sure the wave gets cleared out and that tower stays up. So an avenue of exit potentially for Summit Esports here on the bottom side, as the Dragon just about a minute away now.
Yeah, SNA almost being able to find that first turret, that first brick in that bot side there, but with the Dominus being popped, especially now, 50 seconds before that dragon spawns, of course that probably won't be available. I know the CD's quite low, but probably won't be available for that initial fight, so maybe a little bit
Zohair
of an edge
spotted
that
as
SNA
well.
has. Yeah, Zohair is top side playing for this. Of course, you can see Kluge as well playing for that tier 1, so SNA's already back out on the map. You can see their bot side moving in here towards mid, and of course, Zohair is on vision, so that does allow Summit just to move into this bot side. You can see 3 members setting up for this tier 1 here, and that almost certainly guarantees tier 1 bot side and that dragon, which means soul point becomes very difficult for Akuma to be able to deal with things after that.
Yeah, Rift Herald will end up getting taken down for free here. Bottom side play is potentially here for SNA, but in the meantime, their bottom side turret is just going to start getting taken down. They're looking to just prep for this dragon, say, damn that bottom lane turret. We don't need it right now. What we need is this mid lane prio. As Rising is continuing to try and keep up the wave clear versus YouTube, who's going to get a shift in here. Rising already used that shield and is just going to eat a ton of damage. BR pops that hostile takeover, doesn't get too much done with it. The handshake doesn't land either, and now suddenly BR, the one in trouble, has to flash over the wall. Curtain call opens up. BR has to get behind the teammates. Catsox will tank shots 3 and 4. Not even number 4, actually, as Loco Poco's the one who eats that to the face. Dominus on top of the Jhin, not forcing the flash, but just forcing that positioning to move. And a couple of key ultimates lost for Summit Esports, but it looks like they still want to try and contest this dragon.
Moving in here right now, actually getting through this river bush here.
Catsox is looking for this dragon, but there's that all-out from Kluge, and there goes the Renekton. Loco Poco is shut down. Catsox doesn't manage to get the dragon. Zohair will smite that one down, and now Catsox is the one in trouble. A double kill for YouTube, and surely not Akuma continue to hold in this game.
That's a really good play overall. Great sequence there from Akuma. I thought for sure they'd have a tricky time being able to play for that dragon, let alone get it, with Summit actually getting the advantage that they did in that bot side, just having that setup initially, had those 3 members taking that tier 1 bot, and then had that setup for the river. But of course, with execution like that, it makes things that much easier. Now you can see Zohair with that Rift Herald dropping, that tier 1 bot's going to go down. The tier 2 bot probably also going down, especially with Tenno in the wing here, netting that up. That's a huge influx of gold. As now, of course, we do see this replay, and this is initially where we thought that Blue was going to have control over the river. Of course, they were forced out through the choke, so now they need to try to retake. BR does not have his hostile takeover here, which makes things a lot easier for them. But of course, if Catsox isn't able to get in here and hold ground, then it becomes so much more tricky. And of course, that's a beautiful Cassante all coming through just to isolate Loco. Catsox trying to run away, the root connects though, it's so difficult. And of course at this point right now with 2 members down, it just opens up the rest of the map. Both those bot lane turrets falling in the process. SNA, 100% back right into this game now.
Yeah, and because they didn't get those first 2 dragons, the soul is going to be farther away, but you'll also get to stack up more of these individual infernal dragons, more of that percentage increase on that AD and AP, which surely Zohair is happy about, and I think the rest of the team not feeling too bad about either. I think every single one of these members taking advantage of those stats, except maybe Kluge, who wants just the stats from defenses, as Tenno is going to be forced to lose that flash with BR and Catsox just kind of running down the poor Jhin.
Yeah, kind of wrong place, wrong time there for Tenno. Unfortunately, he does have the flash available, so he is able to get away, but it's not really something you want to burn, especially for an instance like that. Now, of course, you do keep your mid-tier 1 alive for the flash. That's kind of a consolation, but that's no good. I mean, at this point right now, the next dragon is going to be up in 3 minutes. That's really going to be the next fight. You will not have that flash up for that, so we'll have to see how SNA is able to play around that.
YouTube potentially in trouble here. Has that soul unbound, but has to snap back to it eventually. Can't even get the Fate Unsealed off. And ends up getting knocked down with the combo from Loco Poco and Catsox. Now Zohair is going to try and clear out this wave. Has that empowered Phoenix stance, but the turret just gets absolutely shredded thanks to those 3 Void Grubs.
And netting that up, Summit doing a really good job there, finding that pick on YouTube with the flash available. What?
Huh?
I guess that happened.
Barrier used from Tenno and nothing used from Doom. Wow, I looked away for a second just to check on my notes on something, and I look back up, and Tenno is solo killed by Doom. What on earth? What happened?
Not so sure. Maybe a last hit gone awry. That would be my guess. Tenno just trying to fish for some sort of last hit without that flash available from that initial scuffle there. You're going to go down, and yeah, the barrier burned, but unfortunately things don't go well. Look at Catsox, though. That's a really good vision play there. Just staying out of the wing, YouTube not able to spot, and as soon as you use that E from the Yone, you know that you're going to die. You have to burn the flash in that process, but this is really this is really the cherry on top.
This is the head scratcher.
Yeah, this kind of makes you wonder what's going on here. Oh, it's just him straight up all in.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Lethal Tempo Kog'Maw, you have to respect how much damage that dog can do. He really does, in fact, have that dog in him. Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark.
I would make actual barking sounds, but there are weirdos on the internet that I don't want to give access to that to.
Yeah, maybe he's best.
If you want that, you got to pay for it, damn it.
Yeah, no more ammo in the cannon there. Don't need to give that up for free. Doom almost at this 2 item spike here too. Once you hit those 2 items on this Kog'Maw, I don't know. It's going to be really difficult for SNA to get into that backline. The only real member I can see doing that is going to be YouTube on this Yone. So with the right timing, with the right placement of those abilities, sure, that Kog'Maw is a sitting duck, but with both summoners up, with a Renata available too, it's so much harder for them. And Doom making me eat my words a little bit here.
Yeah, hostile takeover used there. It's not going to find too much value.
Can see YouTube sitting along the wing here, but it's so important at this point in the game whenever you're contesting for this mid wave to control both of those river bushes, and it's all about the wards getting set up right now. You can see Zohair doing a really good job of denying any sort of vision there from BR, and as long as you see vision on that river bush, Arcadius is being spotted, then it becomes so much easier for someone to make their decision. And of course you can see them just committing to this mid wave. They're catching it as high as they possibly can. 2 members are in the top side, and you won't be able to dive that Cassante. Maybe you can get a little bit of chip damage on this mid tier 1, but YouTube is behind.
Yeah, I don't think he's got too much of an angle here. The disengage just a little too quick for Summit Esports. They were looking for a potential flank angle on the members of Akuma, but again, similarly, moving under their tower pretty quickly. Catsox will not get caught out by either YouTube or Zohair there. Everybody manages to walk away. So far, just a dragon really for nothing across the map. Yeah, they got that topside turret before the dragon was started, as Tenno's going to open up the curtains. Doom potentially now in trouble. Has to lose that flash. 3rd shot lands, 4th shot doesn't, but you got the flash out of the Kog'Maw. You're happy taking that trade.
100%. That's worth it all day long, and a little surprising there too. The fact that they're able to find that small window and then actually capitalize on it is massive, and we'll have to see what ends up coming out of that. But Doom with no flash, it's exactly what you need if you're the side of SNA. Now, of course, the onus is going to be on YouTube to be able to find those windows to capitalize on that. Really pay attention to that Yone, see what angles you're going to have to be able to find flanks. Ryzini taking a bit of a brunt damage there. Of course, that tier 1 topside is going to be going down for YouTube as well. And so far on this Yone, he's really showing up. The CS isn't there for him. He's down about, what, 40, 50, give or take? But 2 items, 3 and 1, he's very strong.
The thing that has me worried now for, honestly, both of these teams, but mostly for Akuma, it's something we talk about in drafts fairly often, but we didn't actually manage to talk about it for this one. Where's the go button for Akuma? You have Mantra Shield from Arcadius to get you to move faster, and maybe a Curtain Call to try and get a pick and engage a fight, but outside of a great all-out that we already saw from Kluge once this game, who's really engaging in a fight? Who's hitting the go button and saying, okay, we can fight now? Are you relying on your Udyr to land an auto attack and actually, you know, knock in a hit, try and get somebody down, or are you just hoping that Summit Esports is going to walk into you and maybe you can counter-engage?
A bit of a fish. Yeah, I really think that Renata pick ended up kind of faltering a little bit of Akuma's game plan in that phase 2. Now, you can almost guarantee that Arcadius was looking to draft some sort of an engage support to be able to facilitate the rest of the team. Not 100% a guarantee. Of course, with Jhin playing for Prio in lane is super important, but what that means is that you need to win that lane. And early on, things went really well, but Tenno did end up going down, which meant that a lot of that pressure that they gained from those early waves, so levels 1 to 4, is pretty much nullified here. Kluge just saying hi.
All right. Logo's like, wait a minute, hang on, that's an opponent. Starts walking at him and then realizes, wait, no, that's Cassante. Walks away from him. realizes that, Shift's passing in the night. Maybe that's the best opportunity for him there. Is they're looking for a potential play on mid lane here. Tenno maybe in trouble. BR looking for an engage onto Zohair. The curtain call is going to be denied as the shuffle in moves YouTube out from the back line. It's a lot of disengage here. Nobody's really managing to find a fight. Ultimate's burned, but nobody dies.
Yeah, ultimate's burned, and just in time here too. All those ultimates will be available for this next dragon fight. This gives Akuma the opportunity now to start moving in, start setting up deep vision on their own. You can see Arcadius just starting to sweep, going to be clearing out that pink, and the tier 1 for the side of Summit, they're going to be able to grab that, of course. But now Akuma, this is their time on the map to start.
Hang on a second, Zohair. I don't know if you're actually allowed to be in here. So Razini's going to dash in. He's got that Rhyalize Stormbreaker over the wall from Catsox, but Zohair will manage to walk up. In the meantime, the rest of his team is eating chunks. And hey, Arcadius gets handshook into the face of Doom, and Doom has that tempo stacked. He is feeling his fancy footwork. He wants to continue the fight. Razini dashing forward. SepX looking for anything. Somebody has to die, but Klugi has the flash. Everyone's going to walk away. Tenno's got the Infernal Cinders, and he's got the 4th shot. As soon as that movement speed comes through, he's going to be fine. Loco Poco tries to get the stun on him, but he's got the flash. But suddenly, Catsox has the flash as well. There goes Tenno. There goes Klugi. Zohair now the one in trouble as Doom is going to get a couple of auto attacks into the Udyr. One more ulti should just be able to find it. The redemption here just for a bit of damage. Zohair sidesteps it. The Udyr's on the move. I'm transported back to 2013. I hear Trick 2G in my head. He's just running around the map. They won't kill him, but they'll win a fight.
That's a very odd sequence there from Akuma. Things seemed like it was going quite well, but a bit of an overextension from Zohair ends up burning 3 flashes and a couple kills.
And he still dies.
Make that a few kills now. That is really bad. Unfortunately, the sequence goes from bad to worse very quickly. Of course, this dragon is now up in 5 seconds. You don't have a jungler, you cannot contest it. As we do see this replay here, guaranteed the dragon's going to be going down in the process here. And Ryzini starting to really shred on this Azir. Look at the damage coming through there. Of course, this is where Klugi's going to have to burn his flash to try to get out. Tenno's going to have to burn his flash on the side here too. We'll notice that as Klugi and Zohair are both running for the wing. The TP, if I'm not mistaken, was channeled there, but a beautiful timing there on that barrage from Doom's going to net that up. Zohair's going to try to run as far as he can, as fast as he can, and it looks like with the pink, he might be able to get that reset, but we're going to see that Renekton pop by. That Baron is going to be secured as well, something that I actually for somehow did not notice. But that Baron's going to go down, that Dragon's going to go down, and now Summit, off of a bit of a misplay initially, is actually going to be able to take a huge advantage off of an overforce from Akuma. And at this point right now, it really is just cross your T's and dot your I's. Get control of this quadrant, whichever one you want. They've chosen bot. Push in these waves, catch them as high as you can, start sieging these turrets, and it becomes very easy now with Kog'Maw. 3 items, by the way, and a Randuin's. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the Kog'Maw start to build tank items and he gets that luxury tank item in his inventory, it sort of feels like the game is coming to an end. As now YouTube and Technology are just going to be, when they crit, which for Technology is every time, or for YouTube is every time, and Technology is most of the time, you're dealing just 30% less damage. I don't know if people have realized it, because I know AD carry mains everywhere have complained about the fact that, oh my god, steel caps, 12% damage reduction versus auto attacks, it's so overpowered. Randuin's is over here giving 30% damage reduction to critical strikes, which is already crazy on its own. But then you look at Death Sands, which is just 30% damage reduction in general. I don't know, I feel like our priorities are off.
Yeah, that Randuin's is getting such high value now. As that tier 2 bot does follow the tier 2 mid. Of course, now you can see Loco starting to move up towards his top side, pushing this in here. And all these tier 2s, all this map is going to be broken wide open for the side of Summit. There might be an angle for Akuma to find something here, but they're absolutely on the back foot here and soaking up whatever wave you can by whatever time that you possibly can. Again, I'm glad you highlighted it before, mentioned it about 5 to 10 minutes ago. There really is no real go button. This could be an angle here for you.
Oh, they want Loco. They've got that Fate Unsealed, a nice little cleanse there, but Loco Poco is just tanky enough to survive it. Just barely gets away from that Soul Unbound. YouTube not able to finish off that kill, and that's really the member we've had our eyes on for most of this game. Akuma's kind of been living or dying off the fact that YouTube has been able to navigate fights, has been able to do damage, but now as Renata gets stronger, as Kog'Maw gets tankier, even as Catsuck starts to get tankier, also has that Randu as an inventory, and I see the items in Loco Poco. That's going to be a death stance in his inventory. I think this game is all but over for Akuma unless Summit Esports really drops the bag.
That's right. It really has to be Summit Esports losing this game. I don't think there's really any opportunity for Akuma to be able to claw back into this. Maybe if you could find some hero flank on the side of YouTube, maybe level 16 with 3 points in the ultimate, there might be an opportunity to find something. But realistically, you pretty much have to be thinking about game number 4 here if you're the side of Akuma, how you're going to be adapting, what you plan on doing, and how you're going to be executing. Because of course, Akuma's had a pretty strong game here. Like, their early game looked quite well, minus the 1 death from Tenno. They played down to their bot side as well as they could. But, I mean, if you really think about it, this is really, it just has been all of, like, Summit. They've controlled the vast majority of this game, and it's been off the back of Catsox on this Volibear playing exceptionally well, Loco Poco on this Renekton playing exceptionally well, and Doom scaling here. So, at this point, yeah, it really is cross your T's and dot your I's for Summit. Get this game over with, start focusing on the next one, and control the pace of this game here. So soul point up, available, not even soul point, soul, excuse me, here in 1 minute and 15 seconds. Bot side control has been established. Just on
God,
Doom
you
to
can tell a strong dude. He's just walking forward. He's got the randoms. He's got the bailout. Tenno's already under half HP. Zohair's going to try and get the damage down, but Doom just does not care. Now with YouTube on top of him, he might start caring, but no, he does not. Loco focus on the back line. He's going to finish off Technology. He's going to take down Zohair as well as Catsox will find YouTube. The curtains start to close on Akuma here in game number 3 as Summit Esports clean 3 for 0 and are going to look to continue into the base of Akuma.
There's just nothing that you can do as Akuma. 3 members down, Klugi and Arcadius remain, but surely the rest of your base will be falling here. As you can see, BR starting to move up here, just pushing off the final members here of the side of SNA as these turrets are now beginning to fall.
Yep, there goes Nexus turret number 1. Klugi trying to mount a possible defense here. Gets that all out onto Catsox, but it's not really the target you need to bother focusing as Doom is just throwing the autos in. A rampage to finish off the game. Summit Esports Phoenix maintain 100% win rate on blue side and will take game 2, set themselves to match point.
Okay.
Game 3, sorry.
There we go. Yeah, it really is. It's match point at this point right now, and Summit Esports looked extremely strong in that game, and it's off the back of a really well-drafted, well-rounded team comp. Just takes a little bit of time to scale, but with that Volibear in that jungle, you act as that bridge champion. You basically give the opportunity for that Azir and that Kog'Maw to scale for free. And especially in a meta like this now, I know I've harped on it before, but it really is all about bot lane control. If you're able to swap your bot lane out to top side, this is really the nail in the coffin. If you can't kill Doom in a timer like this where you have basically 3v2, there's just no way in hell that you're going to be able to clean anybody else up. And of course, Loco Poco on the backside with that TP, you have that dash, not the 1 but the 2 and the flash to get Tenno on the backside, and you pretty much know that it's done and dusted. As we were talking about, you're really focusing on the next game here. How can we adapt? How can we figure out what to do versus this team here? And honestly, both teams have performed quite well, but Summit Esports, when they're on, they're really on.
Yeah, and I think a game like this really expounds the necessity of having a go button in your composition. Even for Summit Esports Phoenix, like, they had pseudo go buttons. You had BR with the hostile takeover, but you'd rather have that on a team coming into you than using it as engaged. You have Volibear, who, if he can land a stun, it's a good engage, but that's also kind of conditional. Renekton, same thing. But for surely not Akuma, they just didn't have any way to say, hey, we're engaging a fight now. We're going to try and start a fight now. Something's going to happen here. You're relying on things like Udyr landing a stun, which melee versus Kog'Maw is your nightmare scenario. No chance that's going to work out for you. Life was just very rough for the members of Akuma, and I'm hoping they can shake it off and maybe even maintain that blue side 100% win rate in the series, because we're assuming that they'll swap the blue side here for game number 4. Akuma has to shake off the rust from that game 3, and Summit has to beat out the 100% win rate side selection. It's just a matter of which one comes out on top.
That's right. Yeah, with the draft that we saw from Red, it really does rely so much on that bot lane getting ahead and then maintaining that advantage, and then being the ones to rotate first to whatever objective they wanted to contest for. And if you aren't able to get ahead in that lane and really get ahead, then yeah, things become very tricky for you. You see Doom and BR on that Kog'Maw, that Renata. If nobody can touch the Cog, then there's just nothing that you could do, and you're pretty much gracing at this point a 30k DPS game or damage game, and it's so difficult there for
Mhm.
anybody to be able to deal with that Kog'Maw. So kudos to them for that game. Really impressive showing in this case, and it really has been a bit of a back and forth series. You just see from game one, it looks promising for one team. Game two, you're like, okay, wait, maybe not, right? Maybe things can go the other way. Game three, once one team, it seems like, gets ahead, Brady, they control the pace of the game for the vast majority of it, and minus a couple falters here and there, it's pretty much theirs.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if the pattern will maintain and if we will have a game number 5 in this series, or if Summit Esports are going to buck expectations, win on what is most likely the red side, and take the series away. We'll see you on the other side of this break when we get into that draft for that all-important game number 4. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to jump into the draft for game number 4 between Summit Esports Phoenix and surely not Akuma. I'm still Brittany, that's still Turk, and we still have a heck of a series on our hands. This one might go the distance, Turk. We're into game number 4. Blue side has a 100% win rate, so if the pattern holds, we've got a game 5. But Summit Esports really wants to buck that trend.
That's exactly it right now, as you do see this first ban coming through the Rumble. Not too surprising there at all for SNA. Keeping Loco off of that champion to me seems like a pretty good bet. The Gwen, still a stock standard ban in this series. Wouldn't say that I'm too surprised about that at all. And if we just take a quick look at the bottom side of our screen right now, you just take a look at all the champions that have been removed already from this best of 3. If you imagine not just one more game but 2 more games after this, it's really going to start to narrow down those champion pools. And of course, at this point on blue side, it really does start to beg the question, what will that first pick priority be? That really is the main question once again here. So we'll have to see as we do see these final bans rounding out, the Vi being taken away, the J4 and the Mel off the board, as well as is the Trundle.
Summit is the one who bans the Trundle this time around. We've seen surely not Akuma stick with the Rumble plus the Trundle throughout most of this series. And with that Hui now slipping through as Summit were forced to ban away the Trundle, first pick Hui is going to go over to Akuma.
Yes, it is. So we'll have to see what that response is going to be. Of course, if you are on red side, you do have the option to lock in. Yeah, you'll probably just see that right away. That would be my guess. At that point right now, if you do lock the Ori, it doesn't show your hand by any means. The Nocturne too, very, very strong champion with the right circumstance. Of course, you do have that option to potentially be invaded early on, but if you get through those first 2 clears, that'll get your 6 quite quickly. Right around that 5.5 to 6 minute mark is what you want to aim for. And of course, with that Nocturne, that first global, as any other champion with a global, is extremely important. So with that Rakan, you're more than likely going to see the Xayah being locked in here. And of course, the final answer on that red side we'll have to see for that R3 could very well just be a support pick just to try to counteract that. It's actually not. I'm very surprised. I thought for sure it'd be that Xayah Rakan with that dive style, with that Nocturne and that Orianna. Seemed to me to make a lot of sense just to pick up that Xayah right then and there. Almost certainly either being picked or being banned away now.
Yeah, I do like the Poppy here for Summit Esports as well. It denies both Rakan and Ornn, and it also has that flexibility between going top and support. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Summit Esports ban away mostly bottom laners, but they're actually going to start with the mid lane here. Take away that Akali from YouTube, who has been a big reason for Akuma's success, and limited success it might be, still success throughout these games. Whereas surely not Akuma are actually going to be the ones to ban away the first AD carry, taking away that Ezreal. Xayah will go away as well. That's the one we expected. We're going to see the AD carry pool pinched even more. We're going to have to really jump down the tier list here. No Kai'Sa, no Ezreal. All of those fearless bans taken away. We're left with things like Caitlyn, Jinx, Kalista. I mean, like, Varus is gone, Sivir's gone, Jin's gone, Corki's gone. I'm trying to think of other champions that are actually good, like Twitch, Zeri, there we go.
We're going to get the Zeri. I wonder if that way, especially with that Akali ban, is going to be flexed. Looks like Summit is anticipating that, so we'll have to see what these B4 and B5 picks come through are for Akuma. We're going to get something really spicy, though. We're going to get a Kindred. Now, Kindred, I like a Kindred, but you got to make sure that you draft around this champion. You need high priority lanes that have to constantly have the push, and right now I'm not so sure if they have that at the moment. Now,
okay, so display bottom lane.
Yeah, I look at bot lane. I think with Hui bot, I think there's a lot of potential with it. I think you'll have push in the bot lane. Top side, I don't quite know how that's going to work out, because Poppy into Ornn, which is going to be that pick with that final R5 Bard coming through, you probably won't have that much prio top side. Mid, you should have prio, so in mid and bot, they will. I mean, if the Kindred's able to play around that, then I think there's some good angles for it. But of course, you're not much of a champion until you get those 4 marks pretty.
Yeah, I will say, Akuma have drafted a team that can certainly allow Kindred to get to those marks very easily. The double tanks into solo lanes, the AP threat in the bottom lanes. You can't just stack armor into this Akuma side. But on the other side, you look at Summit Esports and you see Bard engage, Nocturne Orianna combo, Poppy engage, and Azeri taking advantage of all of that. This is going to be a brawly game, but I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of brawl outside of maybe the junglers scrapping over a mark for at least a little while. I think both of these teams want to hit level 6, maybe even level 11 and later.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably right around, well, it'd be level 6 for sure before you see the first real skirmish, would be my guess, because that's when the globals and the ultimates are going to be available. But of course, yeah, I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head there. Unless you see some sort of cheeky shenanigans from Kindreds, you do see the option where they do like some sort of level 2 invade. They hop over either the Baron Pit or the Dragon Pit and then start looking to invade off of that. So there's a potential there. Wouldn't be surprised one bit to see that, especially with the series on the line. If you could shake things up, kind of get Cat Socks off of the rhythm, could be some potential there. But of course, at this point right now, we just do see that stock standard 5-point coming through. Both junglers hovering in towards that top side, which to me kind of says we want to be playing for bot. Again, that kind of makes sense though. Look at Ornn and Poppy. Do you really want to invest resources there?
Not happening a lot in the top side. I can see Poppy maybe coming out to an advantage just because she has that percent health and damage in that Q. She is pretty good at matching up versus these tanks, and I think Kluge is going to have to play a lot more respectfully than he has been throughout a majority of this series. But I think, surely not, Akuma doesn't even particularly care about how the solo lanes go. It's just going to be about this jungle, which is a little surprising to me given the course of this series. We've seen YouTube be kind of their game plan throughout a lot of these early games, including game number 3, where that Yone was such a big deal for the fact that the game stalled for as long as it did, as Zohair is going to stay outside of the ward's vision, doesn't know it's there, is going to eventually get spotted as they start cutting out to the other camp, but Cat Socks is entirely unspotted currently. They do not know where this Nocturne is starting.
That's right at all. And more importantly, as long as you know where that Kindred starts, then that should be able to prevent any real sort of cheeky shenanigans as we were talking about previous there. So both junglers are starting towards this top side, as you mentioned there. SNA does not know where Cat Socks has started. They should have a good idea that he's pathing towards bot, but without that information, they'll kind of be left guessing for the time being. Now, of course, it's really going to be all about, as we do see a little bit of trade, the Aftershock being procced. YouTube will take a lot of damage in the follow-up, though, so that summon area already paying dividends. It really is, once again, though. Oh my god. Ready.
Whew. Yeah,
okay.
YouTube's got to be a little careful in this early game. Playing now the tank as opposed to the more carry-oriented style that we've seen them playing these last couple games. You got to be a little bit safer in the early game, especially versus the range advantage that Orianna just maintains over all mid laners, most of them anyway, especially into these melees. YouTube's gotta chill out a little bit, I feel.
Yeah, for sure right now. You can see Cat Socks, he is a little bit ahead in tempo, having cleared his 4th camp, working on his 5th right now. You can see Zohair just finishing that up right now. So Cat Socks will be the first one into the river to contest for the Scuttle Crab. Another key important point here too is that Doom and BR do have priority on this wave. So of course you can see that they're sitting back a little bit here. Looks like they just want to kind of cross their T's, dot their I's. That one ward in the tri-bush should be enough for them to work on pushing this wave in if they want. Equally so, they can just let this wave come back to them. So the bot side is in a really good state. Tenno, good trade though.
Yeah, has to be a little careful. Arcadius is going to miss that knock up, but Doom already taking about half HP, and if you're trading support HP for 80 carry HP, you're feeling pretty good about that.
Sure, worth it all day too. Especially another thing too, when you do run these APCs in the bot lane. I know we were kind of harping on them a little bit before, but when you do start level 1, you get that Doran's Ring and you get those 2 pots. So you actually have a lot more of an advantage in that regard there, just in terms of the sustain. Something we do want to pay attention to really quickly though, Cat Socks is going to secure that first scuttle. He's also going to path up towards top side, secure the second. That's also going to deny a mark. And Zohair right now, you can see he's just sitting in the bot side, or at least he was. He gets his reset and now he's going to path towards top, but he's really behind in tempo right now.
Yeah, tempo is going to be the big deal. I think especially for these jungle champions, both for Kindred and for Nocturne, it matters so much about not only getting to level 6, but getting your big spikes. For Nocturne, it is really that level 6, but for Kindred, starting to get your marks up, starting to get scaling, and getting ahead of the curve especially is such a big deal.
Here. This is cheeky here from Zohair. He's moving in towards top side. This is definitely being snuffed out here by Loco though. Why is he so choosing just to take this reset? The lane state isn't the best for him, but recognizing that Kindred is in that top side, he knows just to play a little safe, because we do see some more trading in bot side.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a concerning lane for Bard, I think, in general, because if you get engaged on, you can just die before you start getting a little tankier, as Bard sometimes does. But I think VR, as we've seen throughout this series, has been on point throughout these games, and I think if we're relying on anyone to play up to a high level, it's both of the supports in this series.
Yeah, for sure. And with this Bard, it does unlock a lot of that map too. So at this point right now, as long as you can stem a lot of this bleeding, you do have some initial sustain in your kit. Those opportunities for roams are really going to start to open up right around this time. And you can see he did elect to go for that unsealed spellbook there too. So he will continue to scale in as the game progresses, especially with those chimes. You think about all of that. So this Bard's going to be very useful as the game progresses for sure. We'll just have to see how well you're able to pilot this champion, because Bard, just like Thresh, is very much a hit or miss.
Yeah, we've seen BR hit in this series, but we have also seen BR miss. I think both of these supports have had high highs and low lows, as nice little denial there from Locopoco. Not level 6 yet, and Fuji is, and now without that steadfast presence, a nice flash away from that call to Forge God, though, means that the solo kill is less likely to come through. Locopoco has a chance to try and trade back, has those potions ticking, and Klugi suddenly not as confident in taking that 1v1, because if that ulti hits, Locopoco's dead for sure.
Yeah, 100%. He has to be so...
Whoa, flash forward! Collapse! First blood to Klugi at the top side!
Wow, I'm so surprised that ended up happening the way it did. BR in trouble.
Gage at the bottom side, BR has to lose that flash. The Severed Bolt doesn't come through, does not manage to land, so BR will manage to escape, losing that flash, but has a Summoner Spellbook, so we will get something out of it at the very least.
Yeah, Locopoco was in such a good position there. Klugi ended up burning that TP and then got chunked as much as what he did. I'm surprised Loco ended up going back in there, try to get some of that CS. Probably could have just taken that reset TP and had a massive advantage on that top side. But with that solo kill coming through there, that's an absolute massive turn of events there for the side of Klugi. Burning another flash on that bot side there too on BR. Things are looking quite well here for Akuma in this early game. And by no means is anything written in stone at all, but these little wins here and there make a very big difference. So initially, it was really all about Catsox getting a big advantage in tempo on Zohair, but Zohair's been able to claw a lot of that back, only down about 2 camps at this point right now. That's solo kill on top side and burning the Suns and bot. Things are looking quite well for them right now.
Yeah, now Locopoco in a much more awkward spot, as Ornn, when he starts to get ahead, can be a real nightmare. I talked earlier about the fact that Poppy generally matches up fairly well versus tanks, especially depending on the kind of build you go. It looks like Loco might be going for either Sundered Sky or Eclipse, both of which will help out in this matchup. But when Ornn gets ahead, he just absolutely can run a lane over. This champion is disgusting with a lead.
Yeah, he's crazy strong in lanes if you give him a little bit of an advantage, and then in team fights he's that much more here. It looks like Zohair's going to net. That's going to be the second mark here. BR fishing for a little bit more.
Yeah, wants to find an engage, but YouTube finds the all-in, gets the 2-man taunt, but now maybe the one in trouble is Catsox and BR is getting the auto attacks down. Ryzini wants to look for a Shockwave, finds it onto 2. It's a little unorthodox, but there's the Paranoia Shockwave. Can they find anything else on it, though? As they've got the Lambs for Spite, and Zohair and YouTube will just walk out. Ulti's burned, but nobody dies.
Not yet.
BR, though, is not done. He wants to look for more. 3-man knockup. There's that call to Forge God. Loco can't cancel it in time, but now suddenly Klugi on the wrong side of the fight. Zohair will find Catsox, but Loco will find Klugi. It's a 1-for-1, and everyone else will walk away. Scrappy exchanges in the early game.
Yeah, kind of crazy that turns into a 1v1. Things look so promising there initially from the side of red there. You saw that beautiful Shockwave coming through, but the counteraction and that Kindred ultimate made the biggest difference here, as we're going to see. Initially, this starts off just with a bit of a taunt, bit of an overextension from YouTube. You can see the rest of the members sitting around. As soon as that Shockwave hits, things look extremely promising, but the Kindred ult comes through, the Galio ult does as well, and Locopoco will pay attention to him on the side here, trying to stop this Ornar from coming through. Unfortunately, doesn't get the timing proper. Klugi just managed to net that up just in time. Of course, that means that it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the process. Ornn didn't have his flash from getting that solo kill initially earlier on, and things are pretty hectic right now for a do-or-die game. Both of these teams are not holding back in the slightest.
Yeah, some of these sports, like I've been talking about through a lot of this, have to buck the trend of that 100% win rate blue side, and Akuma have to deal with the mental of, hey, if we lose a game, we're out. This is it. Our season is over, and that's just never a great feeling, as Loco and Klugi are going to continue to trade, but this is what happens when Ornn gets ahead. Those brittle procs will do some ridiculous work, and Locopoco will get to that Sundered Sky eventually and have some extra sustain, but until you get to that point, the trades are just not going to be easy, as Tenno in a little bit of trouble here, but does a lot of damage to Doom on the back end. You got to be careful of those passive pops. Severing Bolt sidestepped by Doom. Arcadius not in range to get an all-in. Has the flash, but doesn't have the ulti, so won't commit anything to that.
Yeah, Tenno coming out ahead in that 1v2 there. Pretty miraculous. The fact that you have that range advantage on that way does end up making the biggest of differences there. Still likes to hold on to that flash too, so definitely coming out ahead. Oh, wait.
Coming! Whoa! Severing bolt from downtown! Tenology finds it solo!
There's no shot. He just pulled that off there. Turns a 1v2 into a solo kill, which is absolutely ludicrous there. He picks that kill up. That's going to net him his Blackfire Torch now too. So he's looking extremely good. Still holds on to that TP. Doesn't need to burn it. So he's in a fantastic spot. Of course, you can see both of these bot lanes are just heading back down towards this bot side right now. Just looking to continue to farm up in those lanes. And right now, that's definitely favoring SNA. They're more than happy to continue to keep Tenno versus this Zeri here. And Doom's doing quite well in the CS department, all things considered, but Tenno's definitely getting the better edge of this deal.
Yeah, and I think with the double tanks in the solo lane, it just means the more time is spent not being behind for surely not Akuma, the better the game state is. Because yeah, you have Notch and Orianna, but who are you one-shotting? Can you get to Technology on this way? And if you can, is Zohair not nearby with that Lamb's Respite? And if you're not hitting them, what are you gonna combo the Ornn? Yeah, you're gonna one-shot that guy for sure. No chance you're hitting that guy.
Yeah, honestly, right now, if you're the side of Summit, you're trying to make sure that you can continue to farm up. You're looking for that first Paranoia to really connect here. That Nocturne R being available is crucial here for this next sequence. Of course, this dragon is spawning in 50 seconds. You can see Catsox sitting around the wing, going to be able to take this crab here. Crucially, too, BR is going to get his reset in. The TPs are coming through. The items are now being purchased. Tier 2 is being completed there from Arcadius. He's going to swap back to that heal after burning the teleport. So everybody's now posturing here for this dragon in 30 seconds. Loco Poco, the best thing that he can do at this point right now is make sure that Ornn can't leave this lane. The opportunity for that Ornn Horn with the range is definitely there, even if you get down to that mid lane. But unfortunately, still taking the worst end of these trades here for sure. And Catsox needs to be a little careful.
So here's going to get a few auto attacks off. Dashes very aggressively, but again, has the Lancer Spite, has the Rakan behind him. He's not afraid of anything at this point. If they throw the engage out of him, he doesn't care. He's going to stay alive no matter what. Now Catsox has to be the one worried about dying, as Zohair is just confidently dashing forward again and again, and is going to force the Nocturne to recall, which is going to net, surely not Akuma, his free dragon.
For sure. So it's going to be 1-for-1 in the dragons, and that really is off the back of just a proper item spike there. Zohair with his Triforce being completed is absolutely shredding Catsox, and I think this is the best move that you can make if you're the Nocturne. You're just going to look for a counter jungle. You're going to pick up the blue in the process, so you're going to deny a little bit of XP. You might even be able to get the... you might even be able to get the Gromp here too, but of course, Klugi does sniff this out. Catsox has to be so careful. He's dead.
I think he just dies here, actually. Spell Shield goes off, but one more auto. Not even an auto, the Sunfire prog burns the Nocturne away. Nightmares are, in fact, afraid of the light, as Boogie now wants a little bit more. Loco's going to use that Steadfast Presence that will deny the charge in on that ultimate. Boogie wants to keep the fight going. Again, that Sunfire stacked up. It does plenty of damage, but has to respect the Poppy damage. So without that ultimate, can't find a solo.
Yeah, just burning that ultimate, trying to get that trade, trying to get that HP advantage.
Loco, I don't know if you want this fight. Takes a couple of tower shots. He's going to use the ulti to try and deny the wave and look to get a plate here. We'll manage to get the plate regardless. The plate died. I don't think Loco actually got it.
I don't think he did either. Turret plating has fallen. Nope, I don't think he got it. We didn't see that cash injection going to the side of that Poppy there, so valiant attempt, but nevertheless wasn't meant to be. Of course, now you still do have that TP. Looks like Loco isn't burning that right out of the gate. Still waiting, ready for our first Paranoia to really be coming through here. And at this point right now, this Kindred's looking very strong. That Triforce completed. You do now see that stride breaker from Catsox to match. So we'll have to see if this Paranoia is able to connect at some point. And absolutely, if you're the side of Summit, you're paying very close attention to that. It really is the deciding factor of the pace of this game, as you do see Ryzini moving into this bot side here. Looks like they're setting up for some sort of a dive on Tenno.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest here, Turk. I don't want to curse anything, and I don't want to call anything too soon, because BR is going to use that Temper Fate to deny Tenno's ultimate. Still wants to try and get the recall off here. He's just going to end up using the teleport instead to get out, and I think that's the smart call. Now, I don't want to call the game too early here. I don't want to say it's over when it's certainly not over, but with the state of the game as is, with the comps that I'm looking at, and with the way the teams have been playing, Turk, this one might just go to game 5.
It could very well. Well, I mean, we'll have to see exactly how things end up playing out, but so far this mid-game, this early and mid-game here from SNA has been phenomenal. They've been able to control the pace of the game, sitting about 2k ahead right now. They've been able to match the Dragons, so 1 for 1 in this case. At any fight,
2k ahead is the ceiling tank team composition. They're not like an early game run you down comp. They've got Galio and Ord. They want the late game.
Yeah, you need Summit to be able to pull trigger to force fights in side lanes and find something, and that's why you saw Tenno burn that TP initially too. My guess is he didn't know where that Nocturne was, just didn't want to give them the window or the option to be able to find that side lane pick, and SNA's done a really good job of recognizing this Nocturne and being able to play around it here. And Catsox feels like a little bit, just, I wouldn't say, you got to be careful in your wording about it. That's a nice little double stun, but Catsox just hasn't been able to get anything really going yet, even after that initial first, 2-3 CS lead, or 2-3 like camp leads. So maybe with the right time.
Hasn't had the impact that I think we were hoping on a Nocturne. That first Paranoia is such an important one, and we already saw it used. It didn't end up netting Summit any kills, any sort of advantage. In fact, it went advantage in favor, I would even argue, of Akuma. So we have yet to see one since then, and we need to see Catsox make something happen, because he's the go button for this team outside of BR landing a miracle ult.
Now, you have a bit of scaling on your side, right? You have the Zeri, so things look good in that regard. You have the Orianna, that's good, but that Kindred Zohair just continuing to farm up. At this point right now, like, you have to be very concerned with this Kindred. Being able to kill her is going to be very difficult, so we'll see. Summit definitely recognizes that. They're a good enough team to know who they need to find and when they need to find it. It's just whether or not they can actually get those windows and execute. And of course, right now, this next contention is going to be this Dragon. So does Summit want to contest this head on? Are they looking for that angle? Do they want to try to find a pick in the side lane or the mid lane if they're fortunate enough? These are kind of the questions that are going through my head.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of how they answer them. Zohair already on 3 stacks on this Kindred. As soon as they cross that 4th threshold, this champion really starts to get unlocked and unleashed in team fights. But until that point, still weak-ish. I say weak-ish with an item and a half completed, as the Temper Fate will deny the Rift Herald charge. Nice little skill check there from BR. And it means that the mid lane turret will stand. Now suddenly Summit has to play without that ultimate, but at the same time, Akuma does not have that mid lane control that they wanted. TP used from Klugi, has that call to Forge God. Double stun, Paranoia in, Shockwave out of the backline. They're looking for their opportunity. They found Zohair! Lam's Respite did not go off. Arcadius is going to fall as well. Catsox is going to be able to escape the fight as well. Doom has that lightning popped and is just going to be running through the fight. Everybody else is forced to run away. Akuma will walk back in and retake control as the health bars are fairly low, but that's the fight that Summit Esports are begging to find.
And that is the smallest of windows to find it. This replay is going to be crazy. Pay attention to BR here, hitting this double stun, but the rest of the team, how decisive they are on this follow-up is honestly absurd. Pay attention to Catsox Freight after this too. It's almost instantaneous. As soon as that stun lands, boom, immediately you see them pull trigger, chain CC that Orianna ball right on the backline, and they shut down Kindred immediately. As soon as that Kindred goes down, that means there's no ultimate available. You think that Catsox is going to die, but a beautiful flash to get away from the rest of those members means that he's now going to survive, and of course, the Dragon isn't going to be secured off of that sequence, but you're going to net a couple kills, and that's something that you absolutely needed.
Yeah, you proved that you can take fights face up into the Kindred. I don't think you're going to get another opportunity like that, so the fact that you couldn't maintain control and get the Dragon does feel pretty bad. But the fact that you got something out of that fight, I think, is a pretty big deal. It lowers the gold lead from Cloud Dragons, Cloud Soul in general. Outside of, I feel, truly Arcadius, it's not going to have the most value for any of these members.
Yeah, if you're going to trade, like, at the end of the day, Summit is going to rotate as well and pick up that tier 1 and that top side. They're going to get that wave push into to deny a little bit of XP and gold as well from SNA. So I think they're still pretty happy with that. As you mentioned, the Cloud Soul, it will be nice to have. but I don't think it's imperative that any team really contests and plays for that just yet. So really, I think it's all about jockeying around the dragon to find those fights, to look for actual turrets to be able to open up the map. I think that's really the play here. So dragons are always nice. Dragons are extremely good whenever you just want to group up 5v5 and force those fights, but honestly, if you look at Summit's team comp, they really want to be able to just find windows to pull trigger in these side lanes. That's really their main goal at this point right now. Catsox with that paranoia, that's the first one that we've seen that really came through off of the back of BR's double stun, which is really crucial to see. And Ryzini immediately too, as soon as they were ready, they just pulled trigger and they chain CC'd those ultimates up. This could be really good though.
They want Tenno. They're going to use the Temper Fate on the turret, so there is no safety for the Hui. Do they have the damage to lock him down? Zohair flashes in for the Lamb's respite. Death will not find him today. Doom is going to be forced to flash away from that grand entrance from Arcadius. Now Kluge wants to find it with the call of the Forge God from downtown. Toot-toot! Train coming through.
Yeah, they're able to pick it up. That's such a good sequence from everybody there. Initially, it looks so promising from Catsox, but as soon as that flash comes through, it's enough time to be able to get away here. That Tempered Fate on the turret is massive, but this is even bigger from Zohair. That flash ultimate keeps Tenno alive, and of course now we can see this Rakan get that gap close, and it's just all about that slow chase. Kluge's in the right place at the right time, and the fact that he still manages to nick Doom off the back of that is a massive, massive play for them. And of course, now this Atacon is the prize.
Yeah, a big deal, the fact that they were able to swing that fight back. And for Akuma, like we said, this is do or die now. If you lose a game, you lose the series, your season's over, and no one wants to go out before at least they hit the finals. For some of Esports Phoenix, again, bucking the trend. Blue side has a 100% win rate throughout this series. These teams have relished in that powerful first pick. This time, the Hui that has been on the ban list for most of this series, finally making it through, and now into the hands of Akuma. And we're seeing why it's been banned so often, as Tenno is putting on a clinic on this champion.
Does Summit just win Game 5 now by default?
I mean, if the trend holds, but Game 5s always have something unique to them. Something goes wrong in Game 5, no matter what.
There's gonna be something spicy for sure in Game 5, if we make it there, of course. Game's still quite early on. You're sitting at 2k gold lead at 22.5 minutes. That's nothing too crazy. No real dragon stacking has begun. After the next 2 minutes, we'll revisit that statement and see exactly where this game is sitting, but right now, you can see Doom continuing to scale up here, sitting at 1.5 items. This tier 1 mid almost certainly going down, though.
They don't have a wave. I don't think it actually goes down on this. We're starting to see those first upgrades come through. Zohair has that upgraded Trinity Force. Now, anyone in chat who's unaware, just to make sure if you're ever playing with an Ornn, whatever item you want upgraded, stick that into your upper leftmost inventory slot. Whichever one is the first slot in your inventory is the one that Ornn will upgrade. So, you know, if you were, say, Zohair and you wanted that to be a Kraken Slayer upgrade instead of a Triforce, you would have needed to move your items around a little bit.
Get that swap up. I think pretty happy right now at this state, sitting at level 14 Ornn. You got your first item upgraded on Zohair. Definitely the play. We're going to have to pay very close attention to that Kindred and whether or not Summit's actually able to capitalize on finding a kill on that Kindred or not. Loco Poco. In this counter pick here, we'll have to see if there's any real window for him to be able to get ahead in these side lanes, but Lugi's just done such a good job at being able to control the pace of this lane and really the game itself too. More trading. Yeah,
this is tank fighting, all right. Eventually, Ornn is going to win out, especially at this stage in the game. Poppy's damage really starts to fall off outside of that laning phase. I'm hoping we can get a clue in onto Zohair soon, as Catsox is actually in trouble. Has to flash away. Zohair doesn't have the flash to follow. I'm curious if we can see how many marks Zohair has in just a second, but for now, BR on a pretty large flank angle here, looking for an opportunity, but I think with Catsox recalling, they're not going to be able to find too much.
Yeah, just out of position. I mean, BR, you like to see this, and maybe this will end up paying out for them, but...
Kindra's on 5. Kindra's now on 6 marks as she just picks up that camp. So she's hit that mark. She's now accelerating past that big power spike of that 4 marks, and it's only going to get more difficult for Summit to actually find her.
Oh, the TP.
And we've got to teleport into backline. Loco Poco wants in. Tender Fate onto onto the Zohair. Does not want to let that laser spike go off. One falls, and then 3 in response as Akuma will snap back and lock everybody down. Loco Poco's the last one to fall in the fight as Ryzini's just on the run. Manages to finally get the shockwave off, but couldn't combo it in the fight. Zohair flashes in, wants to continue to follow it, but I don't think they've got the Orianna chase, but it does not matter. It's 1 for 4, and that's going to be Dragon number 3 for Akuma.
You like the idea, BR sitting on that flank, you get the TP as well, but Orianna just isn't there to be able to chain the paranoia with the shockwave, and when this happens, the damage comes through, but it's just not enough. Look at how long you see this member survive for. It's absolutely insane.
Oh, God.
Look at the follow-up damage coming through. It's completely
absurd.
Oh,
that's disgusting. That's foul. That's spiraling despair to end all spiraling despairs.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, the fact that Tenno survived for as long as you did and got all that damage off. Yep, it's rough, pretty. It's rough.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it turns out when you let Hui get all of his spells off, and you know, it doesn't matter if he dies. It's kind of like Brand, except he's a bit more useful. If he gets all his spells off as the fight starts, he's gonna feel good about, you know, the spot that he was in the fight.
Yeah, with the Bloodletter's Curse, it's going to give you that much more, too. It's going to be able to give you that much more survivability. And more importantly, at this point right now, you can see those Seeker's arm guards being completed. Uh-oh, Doom.
Doom has to flash away from that Severing Bolt, but now Zohair, potentially the one in trouble, is not going to get stunned up, but Catsucks is the target. Just gets ripped apart by the members of Akuma, smelling blood in the water. They'll hunt down the jungler, and now they're going to turn to the Baron.
Yeah, there is a window here for someone to contest. I mean, there's no Rakan ult. There's no Hui ult, so there is the potential to be able to stop or at least thwart this Baron, but we'll have to see. It's all about gaining control back into this river right now, and YouTube's doing a good job of forcing the rest of the members off.
But it's still available for Ryzini. YouTube is keeping it on. Nice timing on that arm guard to keep Technology alive. BR now has to flash away. Loco Poco is going to try and deny the ulti, but does not have the range to get in there. Taunt onto Doom. He's got the lightning crash, but does he have any damage? Does he have any support? Loco Poco goes down, and the Baron is returned to for Akuma.
This Baron's absolutely guaranteed to be going down. Catsox does have his Paranoia available, but with no vision, you can almost certainly guarantee that this Baron is going to the side of SNA. Oh, the blue does come in. It is going to expire, though.
That's a teleport that I think... Yeah, YouTube is just going to teleport over to the other side and just stop Catsox from getting in. The absolute determination to not let Catsox play the game is just going to get knocked out by the Grand Entrance as well. Paranoia pop just so Catsox can try to escape. All the members of Akuma are going to walk away. Catsox goes back in. Doesn't manage to get anything else out of it. Just a little damage onto YouTube. And Turk, I feel much more confident saying I feel like we're going to Game 5 now.
I think you're right. I mean, everybody is playing on the knife's edge, and mechanically speaking, like, this game is phenomenal to be able to watch. You can even see the little things where Catsox, even with that Paranoia, you can see him fishing to try to go in to get a little bit more damage than backing out, but at the end of the day, SNA's been the one who's been able to get these incremental advantages that have just accrued over time, and before you know it, yeah, they're sitting at about 7k gold lead. They have 3 dragons to their name, 2 minutes before the next one. Now with this Baron power play, they can start to get set up and actually start really sieging this, and with that tier 1 mid down, it opens up the rest of the map. That means tier 2 mids, tier 2 bots almost certainly following suit here, and of course now it just comes down to getting all this deep vision, denying the enemy team, choking them out, and then playing League of Legends. Nothing too crazy, just stock standard stuff.
We've hit the point where it's on Akuma to make mistakes more than it's on Summit Esports to actually try and find opportunities. Ryzini still has that shockwave, can still look for angles, but the damage that comes through is just so ridiculous from Zohair. Call the Forge God to use. It's not going to find any targets, but the push is still coming strong. Mid lane inhibitor is the target, but it looks like they're going to be forced to walk away. As meanwhile, in the bottom lane, YouTube is just happily split pushing away. We got the Nocturne in onto that backline, but there's that Zhongas again. Catsox gets caught in his own tempered fate as BR tries to save him, but it's not going to do enough. Tenno on a killing spree. Loco Poco's going to knock out the Galio, but at this point, it does not even matter. Doom has a lightning crash, but can't get any damage down. The Zeri unsupported. The Shockwave is just not finding efficacy. The Paranoia is looking more like mild anxiety more than anything else.
Yeah, there's a pill for that for sure. Unfortunately, at this point right now, SNA is just gonna be able to close this one out. And honestly, it really does come down off to like the itemization from these carries. It's super clutch. The fact that you now have the Zanyas on both your Galio and Technology on the way. Look at this as we just clean up the rest of this game.
Yeah, this game is just over, except the Nexus. First turret down, second one down. The Lancer Spike just used to give them a little golden glory coming in as we're going to go the full distance. We've got Silver Scrapes here in quarterfinals.
The timers for those paranoias started to very much dwindle. I mean, right around level 6 is when you want that first one to connect. I don't think we saw one until level 8, if not level 9, and the first one looked good, but by that point it felt kind of doomed, honestly, in some way, shape, or form. Like, Zohair already had his 4 stacks going, so things look really promising in that regard. The Kindred just continued to ramp up and scale, and we'll pay attention to this right now. We'll see the paranoia come through, but with Azanias, there's just nothing that you could do. The counter engage is beautiful here too, coming through, and at this point right now, you could just see the backline, easy access, the taunts coming through from YouTube, and Arcadius just causing absolute mayhem in the backline there, as we do see the Galio fly from right to left, and Tenno just moving in, playing an exceptionally good game on this way. We saw him the first time with the APC on the Ziggs and didn't have that much of an impact, but definitely on this way, you're absolutely seeing that one pay dividends here, as we do see these next 2 Nexus turrets really just getting focused on, closed out, and there isn't too much at this point right now that Summit is able to do. Akuma just played a phenomenal game, pretty much from start to finish, Brady.
Yeah, and it was a big stylistic shift as well. It was much more of a focus on the jungler and on the bottom lane, as opposed to what we've seen in the previous parts of the series, where it's been a lot of focus on YouTube in this mid lane. And on Tenno, yes, but on these more standard marksman carries, not this mage that he obviously has such high proficiency in that it was banned away for so much of this series. It gets through to him in Game 4, and we see why it's been so heavily banned. I'd be shocked if Tenno gets his hands on this play at any point in the rest of the playoffs. I think this is a filthy champion for him that you can't let him have.
Yeah, for sure, and especially when you're this deep into a best-of-5 series too, and you still have this as a pocket pick, teams will definitely be paying attention to. Now, pending, of course, they do move on to the next, to the semifinals, but nevertheless, you're absolutely right. Like, a way B1 pick into a best-of-5 in Game 4, and you end up piloting it as well as what you do there. Teams will be watching that, of course. Now, we do need to kind of name our MVP, and there's a couple, if not a few, that you could really name there. But for me, I'll just go right out of the gate, and I'll say Zohair. I think he controlled the game phenomenally. I don't think there's really 100%. Any question in my mind that
I think it's either him or Tenno.
Tenno's a good answer too. I mean, Tenno in that 1v2 that we saw, you end up still getting that solo kill. Like, that's a huge play, no doubt. But to me, like, Zohair was the one who really stood out. Like, you ended up picking that Kindred into the Nocturne. Early on, you were down a little bit of tempo, right? We saw the double Scuttle Crab come through. That thing looked, or that timing looked really good for Cat Socks, but before you knew it, Zohair had his 4 marks, then he had his 6 marks, then he was winning team fights left and right with the team forcing members off. As soon as he had that Triforce, it felt like the game was done.
Yeah, we'll have to see what shifts up, as we've got our Silver Scrapes. We've got Game 5 here in the quarterfinals. We're going to see who's going to make their next step in the playoffs and who is going to be, unfortunately, eliminated from contention. All that and more when we get to the other side of this break. We'll see you then. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in that wonderful, wonderful technical rainbow in between, it all comes down to this. It's game 5 here in the quarterfinals. Blue side has a 100% win rate, and Summit Esports, we're assuming at the very least, have swaps to blue side for this game 5 as they had side selection in game number 1. So, will Akuma buck the trend and win on red side, or Summit Esports moving on to semifinals?
If there's any time to buck the trend, it's probably now, Brady. That would be my guess. However, the script writers, it might be a beautiful thing. All 5, 100% win rate.
Something always goes wrong in game 5. Something goes different because you're down so many champions. Look at all those fearless bands on the bottom of your screen. That is 40 different champions all taken out alongside the 10 bands that we're about to get. Believe it or not, that's still less than a third of the roster.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, still lots
of
champions.
Yeah, guys, League of Legends is a lot of champions. How did we not do Fearless sooner?
Yeah, honestly, seriously though, I thought about that too. It took so long for us to do Fearless, but you know what? I'm glad it's here now. So that's good at the very least. Of course, we're going to see the Rumble, the Trundle, and the Vi still remaining from SNA. Of course, Summit, as you mentioned, is on the blue side. Makes the most sense for sure. We're going to see the Gwen, the Jarvan, and the Xayah coming through from them. So what is that B1? It's going to be a Ryze.
Yeah, wow. Ryze for Ryzini. We've seen him perform on this champion before on this channel. We know he's good at Ryze. But Akuma has the counter pick, and they're going to give YouTube, most likely YouTube, Akali. It could go to Klugi, but I think we're expecting Klugi to rock with a tank in this matchup. That's been where they've had the most success. Because we've also got the Ashe for Tenno. This is a champion that I personally have seen Tenno play a few times before. I've casted them in other leagues, and Ashe is a champion that they have managed to work miracles on. So I would not be shocked if we saw something happen in this game as the picks continue to run through. We've also got Ambessa to potentially match up into that Akali.
Yeah, so that Akali, that's exactly. The Akali's a flex right now, whether it goes top or mid. Of course, they'll be able to kind of pick and choose where they do want to send that. The Ashe coming through, you're going to see the Ezreal. I like the Ezreal quite a bit into that Ashe. Early on, you're probably going to struggle a little bit, but if you do get that prio push, now of course the Karma won't be available, but if you do get some sort of a support with that push, then it allows those Mystic shots to connect that much easier. Of course, we will see that Gragas coming through. Gragas is still a flex too. Can send that in the jungle, can send that top side here, so we'll have to see exactly where they want to pivot that. But of course, with 2 flexes right now for SNA in this phase 1, it's got to be feeling pretty good going into that phase 2. We'll just have to see what they want to do for that R4, right? So whether they
are we just gonna get like 4 support bans here? Is that gonna be it for this next phase of the draft?
It would make the most sense, wouldn't it? At this
point, we have Braum and Leona. Who is left? We have Soraka. We have like Lulu Melio, I guess. I think like it's mostly enchanters left. There's Nami. There's Lulu. There's Melio. There's Pyke, technically. Yeah, there goes the Melio. Soraka is gone as well. No Leona, no Braum. So what are you pairing with this Ashe? You don't have any of your usual standard matchups. The engaged supports outside of something like Blitzcrank are gone. Well, I say they're gone, but Maokai is still available. So whether it's Gragas or Maokai support, one of these two we're expecting to see down there.
Okay, the Maokai makes a lot of sense now here too. When you do round out that Maokai, we'll have to see what that counter pick is going to be. It's going to be a
Taric. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking.
Taric is a huge counter pick into the Maokai. How well it actually ends up going, I'm not so sure, but in isolation, not even just in isolation, in team fights too, it's massive. We are going to see that Viego locked in as well here. So now we wonder, right, where's this Akali going? Where's this Gragas going? We should have a pretty good answer here in about T-minus 5 seconds. It looks like the Camille's going to be going top, which means Gragas is jungle and Akali is mid.
Yeah, we've got Maokai support, Gragas jungle, the Camille to match into the Ambessa, and the Akali versus the Ryze. This is not a matchup I have a ton of experience in casting, but what I do know is one guy has Ryze in his name and the other guy doesn't have Akali in his name. So I'm slightly more confident about Ryzini taking on YouTube on Akali in this all or nothing best of 5. It all comes down to a best of 1 here. Winner moves on to semifinals. This is it.
Yeah, that's right. This is it. This is a best of 1 at this point now. Everything that you have left in the tank.
I worry that my co-caster may have just popped his
I
mic out
I
of the
unplugged my
plug.
microphone. Yeah, I literally just
You were
unplugged my
about to
mic.
go on a great speech there. I heard the momentum
I was,
building and then just click.
brutal. That's awesome. Yeah, that is so funny. Oh, I can't remember what I was gonna say, but what I will say, all about this early game, especially in this mid lane, if Ryzini, it's very important for you to get that advantage before that level 3. Once that level 3 hits for YouTube, then it becomes that much harder for you. At that point, of course, you do have that energy regen with that W, with the Shroud. But if I'm not mistaken, too, the interaction should work where the E, the spell flux from the Rise, actually won't connect on that Akali as long as she's in her Shroud. So it's going to become that much
Yeah,
harder for
not so
Ryzini
sure.
to actually get that push. So it's all about wave control right now. Entirely.
Yeah, we're gonna have to keep our eyes on this mid lane matchup. As again, this is not one I have a ton of experience casting or watching. I'm gonna have to like re-up myself on knowledge of Rise combos. All I know is the meme of EQ 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 cry.
We'll have to see. It's a lot of QEs. I think it's like QE, QE. I don't know.
There was like a week on TikTok where people were making super flashy plays where you would go like Q flash, get the E down first. The Q lands sort of like disconnectedly because it doesn't Q flash like other abilities do. So you can apply the E first, get the Q reset, so you can like double QE and do some crazy shenanigans like that.
Yeah, as time progresses too, that Rise, not even just in this lane phase early on, you should have that advantage, but in those sides, traditionally speaking, Akali does really well into any sort of mage in the side lanes because you always have that kill threat, especially when those tier 1s are down. But with that Rise, the split push threat that that champion has, we'll have to see how well Ryzini is able to pilot that as the game progresses too. And of course, as we do look up in this top side, we have two big beefy bruisers here. We'll have to see who ends up getting the best of that. Of course, right now, Kluge does have that push. While we do look at this bot side, Doom and BR on this Taric, that's a real highlight for me. I'm very curious to see how this Taric ends up going because that to me is a massive, massive pick for this game 5.
Yeah. Taric is a really big deal into these engaged champions like the Gragas, like the Maokai, even to a certain extent like the Camille as well. It just makes their lives so difficult, but it's also on BR to time those Cosmic Radiances as well as you can, because if you miss it, as Ryzini flashes into turret with that shuriken flip on him, and it's going to force the flash out of YouTube. Now, which jungler's going to take better advantage of those flashes being missing? We'll have to find out, but nice heads-up play from Ryzini.
That's right, yeah, both junglers mirroring each other on the opposite sides of the map right now. They're just going to be crossing, taking those crabs, and you could very well see both of them heading towards that mid lane. And I think this is pretty smart from Ryzini here. He's just going to take his reset, get his tier TP right back here, and he's going to be in really good shape. You can see YouTube trying to push that wave. Fortunately for him, he's able to, and he's actually going to dodge that timing from Cat Socks there too, crucially. So both mid laners coming up pretty a-okay on that. Of course, both of those summoners being burned does leave that window open for both junglers to capitalize on it. Even potentially supports. However, these supports don't really have to focus too much on this roaming right now. We'll really look for those timers probably around the grub spawn. That would be my guess when you're going to see those supports moving a lot more.
I think we should also expect this game to be a little bit slower than we've seen other games have gone throughout this series. Game 5 does something to players in their brain. I don't know if I can describe it exactly, but when Game 5 comes around and it's 2-2 and you're this late at night and you've been playing for several hours now, I think not only you as a player slow down, but there's also the pressure of, oh, this is Game 5. If we lose this, we're done. Nobody wants to be the player who makes that mistake, that loses your team the game, that then goes on to lose your team the series and sends you all home.
Exactly.
So I think for all of these players, they're playing tired, they're playing scared, and I think for that, that means we're going to have a little bit slower of a Game 5. And if the game continues to be slow, I think I give the advantage to Summit Esports Phoenix. Ezreal scaling is pretty good. Viego can sometimes starve in these slower games, but one reset will win him a game. Ryze loves scaling, and Bessa loves getting a few items before she really starts to pop off. These are all champions that appreciate having that little bit of extra time.
Yeah, that really does beg the question at this point right now. Are you willing to just sit back, or are you willing to actually start risking it a little bit more, kind of play off of the fact that more than likely your opponent's going to be thinking exactly what you just said? And right now we do see the side of Summit Esports moving in towards this dragon. Now, of course, the Hawkshot will spot these members here. BR doing what he can to force them off. Engage.
Stun lands onto Arcadius. Heal burned. He's just going to be forced to back off. Tenno on a potential flank angle. His YouTube is already pretty low. Phase Rush used from Ryzini, YouTube under a quarter HP, but the pit still remains in favor of SNA. Catsox trying to get in. This might comes through. Zohair has it. Tenno lands an auto to get slow on Catsox, but that's it. And you can see, like I said, nobody wants to make the mistake. Nobody wants to make the error. So everyone is playing safe, but the Dragon will go over to Akuma.
I'm a little surprised, too. The mid-priority that Ryzini had there. Look at the HP of YouTube. I mean, the fact that they were forced off, and as soon as they walked through that choke, it became that much harder to be able to contest for. But yeah, with that mid-priority from that Rise being established there, I'm a little surprised they didn't try to retake a little bit sooner. But nevertheless, that's going to be a Dragon going over for the side of SNA, and that's just off of a really good counter engage there. BR forcing with that stun, and things look pretty good, but the disengage, the body slam from the Gragas, the follow-up damage, just basically chunk BR to a third HP, and yeah, it makes things really difficult for you to be able to contest, as now we do see these lane swaps coming through. Of course, at this point right now, Summit Esports is going to be behind the curve. You can already see Ash moving up towards that top side, as is Arcadius on the Maokai.
Yeah, behind the curve, but I don't think out of the play entirely. They should have time to get up there before the grubs spawn, which means that they'll be there with plenty of time to get there for the objective. We've also got Loco Poco still holding on to that TP, as well as Cluey. Again, players, they just want to be there for the fight. We see teleports used in mid lane, YouTube and Ryzini using them at just around the same time as Ryzini's going to get a decent trade. And with the bone plating, it's so difficult for YouTube to actually get a trade back into this Rise.
Yeah, that's right. You have to first initially proc the bone plating, wait for the bone plating to wear off, and then try to find your timer to be able to force that fight. It makes things very difficult because you can always gap close with that Shroud, but the second that you start to trade, of course, you're going to pop up. And if Ryzini has
Zohair
spot, BR taking a lot of damage.
Whew, eats a chunk from that explosive cask.
Yeah, still no tier completed on that Taric either, so being able to spam those abilities really just isn't there right now. You have to really watch that mana bar if you don't have that tier.
I don't hate not going for the tier. I think the tier can be kind of greedy. If you think the game is going to be even slower than it is in this one, you can go for it, but in most games, your support items take precedence over that tier. So I don't hate it for BR. BR trusting their ability to hold on to their spells properly. As we see Catsox, they're starting up the grubs, but Zohair and Arcadius have a potential angle on an engage here on the top side. Ryzini moves in as well. One grub will be taken as Ryzini is going to be forced to back off. Catsox potentially in trouble. Eats a combo from Zohair, but Catsox engages onto YouTube and finds first blood on the Akali. Now the rest of the members from Summit Esports have to try and get out, but BR has already fallen. But Tenno goes down as well. Viego starting to get resets. Lands the W to try and get a slowdown, but doesn't manage to catch Zohair or Klugi. Or Arcadius. Sorry, Klugi's on the other side of the map. Can you tell it's getting late? It's a big fight win for Summit Esports, and they'll net themselves all three grubs off the back of it.
Yeah, that root and then the chain CC coming through from Catsox to be able to net that kill onto that Akali sets things up really well, but equally so, you can see it gets a little scattered right off this, so we'll pay close attention here. That body slam lands, it looks really promising, but as soon as that root, that stun comes through, and then just that perfect layering of CC and damage. But of course, now we switch our focus up to this top side here as BR gets chunked, immediately blown up. Doom's trying to run away. Catsox, fortunately enough, is able to get another kill off the side of that, and then they're able to net off the grubs here in the process. So a pretty spicy skirmish, kind of all over the place. At the end of the day, though, Summit Esports is the one out on top.
I mean, you can tell how much slower this game is as opposed to the rest of the series. It took us that much longer to get first blood on its own. That fight had it in it, as well as we have not seen any feats unlocked yet. No first tower, no 3 kills, no 3 objectives. Whereas at this point in the game, we were looking at, oh, who's going to actually get the unlocked boots? We haven't even seen step 1 of the 3-step process happen yet.
Well, like we talked about, it makes a lot of sense. You do not want to be the one to make that mistake. You do not want to be the one to cost your team the game. And while it's still early on, we've already seen both of these teams, once they do get those advantages, they accelerate the game that much quicker. And these players are all good in their own regards. It really is just about making sure that you're the one who's consistent, you're the one who's steady, and when those timers come, when the enemy team makes that mistake, you're the one who's able to capitalize. So it makes a lot of sense as now we do focus once again our attention on this bot side here. You see them jockeying for a bit of priority over this wave, but of course in the next 23 seconds, that's going to be your real next timer.
That Infernal Dragon. We've talked about the importance of those individual Infernal Dragons. It won't be a soul this time around, but that juicy extra percentage increase to your AD and AP is So tempting. All of these teams are always down to fight for that objective. CatSox and Zohair both hanging out on the bottom lane. They've both seen each other, so they know who's doing what here. I think it's just a matter of getting the wave push at this point. Maybe not. CatSox gets a little poke onto Zohair, but not much else. And it looks like, yeah, they're just jockeying for position on this dragon.
Looks like it will be started up here, more than likely after this ward is cleared. We'll have to see, as we do see Ambessa moving back towards that mid lane just to get this wave pushed here, and really are crossing their T's, dotting their I's, focusing on priority first, trying to draw the enemy team away from that objective, and there we go. We can now see the Viego beginning to start this. Of course, we are paying attention to Zohair and Arcadius. They have pretty easy access into this river right now and can find a nice pick, potentially.
Yeah. Doom has that arcane shift, is going to get over the wall, but Arcadius has the ultimate, that Nature's Madness getting on top of them, but Loco Poco trying to get into the backline with the public execution, but it's CatSox is the first one to fall, as Tenno's going to find that kill. Zohair now trying to chase down BR and Doom. They're on the way back, but in the meantime, YouTube has found the kill onto Loco Poco, and that's Feat of Warfare claim for Akuma. And now they're going to be able to net themselves the dragon as well and set themselves up to get those free boots.
The Terra Call from BR looks so clutch here. This replay is perfect too. You'll really be able to see it. Of course, this is where initially we can see Zohair and Arcadius moving in. As soon as the Maokai R begins, you can see the Ambessa all coming through to stagger it. But pay attention to this Terra Call right here. Look at that. Immediately knocks them back. And as soon as that happens, you're now out of that Terra Call range, which means CatSox is a sitting duck, as is Loco Poco. And that right there could very well be the difference maker in this game, in this whole series. And very much clutch. At the end of the day, you're also going to be able to net that dragon, and that initial fight in that top side for the grubs goes to the side of blue, but the dragon here definitely goes to the side of red. So SNA coming out very much ahead there, and kudos to them. That's now 2 dragons at about 12.5 minutes. You're looking really good here, poised for a 22 minute dragon if you're lucky. So that's that's exactly what you want to be. You want to be sitting right around there, especially when you want a team fight like this. You want 5v5 fights? You want Dragon Soul.
Yeah, the Terra Goldie timing was great from BR, but the counterplay from both Arcadius and from Zohair was just that little bit better. And it's plays like that are really going to, like you said, are going to be the difference maker. Those are the ones that will win you games. They will win you series, and we're going to have to see if Akuma can keep that up, as Fugi and Loco are trading up here on the top side. We'll taking slightly worse end of that one. With no items completed yet. I don't foresee any big solo kills happening without ultimates, but these players have proved me wrong before.
Well, they always prove us casters wrong.
Arrow onto Doom, but he's got the arcane shift, so he'll be fine. Nice little buffer there from Doom, making sure he gets away from that. I also think it's interesting that Doom is playing without cleanse versus these champions from Akuma. Flubbed engage from CatSox, but he's got that Heartbreaker to try and get out, but Zohair's there for the follow-up. The explosive cast takes him off the map. BR and Doom forced to run, and great counterplay again from Akuma, just stuffing anything that Summit Esports wants to make happen.
Yeah, just an overextension there from CatSox. Did have the flash available, tried to burn the R to be able to get away, but unfortunately at that point it's just too little too late. BR's ultimate now on the Terra is available, was not available for that initial skirmish, and arguably you wouldn't want to burn it anyways, so yeah, just a little bit of an overextension there coming in from CatSox. By no means does it cost you any real tempo. There's no objective to play for, so that death is kind of just a freebie. Call it a day and move on and really start to focus on what's next, and more than likely that's going to be this dragon. Of course, we do know that the Rift Herald is coming up, but both of these teams, there's so much precedence on this dragon here in this 2.5 minute time, and at 16 minutes you want to be ready. You want to be the first ones into that river. You want to be controlling that space as fast and as efficiently as you possibly can.
Nice little engage there from Kluge, eating a chunk out of Loco Poco. Plays like that, like we saw in the mid lane, make me a little bit worried for Summit Esports, because you have the Taric, you have the Rise. You're fine getting engaged into us. Kluge, you're not sitting on top of a 3-stack Rose. You're not sitting on top of a 3-stack Rose recalling. That's fine. I'm worried about the style of play for Summit Esports. You have the Ezreal, you have the Taric, you have the Rise. You're fine with the enemy team running into you. You have good scaling. You have Viego, you have Ambessa, you have Rise. You can play a slower game. You don't need to be forcing these scuffles around mid lane for no objective. And when Akuma is able to punish you that hard for the mistakes that you do make, you can lose control of the game very quickly.
Yeah, especially when you have champions that rely so much on their ultimates. I mean, the vast majority of Tarek's kit, now mind you, the auto attack resets and really the auto damage and everything else is a huge portion of the Tarek kit, but your ultimate with the timer on it, what, it's like 2.5 minutes if I'm not mistaken. It's a crazy long
It's
time
high.
for that ultimate. So you're going to want to make sure that you get the best usage out of that. And of course, you're going to want to save that for every neutral that's coming up. There's pretty much no question. So trying to force fights in between then and there, to me, just shows a little bit of maybe tiredness, perhaps a little bit of over eagerness, maybe nerves, whatever it might be. But when you do draft a champion like that, it really is all about that ultimate. It really is all about when you use it. So Ryzini just continuing to clear these waves, something that you and I anticipated for sure. But of course, you can see SNA now with the tempo in that top side, swinging down towards this mid, getting Prio there, pushing this in, and they're going to have first setup on this drag too, more than likely.
Yeah, and with the Rift Herald that they got, it did net them those upgraded boots, as you can see. Feats finally completed for Akuma. And they're feeling like they're in control of this game, up just about 1.5k. But these Dragons are really going to be the decider of the momentum, I think, in this game. Can Summit Esports stop the Dragon stack? Can they make something happen? Or are they going to be forced to play from behind for pretty much the rest of this game? Because if this next Dragon goes over, that Soul is 10-0. It's a few autos in onto BR. That slow stacking coming through. Zohair's going to get stunned up, so BR will be able to walk away a little bit farther. Does not get caught out by that explosive cast, so Tarek will walk away and just pay a little bit of his health bar for it.
The Ashe is just so annoying, isn't it? Without those Swifties to be able to get that slow resistance, it just makes things so much more difficult. And of course, now you can see Doom and BR pushing up as far as they can to try to catch this wave
Dragon's
high.
gone.
But that's right. In the process, you're just going to be losing this Dragon now. And that's a 17.5 minute. Whew, that's a 17.5 minute soul point right now, Brittany. That just means that this game's gone from hard to harder. And sure, you'll get this tier 1 on the top side. That's a little bit of gold for Ryzini. That's at least a decent consolation prize, but you know in 5 minutes you are going to have to fight that dragon whether you want to or not. And
Yeah.
the real good thing about that, if you're SNA, you don't. You have windows to try to find something else. Loco, though, yeah.
Looking like he wants to try and hold this nice little move there from Kluge. Gets a nice little miniature trade in onto Loco. Manages to hold the turret, so Loco will not have to worry about any sort of a dive here. Nice positioning to get away from that potential dive from Zohair. We are now potentially in trouble here. Zohair and Arcadius are on the way. Has to flash away from the body slam. Arcadius holding onto that flash as well, which means Maokai, games like this, Maokai feels so strong because you really do just pick and choose a target to say, hey, you don't get to play League of Legends today.
That's right. Yeah, at any point, too, you can always just pull trigger with that ultimate. Pretty much do that from 2 or 3 screens away, and it makes things that much easier for the rest of the team to focus on. So you pair that with an Ashe ult from, well, an entire map away. Makes things very easy. And of course, there we now see the next Hawk shot. One of the most OP, broken abilities in the game.
Ability.
Yep.
It's so good.
It helps retaking objectives. It helps so much spotting the jungler, tracking them, looking for solo lanes, anything like that. It just makes the biggest of differences here. And Tenno's piloted this champion exceptionally well here in this game 5, and that's really what you need to see. The Ashe is going to become such a major problem for the rest of the members who really are super short ranged. The only one who could really outrange this Ashe at this point is going to be Doom on the Ezreal, and it's going to take some real time before you're actually seeing a lot of damage coming through from that champion.
Yeah, looking to finish off that Manamune soon. YouTube does not hit the Shuriken flip, so is going to miss a good chunk of their damage on to the Loco Poco. Doesn't want to continue the trade past that. We see BR eat a little bit more damage here in the mid lane. And these teams are just jockeying for positions. Akuma knows that they don't have to fight until this next dragon spawns, and Summit Esports knows that they can't give control of this dragon because trying to fight through the Maokai, through the Gragas, through any of these members with a Mountain Soul shield on them will just feel impossible.
It's funny, isn't it? A 22-minute... Ooh, look at the damage coming through there.
BR is going to land the stun. Catstock's trying to get close, but that Sapling putting in the work, not allowing the Viego to get close. Otacon has spawned up as well on the bottom side, so these important objectives will be next to each other, which means next fight that happens, whoever picks it up will most likely get both Otacon and the Dragon.
Mm-hmm. And you really got to appreciate the decision making in this series. I mean, especially for as long as what it's gone on for. If you notice Arcadius and Zohair, they're consistently sitting in this bot side river. and they're sitting there just so they control it. They've actually been there ever since they've taken that initial soul point. So for the last 5 minutes, they've just been posturing there as we see a little bit of maybe texting and driving there at the start. Definitely don't do that, but we are going to get that crash coming through. And of course, now it really does all become once again around this bot side river control. As you can see, Arcadia is clearing out some of these wards. Catsock fishing for a stun, but not much to follow through. Uh-oh.
Ryzini on the side, caught inside that ultimate. He's got the gate, but denied by Kalugi in the side lane. Suddenly, Summit Esports, that was their one spot of hope. Ryzini just sitting in the side lane scaling. They've now lost control of that and are desperately trying to keep control of this bottom side river.
Well, the stun almost connecting. Fancy feet from Zohair. They're able to just walk out, no issues, no ands, ifs, or buts about it. And both of those ultimates being burned up in that top side, they're going to be available for this next dragon here. So that is a perfect time from SNA. Yep, just cheeky little cannon take. Thank you very much. Zohair.
Oh, Zohair looking for an engage. Doom has the ultimate on top of him, though. That Cosmic Radiance doesn't get denied onto Catsox this time around. Tenno has to try and kite this out. Orb walking on the Ash. He's looking like Ruler, and he's got the kill. Public Execution's not going to land on a Tenno either. And suddenly Loco Poco's in the backline with no way out. He's going to be slowed up, knocked down. Tenno's got him. The Ash is still free, firing. Ryzini teleported in, but he's just got to walk away. And somehow Summit lose control of the mid laner river, and Akuma are looking to take dominant control of this game 5.
Oh, Ryzini almost canceling the back of Zohair there as we do pan into this replay. Now we are going to take a look at this initial pick in this top side here.
You're rising that live.
Yeah, that's right. The PIP there, you see those two members getting super chunked there. Then, of course, that's going to be your first pick as we do now pivot down in towards this initial fight. And things look really promising here off the start. Honestly, if you take a look, this is where we're initially fishing for this first fight. We can see the dragon being started in that PIP. That's something we're really going to pay attention to. It looks like the rest of the members there.
Wow, somebody just
red. It looks like, yeah, that's just going to be going down for free as we do really focus on this. It looked really good, though, here. Zohair gets chain CC'd, the exhaust comes through, but look at Tenno here. That's all we need to watch. We're going to see that Maokai arc coming through to facilitate this Ash, but being able to dodge that Ambessa ult just means that you can absolutely free fire here, and that's all that Tenno needs to do. Now, YouTube is here. He's able to start really focusing on the rest of the members who've been caught out. Doom's going to have to burn his flash. Catsox is going to have to almost burn his, and Ryzini trying to save the day here, but unfortunately it's just a little too late. And at that point right there, your consolation prize, yeah, you get that soul you get that soul denial. That's great here. We do stop the backs, and that's really what did it right there. That's something I don't think that we saw because we were looking at the replay, but stopping both of those backs is really what made the difference in being able to secure that drag.
Yeah, they get the Dragon, the Otacon, a little bit out of their grasp because it wasn't exactly a fight win, just some recall denials and just some time wasted as Zohair, looking for a little poke over the wall, manages to find BR and Catsox as the Otacon now the big objective for both of these teams, still on the bottom side of the map. YouTube's gonna just see that True Shot Barrage go on by. Tenno sitting on 2.5 items now on this Ash. Doom has not yet finished that mana immune, but the tier is stacked, so as soon as they go back to buy it, it's fully stacked and it's a big spike. But I don't know if you have seen the patch notes recently, but that Phantom Dancer buff, giving it that extra attack speed, and more importantly, the extra movement speed, has made it such a key item for all of these immobile AD carries, especially someone like Ash who relies so heavily on kiting and positioning. It makes such a big deal for champions like that.
And Ash used to build that Phantom Dancer even before other ADCs did, so it seems like it really slots in that much better now with that buff. So Tenno's been piloting this champion exceptionally well here. Those hawk shots available here very soon as well. Should be able to once again continue to spot out the rest of these members. And you know, of course, losing that soul a little bit ago isn't the end of the world at all. That's kind of the beauty of being able to stack up these dragons as early as what you can, because it's always in the back of the enemy's mind. They know that they have to control this bot side river, and of course, when a big objective like the Baron is up, that's what gives you the agency to start moving in there and setting up top side, really start cross-mapping and start forcing the enemy team to pull them away from the bot side river, whereas naturally that's where they want to be now. So the ball is in the court of SNA. They've done a really good job of getting here. They just need to be able to dribble it and hit that three-pointer now.
Yeah, it's just a matter of finishing strong. It feels weird to say that with only a 2,000 gold lead, but their control of the map He's so dominating.
Yep.
They've been playing this game so unbelievably well, countering everything that Summit Esports has thrown at them outside of one minor misplay around that Dragon Pit, just getting their recall stopped as Ryzini's going to get a little poke onto Arcadius, but not much else. This is the kind of game I loathe as a play-by-play because I like talking about the pretty colors and I like seeing the big team fights. And these games are so slow that we don't have a lot of them.
They're methodical. They're really well put together here. That's really what it is. It's just a proper decision making, and it is trying to find fights on the right timers as opposed to just forcing randomly here. And of course, now we see another one.
Luki manages to sidestep the stun, but Loco Poco wants to continue the trade, but wow. Luki is level 15 on this Camille and is confident to just keep it going. Ooh, that true damage coming in big. Loco now stuck inside that Hextech ultimatum, has the public execution, and now the Cosmic Gradients as well. They're throwing everything into this Camille. They'll finally be able to lock her down. Somebody will get the shutdown goal. That's Loco Poco, but in the meantime, with all those members on the top side, the Otacon is going to go over to Akuma.
Of course, now Summit recognizes this. They know exactly where SNA is, and they're
going
to force his
Are they just Baroning?
Yeah, this
Wait,
is
I think they can do it. They actually have the damage. Ezreal
the
shreds Barons. The True Shot Barrage nearly steals the Otacon as well. A good smite from Zohair is going to deny it, but the Baron just taken down so damn quickly. Baron goes over to Summit Esports, and they'll get something off the play at least. Now it's just a matter of what can he do with the buff.
Well, now they can take the reset, they can get back on the map with those empowered recalls and start getting vision control for this dragon here. And more than likely, they can actually secure this dragon in the process here now too. And getting that Otacon's nice, but when you end up dying in that top side the way that Kluge did, I don't think he anticipated the Baron going down, but nevertheless, that's exactly what ends up happening here. And I'm surprised to say it, but Summit Esports has done a fantastic job of being able to claw their way back in. And like I said, with this Baron now, this gives you free agency. Now, you're going to have perma mid prow, you're going to have perma bot prow anytime that you want somebody to be down there. You don't even have to fight that Camille at this point right now if you're Ambassador. You can just push those waves out and start getting your vision control here. As we now see BR and Catsox moving in.
Yeah, Catsox and BR have been the dynamic duo of this game. They know Doom has the ability to play on his lonesome on this Ezreal, can play very safe. Don't have the Terror Cult. He's still about halfway on cooldown, so not going to be up for this fight. Arrow's going to land onto Catsox, so they have the ability to take advantage of it. BR's going to tank up the Maokai ulti, so Catsox will stay alive. In the meantime, though, Loco Poco's not with the team. He's finally going to come up now. Ryzini uses that arm guard, but he's just going to fall. Tenno dies as well as Catsox is going to start to get those resets. Public execution will find YouTube, is going to force him back. He pops his own arm guard, but Catsox is right on top of him with a stun and a double kill over to the Viego. And with their Baron buff, with control wrested back of the game, Summit Esports will continue to deny the soul.
Yeah, there's no wave at all either for SNA, so they can't even start pushing this. You can see Kluge trying to catch this wave as high as what he can, but really this dragon cannot be contested. You can see Doom here can easily arcane shift in and start putting as much pressure as he can. And
well, I don't know about forward.
Maybe not. Maybe a little sideways.
Yeah, because he's got to work out for Kluge, who's going to go in with that hookshot wall dive, but Loco Poco's going to tank it up. Catsox now here, looking for his reset. He's found one that's a killing spree. Loco Poco wants to find Zohair. Arcane shift forward from Doom. Manages to arm guard away from the True Shot Barrage, and manages to body slam away. But Catsox is not done just yet. One more Heartbreaker, one more kill. Summit Esports now on top with a gold lead.
Summit Esports, how do you get back with this replay? What was it, like 2 minutes ago? So much fighting happening here as we look here. This is initially, you can see Ryzini just forcing the rest of the members off. Really is all about controlling the pace of this team fight. That Ashe R hits, and you can see the rest of the members here start to die. This fight is without Taric ult too, by the way. Ryzini is going to go down as he buys as much time as possible, but crucially that first reset comes through from Catsox as we pan back to live here now. This dragon's going to be secured. Tenno fishing for something. The Ashe R
with the arrow, he wants to find Doom. Do you know that the Ezreal doesn't have the cleanse, and as soon as that slow lands, he can flash over the wall, but Tenno's just going to flash right behind him. Takes him down, 80 carry versus 80 carry. Mano a mano, he wins the fight.
Oof. Tenno putting the team on his back, recognizing that, yeah, you need to get some sort of tempo back. Why not force it on your own accord? And without that cleanse available, as soon as that Ashe R hits, you can land 3, 4, 5 autos and keep chasing. And Doom did his best. He had the arcane shift and the flash, but it just wasn't enough. So Tenno doing a really good job of recognizing that small window and capitalizing on it.
The big deal for that is Tenno did use flash to follow that. So now this Ashe is much more vulnerable to the Ambessa, to the Taric, to the Viego, who have been so crucial in this fight, as we'll go back to the replay of what we were looking at before.
Yeah, this is, of course, we're really paying attention to Cat Stocks here. As soon as you get one of those resets, this is where you start to chase things out and try to make those plays as much as you can. But of course, now we're going to pivot and focus on Doom here. This is where we're talking Arcane Shift Forwards. Probably not a good idea. Probably why I'm not playing in this. So we're going to see right now, as we just jockey around this mid-prio, really good spacing here from the Ezreal, just focusing on whatever member they can. And once again, as soon as one of these kills go down, that reset is super crucial from Catsox. So pay attention to this twisted advance that he lands with his soul. As soon as he hits that, he hits the Q right back. Sheen CCs as much as he can, and that's more than enough to be able to secure that extra kill. And once one member goes down, it seems like multiple are going to follow suit there from SNA. And I'm surprised, once again to say it, but Summit Esports, off of one pick and topside off Klugi on the Camille, they're able to net that Baron, buy themselves that much more time, and now they're in a fantastic spot here. At one point, SNA, 3 Dragons, setting up for a Soul at 23 minutes, 22 minutes. Now, at this point right now, 31, and we see 2 Dragons now for the side of Summit. That was a Baron, and of course, now the next Baron's going to be up very soon once again, and they're more than back in this game, Brittany.
Yeah, and we didn't get to really talk about how well the individual Mountain Dragons stack for Summit Esports because SNA just had such dominant control of the bottom side of the map. It felt like there was no chance they would give more than 1 over, but now with 2 gone and the third being seeming like it's almost guaranteed to be Summit Esports unless something really drastically changes. Something you have to think about, hey, a Ryze who can build a Zhonya's, who can build a Frozen Heart, who already has the Roa, with all those extra defensive stats, the Taric, who will become nigh unkillable, even Loco Poco, who has now the Death Stance and the Eclipse, that shields and that damage reduction, putting in more work with those armor and magic resist buffs. It just feels like it's getting to the point where Summit Esports might just start snowballing the game out of control.
And SNA now needs to make the decision of where they want to play on this map. Right now, they're not in a position at all to be able to contest for this Baron. And if anything, they're actually going to spot Zohair on this bot side. So all the pings are coming down here from Summit. They're focusing top here. They are moving mid though. Tenno caught out. No flash, no flash.
Tenno has to be careful. Public execution to buffer through, but a great explosive cast. Can they save Tenno? No, they can't! Loco Poco is going to go on a killing spree now. Cosmic Radiance Fuse is just going to force Klugi back out, but now with Tenno gone, it looks like Summit Esports are going to start turning towards the Baron.
That's exactly what we're going to see here. They're going to catch this mid-wave high and then immediately force hand here. You can see Klugi doing what he can to try to get some tempo back.
Ooh. Loco Poco now on a rampage, continuing to press forward. YouTube now on the run. The Akali just not able to find much value. Loco Poco still wants to keep going. The squishy Maokai is just taken out. And Summit Esports march down the mid lane, take an extra turret, take a couple extra kills, and now they'll turn to the Baron.
Zohair's going to chop this mid wave off. They're going to make sure that they can't pressure that, but they pretty much know at this point that this Baron is going to be started. It's just whether or not Zohair chooses to try to contest this or not. And unfortunately, it's 50 seconds before that next dragon is up. So this, of course, is when we're going to see Tenno getting caught out. This is from that original play where he burned the flash to get that kill on Doom. And unfortunately, if you're caught out like that, the rest of the members can easily collapse with all the gap close that they do have. And Klugi doing his damnedest to try to force something here, but unfortunately the damage is just way too much. I think catching him off guard in the process. You see YouTube and Arcadius now forced to try to run, but the turret dive is going to be coming through here. And those kills follow so fast, and at this point right now, the only thing that Zohair can do is try to deal with that wave. Now, if we look at our PIP, he's sitting in this bush right now. Wisely so, though. Viego spots this.
Yeah, they're looking. True Shot Barrage is going to tag YouTube, take about a quarter of his HP. Dragon spawning. It's still Soul for Akuma if they can find it. So Summit Esports, unless they're going to end the game, you have to win this fight. You have to take this dragon as Loco and be forced to lose that flash to get out. Does not want to get caught out by the members of Akuma. Jockeying for position now inside of the river. Summit Esports looking to pressure. They're going to take some health off of Klugi, but not too much else. Arcadius now looking to stop Loco, who's trying to get on the backline. K-Technology forced to use that flash and that cleanse to get out, but Ryzini follows him back and shuts him down. Loco Poco now wanted Zohair onto the backline. In the meantime, YouTube trying to get on top of those backline members, but the Cosmic Radiance is just going to deny every single bit of damage. Zohair will survive for as long as he can, but Loco will eventually chase him down, maybe to his dismay. He's looking to chase down Zohair, but he's got the phase rush, he's got that blue smite, he's quick as all get out. He'll manage to survive, but the dragon and the fight will go to Summit Esports.
This feels like a pay-per-view, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like I'm getting my money's worth. It's pretty crazy to watch this series pan out the way that it has. At one point, you're dead convinced that Summit Esports is out of this game, and the gold lead wasn't a lot, but the Dragons absolutely were. You know that it's so difficult for Summit to be able to find these windows, and really just to go right back to it, it really is off one pick in that top side, off that Camille. As soon as you find that one pick, you get your Baron, which means you can now contest the next Dragon, and ever since then, it seems like they haven't let their foot off the pedal, and now we can see as they move in towards this mid lane that mid tier 2 is already taken, so it's all about just pushing this wave in here and getting deep vision to whatever side of the map you want. Right now, they're focusing on the spot side here, so that tier 2 almost certainly falling.
Now, I know we haven't had a chance to look at, like, CS numbers, CS leads at all, because we've been so focused on the positioning in the macro game. But I just want to talk about the fact that Ryzini is kind of chovying this game. He's got 10 CS a minute. 357 at 36 minutes was the first guy to hit level 18, even without the help from Roa. Kind of insane on this champion, as Arcadius is going to get stunned over the wall. The ward comes down. He will be able to survive it, but he's going to lose most of his HP. Now Ryzini is going to get engaged on that bottom side. TP coming in from Loco Poco on the other side of the map. Yuji's going to be forced to use that dash to get out of dodge. Maokai ultimate just used defensively, but that turret is already gone.
That's two ultimates being burned on the side of SNA. Almost certainly means they cannot contest or deal with this. So this inhibitor is going to be going down on the bot side for sure. Because the question is now for Summit, do they choose to keep pushing? Wisely so, I think they're backing off. They really want to be
caught by the slow. He's going to start to get auto down by Tenno. There's that Cosmic Radiance. There's the public execution in, and Tenno's gone! Deleted off the map, and the Cosmic Radiance will keep the members of Summit Esports alive for as long as they need to. BR will finally fall, but the members of Summit are still confident, still moving forward strong. Zohair will go down to Ryzini. YouTube should be the next to go, as Doom is going to chase him down with another arcane shot. It's actually Gloogie who falls. Loco goes dominating. The first Nexus turret is gone. And ladies and gentlemen, Summit Esports maintain blue side's 100% win rate and will take the series in 5.
Oh, no way. What a clinic. That is awesome. What a fantastic series to be a part of. That's actually a bit of an honor to be able to cast that. I'm so surprised by Summit Esports, just the tenacity that they had to be able to claw back and find their windows to get back into this game here and pull off what seemed like almost the impossible here. We're going to pan and take a look at this final replay here. As you can see, all these ultimates being burned initially to try to find the pick on Ryzini. Look at the HP of that Ryze though. In no way, shape, or form in any real threat of dying. And when you burn those CDs, trying to find a pick, and the best case scenario is that Ryzini is half HP, you know you can't contest this. So of course now you need to make the decision. Do we let this inhibitor go and hold off for the inevitable push on the top side? They choose to force. So BR right here, pixel perfect timing with his ultimate, buying so much time in the process, and that ult there from that Ambessa is exactly what seals this game. It's done and dusted just like that. With Tenno having no flash, if you're able to find that small window there, you can make all of the difference. And that's exactly what we saw here. The stopwatch comes through, trying to buy as much time as possible. Zohair's going to follow. The Shroud has just been used by YouTube. He's going to try his best to get away. He buys enough time, but unfortunately, Kluge is going to go down there. And that pretty much spells doom for this and the series. And you said a 3-1. I thought it might have been a 3-0. I wasn't so sure how it was going to pan out. The more that I watched the series after game 2, I agreed with it. I thought it was going to be a 3-1, but the fact that we got an absolute banger all the way game 5 slugfest is exactly what I think we needed.
Yeah, a hell of a series from both teams. Everybody had their shining moments, their show-up plays. We saw Tenno on the way. We saw YouTube playing some incredible tank gameplay in that game number 4. Cat Socks in this game 5 on the Viego getting reset after reset. Doom, despite not getting a lot of the kills, I think getting a lot of the credit for the damage that came through. And BR, what have we not said about the supports throughout the entirety of this series and the entirety of this split? The supports have all been so good and had their shining moments. But unfortunately, for one of these teams, it had to be the end. And today it was Akuma. So Arcadius and the rest of Akuma. Unfortunately, this is where their story ends. Maybe they'll come back next split and maybe they'll come back stronger, but it's a rough place to end, but they made it look good while they did it.
They put up a valiant effort. I mean, both teams played exceptionally well. It just seemed like once a team, minus the last game, got ahead, it just seemed like they could just barrel that lead down and just consistently get play after play after play in their own favor. And this really was the only game that seemed to shake that up. And I mean, I talked about it probably 4 or 5 times, but it really is off one pick. I mean, Camille goes down on the top side, and it's just something you didn't need to try to force. And you were winning in that 1v1 versus that Ambessa, but the second that you die, that Baron goes down, the rest of your team's focusing the Atacon. And once that Baron's gone, you know that you can contest that next dragon, which means you buy that much more time. And time means scaling. Scaling means money, and that's all that they needed there. Once they had those items, they were able to force more fights, and that's exactly what we saw right there. And everybody on, well, everybody on both teams played very well. That was a
Yeah.
fantastic game to watch, fantastic series to watch. But as you mentioned, at
In
the
the
end of the day, there
moment,
can only be one winner, and there's individual highlights, like everything. That was a great series.
I don't even think Kluji thinks that that's a bad trade to make. You play
I
side
agree.
lane, you get caught out, but you're like, okay, team's getting Otacon. That's a fine trade. I don't think anybody on
Yep.
Akuma was expecting them to instantly turn to the Baron to do it that quickly and then to just use that momentum to turn the rest of the game and really save their series. It was looking doomed for them before they had that pick. If you think about if Kluji either takes one with him or gets out on the side lane, stalls just a little bit more time, that maybe the members of Akuma can make it up to that Baron buff. Maybe the Baron never gets started in the first place. A lot of ifs, ands, and buts, but unfortunately, we live in a world of reality, and that reality is the fact that Summit Esports will be moving on to the semifinals, and surely not Akuma is surely not. We'll say goodbye to them, and we're going to say goodbye to you guys. I want to thank you all so much for joining us for this absolute length of a series. We've been here the full 5. We appreciate you all for sticking with us. I've been What's It Pretty. That's been Turk, our producer and observer, Shivam and Anti, making sure things run as smoothly as possible in the background. Again, we appreciate you all being here, and we'll see you next week for the semifinals. Have a good night.
See you then.